Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence has nurtured and continued to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations and Inuit and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. Please remain standing, and I'll ask Councillor DeRuse to introduce the performers of our national anthem.
Good morning, Mayor, my colleague. Good morning, everyone. I told the Mayor yesterday I was going to sing the national anthem, and he told me not to because then I'll clear the room so fast for a budget day. But I'm honored this morning to be here with two talented individuals from Greeley. Tanya Gowder. Tanya is a resident in Osgood Ward, reside in the village of Greeley, and a teacher with the Ottawa Catholic School Board. As if she's not busy enough, she spends much of her spare time on stage and local theater production, pursuing her passion in theater. She has performed in several musicals with the Greeley Players and will be in their upcoming production of Grease. Make sure you don't miss that. She has also most recently on stage with ITR Theater in the village of Osgood, where she was in the production of Calendar Girls. We also have Jillian Turman. Jillian, also a resident in the village of Greeley, she's a talent actress, singer, makeup artist, and a writer. She has performed in the national items in numerous venues around Ottawa and has also been in several productions with the Greeley Players in the past and will also be in their upcoming production of Grease. Without further ado, please welcome Tanya and Jillian to have the national anthem for us this morning. Thank you very much.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car t'embrasser, porter les pays, et fait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the council coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Ici.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
EC.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plant.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Counselor Kitts,
Here.
Counselor Giroux,
Here.
Counselor Brown,
Here.
Counselor Jarush,
Here.
Counselor Hubley,
Here.
Counselor Lowe,
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes from the council meeting on November 27th. Is that carried? Declarations of interest. There are a few. Councillor Hill.
I, Councillor David Hill, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the Community Services Committee, CSC 2025 Draft Operating Budget, Community Services Department, Children's Services Operating Resource Requirement, Wage Enhancement, and Canada-wide Early Learning line items, page 10 of the CSC budget book, as my wife is employed by an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items, and recreation, culture, facilities, services, complexes, aquatics, and specialized services operating budget, and user fees, pages 32 to 35 of the CSC budget book, as my daughter is employed as a lifeguard in the service that receives funding in this area of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with sections 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Councillor Ralston King, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the Community Services Committee 2025 Draft Operating Budget, Community Services Department, Community Safety, Wellbeing, Policy and Analytics Operating Resource Requirement, Materials and Services line item, page 5 of the CSC budget book, as my spouse is on the Board of Governors of Carleton University and the city is completing a project on shelter data with Carleton University.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Matthew Luloff, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2025 Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Draft Operating Budget, Emergency and Protective Services, Fire Services Operating Resource Requirement Communications, page 7 of the EPPS budget book, as my spouse is employed by Versaterm Public Safety, a software firm that provides services to the Ottawa Fire Service and would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from these budget line items. I do also know that the Ottawa Police Service use this technology as well, so I want to flag that as well, that I'll rise from the table for the portion when it comes to operating resource requirement communications for the Ottawa Police as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Johnson.
I, Councillor Lane Johnson, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following items on the Ottawa City Council agenda of December 11th, 2024. 30.5 zoning bylaw amendment 178 Nepean Street and 219-223 Bank Street. 31.1 application for alteration and new construction at 219 to 2023 Bank Street and 178 Nepean Street, properties designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the Centertown Heritage Conservation District, as my spouse has a financial relationship with the owners of the properties.
Are there any other declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it resolved that the following reports be received and considered. The report from the Finance and Corporate Services Department titled Draft 2025 Operating and Capital Budgets. The report from Ottawa Police Services Board entitled Ottawa Police Service Board 2025 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. The report from the Ottawa Public Library entitled Ottawa Public Library 2025 Draft Budget Estimates. The report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2025 Draft Operating Budgets for the Ottawa Board of Health. The report from the Committee of Adjustment titled the Committee of Adjustment 2025 Draft Operating Budget. Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee Report 19, Audit Committee Report 9, Build Heritage Committee Report 20, Community Services Committee Report 13, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 15, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 14, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 20, Planning and Housing Committee Report 38A and 39, Transit Commission Report 16, Transportation Committee Report 16, and the report of the City Clerk entitled Status Update Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 6, 2024. Be it further resolved that the rules of procedures be suspended to receive and consider the report for Built Heritage Report 20, entitled Application for the Demolition of 79 Gigs, property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the Lower Town West Heritage Conservation District, due to the time sensitivity of the item contained in the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Is that carried? All right, we'll hold the budget for now and move to item 27 on the agenda, which is from the City Clerk's Office, the status update on council inquiries and motions for the period ending December 6th. Is that received? Audit Committee Report number 9, item 28.1 is the 2024 KPMG Financial Statement Audit Plan. Is that received? 28.2 is the Office of the Auditor General new global audit standards. Is that carried? Item 28.3 is the fraud investigation report. Is that carried? Item 29 from Finance and Corporate Services Committee, 29.1 is the Corporate Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging Framework. And Councillor King, I believe you have a direction on that.
I do, Your Worship. Thank you so much. My direction to staff, to direct staff to prioritize the anti-racism strategy as part of the 2025 Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging Framework, and bring the plan to the departmental alignment as part of the framework report in 2025. As part of this work, staff also be directed to provide sustainable initiatives to support the ongoing long-term efforts to eliminate systemic racism and promote racial equity across the city. Achieving racial equity and prioritizing the anti-racism strategy continues to be critical for the city to develop and deliver programs and services that respond to the diverse needs of Ottawa residents and create an equitable and inclusive workplace.
Thank you, Councillor King, and staff are good with that?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so on the item then, is that carried?
Dissent. Dissent, please.
Okay, dissent from Councillor DeRuse. Item 29.2, Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, approval of applications for tax increment equivalent grants.
Hold, please, Mayor.
Question. Okay. Item 29.3, I believe you'd like to hold that, Councillor Kelly. Item 29.4 is 930 and 1010 Somerset Development Project. Is that carried? Item 30 from Planning and Housing Committee, 30.1 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 2800 Brian Coburn Boulevard. Is that carried? 30.2 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 121 Brake Crescent. Is that carried? 30.3 is the Treasurer's Report on 2023 growth-related revenues. Is that received? Item 30.4 is the motion from Councillor Kavanaugh. Did you want to hold that or yes? Okay, I'll hold that. Item 30.5, did you, Councillor Troster, did you want to deal with that quickly or do you want to hold it?
I just have a few comments, but it'll be quick. What would you prefer?
Okay, we might as well just hold it then since we're holding it.
Just hold it, okay.
Yeah, okay. Built Heritage Committee, item 31.1, application to alter 219 to 223 Bank Street and 178. Oh, that goes with the other item, so we'll save that. Item 31.2 is an application for demolition and new construction at 120 Juliana Road. Is that carried? Item 31.3, I believe there's a motion tied to that, so we'll hold that item. 31.4 is the consideration of objection to the notice of intention to designate 159 Montreal Road. Is that carried? Item 31.5, consideration of the objection to the notice of intention to designate 50 Carruthers Avenue. Is that carried? Transportation Committee, 32.1, Strategic Road Safety Action Plan Annual Report. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay. So we'll deal with the held items after the budget. And just before we move into committee of the whole, I just wanted to make a few remarks about the budget. And start by thanking my colleagues on City Council for their extremely hard work over the last 4 weeks as we have considered the budget. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier mes collègues.
I'd like to thank all my colleagues at the City Council for the hard work they've done over the past 4 weeks during the review of the budget.
This has not been an easy process over the last 4 weeks, but there has been a lot of collaboration and discussion as we've tried to tackle a very, very difficult budget and the very significant challenges we are facing as a city. And I know how hard all of you have been working throughout the year and especially this fall. The last few months in particular have been very intense as you continue to serve your community, consider the budget, and attend countless events in your wards and throughout the city. So thank you again for all your hard work and your public service and for the many conversations that we've had in the past month. And as everybody knows, the toughest part of the 2025 budget is transit. And that's been reflected in the many conversations that we've had and in the public discussion that has followed the tabling of the budget in November. And I have to admit there is one part of this process that has left me a little bit frustrated, and that is that to some extent, I think we've been having a different conversation in the past month than we ought to be having. It's important that we've talked about the issues that we've discussed in the past month, but in a lot of ways, over the last 4 weeks, we've been talking about how much our residents can and should contribute to the cost of public transit, when we should be talking about how much other levels of government can and should be contributing to public transit in Ottawa. So we've been talking about the right level for the transit levy, the right adult fare, how large the discount should be for students, youth, and seniors. What we should be talking about is how the provincial and federal governments are still not paying their fair share. Nous devrions plutôt parler du fait que les gouvernements
We should rather be discussing the fact that the provincial and federal government are still not paying their fair share.
Spending less time on how much more our residents should be investing in the cost of public transit and more time on how much the other levels of government should be investing in public transit. And we have to remember how we got here. Ottawa is unique for a number of different reasons. First of all, we have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Our number one customer from before the pandemic is no longer using public transit at the same level. Our geography is also unique. We are delivering public transit to a city that is 4.5 times the size of Toronto. What would be considered regional transit in Toronto is considered local transit in Ottawa. And third, as I've said many times, we simply don't receive the same level of financial support for transit as other cities. Our residents have already been paying more than their fair share of the cost of public transit. Even in recent weeks, while we have been debating public transit, the federal government has announced over $1 billion in transit funding for the City of Toronto. The provincial government and the federal government announced the next step in a $3.4 billion light rail project in Hamilton, a project entirely paid for by those two levels of government. So yes, we need to make the right decisions for the 2025 budget, but our focus must continue to be the systemic and structural changes that we need to make, and that includes sustainable funding from other levels of government. The funding that they provide to other cities like Toronto and Hamilton. Nous devons continuer à nous concentrer sur
We must continue to focus on the systemic and structural changes that we need to operate.
I'm proud of the fact that despite starting this budget process with a $120 million shortfall, we are not reducing transit service in this budget. We are investing in transit at historic levels. We are increasing the transit budget by 11%. But again, I want to remind everybody that if we had the proper support from the province and the federal government, we wouldn't have to consider many of the steps that were included in the draft budget. Now, since that draft budget was tabled, I think we've gathered a lot of feedback and learned a lot of new information. We've identified some additional savings and adjustments that don't impact service. And based on everything that we have learned and on the feedback from the community and from councillors, we can take a bit more time to work with school boards and post-secondary institutions, and we can increase the discount for seniors from where it was in the draft budget. More importantly, we can take the time to design a fair system that is better, simpler, and more equitable for everyone. Nous pouvons prendre le temps de concevoir un système.
We can take the time to develop a system that would be simpler, better, and more fairer for everyone.
Working group on the long-range financial plan for transit that will strive to do that. And I want to thank Councillors Leeper, Gower, and Tierney for joining me on that working group. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of time and energy went into that process, and I'm grateful to my colleagues for their service on that working group and the many hours that they contributed to the process. I want to thank the other councillors who have been part of that discussion as well. The work of the working group is not going to stop there. It was not just about the 2025 budget. We will continue throughout the next year to find solutions for the systemic and structural issues in our long-range financial plan for transit. And we will continue to fight for our fair share. Nous continuerons à nous battre pour obtenir.
We will continue to fight for our fair share.
In the past, both Ontario Premier Doug Ford and Finance Minister Peter Bethlen-Falvey have stated publicly that they will support public transit in Ottawa if the federal government does so as well. Minister Bethlen-Falvey reiterated that at the Mayor's breakfast just last week. I've been meeting and speaking regularly with Minister Jenna Sudds, and I was pleased to see her public statement on Monday indicating her intention to help us resolve our budget challenges. These are very positive signs. It is taking time because nothing moves quickly in government, but the Fairness for Ottawa campaign is resonating. Let's keep it up over the coming weeks to make sure we get the help we need, not just for this budget, but beyond. I want to remind everyone that the Fairness for Ottawa campaign is not just about 2025. We need to keep fighting for our fair share. And I also want to emphasize that if we don't get the help that we require in the next month or two, we will have to find other solutions for the $36 million shortfall in the transit budget. So it is absolutely critical that the other levels of government do the right thing, as I hope and expect they will, in the coming weeks. As we move forward today, let's refocus on the key points about transit. We are making historic investments in public transit. Nous augmentons considérablement le service.
We are considerably increasing the service.
We are facing systemic shortfalls because of our unique circumstances and because we don't get what other cities do for public transit. We can't continue to ask taxpayers and OC Transpo users to dramatically increase their investment in public transit when other levels of government aren't paying their fair share. We must continue the Fairness for Ottawa campaign. And we must work with the community to design a better, simpler, more equitable fare system for everyone. Of course, this budget is not just about transit. There are some other vitally important elements to it, including investing in emergency services and hiring more police officers, paramedics, and firefighters, investing in repairing our roads and sidewalks, investir dans la réparation de nos routes et nos
Invest
trottoirs,
in our road and sidewalks repair,
building more affordable housing, and improving food security. Soutenir les plus vulnérables, construire des logements plus abordables et améliorer la sécurité alimentaire. Following through on the commitments at the Rural Summit and investing in community spaces, including new and improved recreation centers. This budget is not just about numbers, it is about our commitment to the people of Ottawa. Il s'agit de notre engagement envers
this is our commitment to the population of Ottawa.
We're investing in safety, reliability, and affordability. And we're continuing to fight for our fair share so we can address the systemic challenges in our budget that we face and that we can truly build a better city for everyone. Merci à tous pour votre travail et votre
Thank you all
collaboration.
for your work and your cooperation.
Your dedication and your collaboration. Let's get started. I will ask Councillor Hubley now to read the motion to move us into Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That City Council resolved to move into Committee of the Whole pursuant to Section 52 and 53 of the Procedures Bylaw.
Okay. Is that carried? Thank you. All right, so we will follow the roadmap for consideration of the 2025 budgets, and we will start with the 2025 draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Brockington?
Mayor, I just want to make one brief comment. It's not a budget question, if I may, but I just want to recognize that the Committee of Adjustment does operate at arm's length from Council. It's a quasi-judicial body, and Council really has no engagement with the committee because of that relationship. All this to say, I want to recognize the good work that the Committee of Adjustment does. Every file that arises in my ward has been dealt with very professionally by the leadership and the staff of the committee. And given that we have no really opportunities to acknowledge this good work, I just want to take an opportunity today to recognize the good work that this committee does. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. So is the draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment carried? The Ottawa Police Service operating capital budgets as recommended by the Ottawa Police Services Board. Any questions on that? Put up your hand if you can. Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I just had a few, I'll wait for DC Bill to get in position. So I just had a few clarifying questions for OPS on their budget. And I do recognize that there's a budget ask for this year, and in the budget for this year, there are forecasted asks for subsequent years, but right now we're just looking at this year here. And I do recognize the fact that there has been a decrease overall in the crime rate this year, so I'm very, very appreciative of that. I just have a few small technical questions. So the 2025 Ottawa Police budget does include revenues from the automated speed enforcement program. How much revenue from that program is in this year's budget?
So $1 million is attributed in this year's budget from the ASC funding.
And since revenue from automated speed enforcement is exclusively meant to support traffic safety initiatives within the Road Safety Action Plan, can you clarify that this amount in your budget does go directly to increasing traffic safety?
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'll take that question. Certainly in our consultations with the 24 councillors, traffic is a topic that comes up in just about every conversation. So as we're building the district model that we're rolling out iteratively, started in 24, will continue in 25 with a full rollout in 26. Traffic is a key part of that strategy, and we have built up, our intention is to build up district traffic teams to address that. So there's no doubt we will spend all of and more of $1 million on traffic initiatives. And we have started already. Some will have seen our hashtag Residents Matter initiative. We did a fairly significant project in Richmond about a month ago. And this is all focused on where councillors and other stakeholders are telling us, as well as our data, that we need to be. So we're looking at these primary enforcement locations, which our teams will be deployed to. So there's no driving around looking for traffic infractions. It's all targeted and focused.
Thank you. Now, I know in the 2025 budget, there is some revenue for hiring new special constables. And as I understand it, during 2025, we're going to see an expansion of the roles that special constables play. One area that I'm certainly keen to explore when it comes to special constables is the area of paid duty. Now, I've had conversations with OPS about this before, obviously where, paid duty not only can have impacts on our budget, but paid duty can have impact on the health and well-being of your sworn officers, which can lead to more overtime. So one question I have, can you confirm whether there's any movement within Ottawa Police to address the challenges of paid duty, perhaps with the use of special constables?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I think you're specifically talking about traffic related paid duties, correct? So Right now, we provide mostly traffic paid duties for contracts that are run by the city for some of the improvements that the mayor just talked about that happen within the budget. We've been in consultation and conversations with city staff and to look at how we can use the new Community Safety and Policing Act authorities to have the city stand up a special constable program so that they can deliver those services within their own group. So we're still in the early stages, actively involved in those discussions, but I think there's much promise that can be taken out of that and that the city will be able to deliver that service moving ahead.
Great, thank you. I just have two more questions about your forced growth. So 2025 budget includes 33 new officers, both sworn and civilian, that are to be paid from new funding from the provincial and federal governments. As I understand it, you've secured the provincial funding. You're still waiting on the federal contribution. That seems to ring a lot around here. What happens with those new positions if you don't get all of the required funding?
Thank you, Councillor. You're correct, Councillor, in regards to securing the funding on the provincial side, and we are, I believe, very close on the federal project. We've been very careful with the funding from both of those provincial government streams. They're new services, they're new programs that we've developed. And, at the end of the line, if one has a 3-year runway, the other one, I believe, is going to be 5. And it's our intention to obviously work with those levels of government to continue those programs. But obviously, there'll be pilot periods and there'll be assessments and then there'll be a decision. If the funding continues, of course, that's very positive. If it doesn't, then it's a decision to make with our police board in regards to how we manage any of those program funding being cut. And that's something we'll have to address at the time.
So that kind of segues into my last question so if and when this time-limited funding from the upper levels runs out, then those new positions that are being funded from them can either be scaled down, eliminated, scaled up. So it's not as if if we run out of that federal provincial funding, that doesn't automatically become a new budget pressure on the City of Ottawa.
It would not. We could easily absorb all those positions into the service and adjust that with our new hires and the resource, or sorry, the numbers that we would send to the Ontario Police College.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Devine. Those are great questions. Just speaking to councillors here, being on the Police Services Board is quite different from being a city councillor. As you can imagine, we always try to talk about the different hats we wear as members of the board. But one of the things the board has to do, and it's one of our most important things, is to create a strategic plan for the police service. And I'm happy to say that we spent a lot of time on that, and it is completed. We are now working on the KPIs and the dashboard, which you'll be able to follow a little bit better. I think people have often had questions, how are you holding police accountable? When you see the KPIs and you see the dashboard, it will be easier. But I just want to highlight that in the strategic plan, the 4 big buckets are, number 1, to enhance community safety. And I think councillors will say that that's something they've talked a lot about with police. Building trust through strong partnerships, which speaks to so many of our other programs in the core, the Anchor program, the Community Equity Council. There's so many different partners to build stronger relationships with. And that is a big part of the strategic plan. It's an entire section of it. Strengthen our commitment to human rights through equity, diversity, and inclusion, and advance and support a resilient, thriving membership. So those are the 4 things, and you will see the dashboard and the KPIs to reflect those as we go forward. But I did want to say, the district model that we are moving to, I think some people are saying, well, I haven't really noticed a big difference yet. You will start to see a big difference. I was even talking to a community police officer the other day, and he was saying, we are starting to staff up, and you will start to see much more connections to the community organizations within your community and with you. And that is something we've all asked for, and I think will work much better. Obviously, the South facility is coming along, and we oversee some of that and approve the budgets. And then the advocacy work that you expect from your Police Services Board for federal and provincial funding. It has arrived, and good questions, Councillor Devine, on that and what that means. But that has made a big difference, right? The change to the parliamentary district, the alternative mental health support project, special constable expansion, the mounted unit, community outreach, response and engagement, the core strategy, dedicated byward market patrol. So I'm hoping that you can see that we've been doing a lot of work, and you'll start to be able to really measure that better along with us as you watch. A couple of things I did want to say. I really want to thank Councillor Carr, who, as a city councillor, you know how busy we are. But she is also the vice chair of the Police Services Board and has spent hundreds of hours in this last inquest getting ready for the trial for something that happened years before any of us were on the board. And it is a lot of work. So I really want to thank Councillor Carr for that. I want to thank Salim Fakarani for being here as the chair of the Police Services Board, also a ton of work. And I also want to thank the mayor, and I'm not just buttering you up. We kind of think the mayor's a big job, but to stay on the Police Services Board as well for 2 years is a lot of work. And, you come to all the meetings, almost all the meetings, unless you have a serious conflict. You read all the reports and have very important comments and strategic advice for us. So I think a lot of mayors would find that difficult to do. And so I really appreciate that you have stuck with us for this long and how much importance you give to this board. So I will leave it at that. And I just hope that there will be unanimous support for this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Thank you for all your hard work on the police board as well. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Chair and Chief and Deputy Chief, and to your senior management who are here as well. When I door knocked in my first election for council 10 years ago, I was surprised how prevalent, no matter what neighborhood I was in, no matter what street I was on, the common theme from residents was about road safety, concerns about, going for a walk, a jog, bike ride in the neighborhood, speed of traffic, and the theme of police presence, proactive police presence was common and really has not waned in the 10 years that I've sat here. And I've seen, I think now 4 renditions of community policing with the district model now coming in. So there's been a lot of volatility in local policing and for our communities. And I want to focus on the budget because we're going from a 2.5 levy to 2.9, so a difference of 0.4%, which isn't a lot of additional resources. So what my residents ask as recently as a couple weeks ago when the Carlington NRT and your inspector showed up and acknowledged that half the NRT has been gutted because they've been redeployed to other priorities. The traffic resource we thought was addressing urgent traffic issues, we found out had never been assigned to this community. And they stand before my group saying, we just don't have the resources to address the basic community needs, not the big ticket items, but basic things that erode the vibrancy and the health of communities. Break and enters, car thefts, drug dealing, open use of drug dealing, the common, what I consider minor things, but they're not minor in a neighborhood because they have that erosion effect. So how does this budget reflect those basic community needs that are not unique to River Ward? They exist in many other wards. Our residents are saying the same thing. We don't see the police. We want more proactive, not reactive policing. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Your comments that you've just made is something that I hear over and over again. So you're absolutely correct. The theme, we want more of you, and that proactive work is really a pillar of where we're trying to get to. And the district model where we have a finite group of resources. So the efficiency of their deployment is key, making sure that we're working when we have those proactive units. What are they doing in your ward, for example? The priority issues that based on your comments on other stakeholders in your ward, our data, this is what they're going to do. That's where we want to get to. And I think the open lines of communication that we're now having with the councillors and the various levels with our district officers and whatnot will better understand that, where we can deploy those resources more effectively. So that, and that's going to get nothing but better. But you're right again in terms of our resources, and that's why one of our biggest priorities is our 3-year staff stabilization plan. This is a need. It's not a nice to have. It's not to get us to a Cadillac version. This is to stabilize, and that's why it's called stabilization plan, to stabilize our service. So we have the ability to ease the strain on so many of our investigative units on so many of our proactive units that get dragged away to different priorities than what their mandate is. And so this year, you know, we don't have our final numbers, but it'll be north of 130 new officers. We want to replicate this for 3 years so we can get that level to where we can be proactive. We are very reactive right now. We need to be proactive, and this is our goal.
If I can just add to the chief's statement, it's really important, the staff stabilization strategy, because once you have a service that is fully staffed and a thriving membership, then the services through the district model can appropriately be done. Otherwise, without being strong inside, you're not going to be strong outside. And we've heard it everywhere as well. The board has heard it. There is different needs, the rural needs, the urban needs, and the suburban needs with respect to police services. And so it's really important to look at how our strategic plan will meet those needs, including partly the staff stabilization strategy.
Thank you. I'll just follow up. So just on that, can you elaborate a little further? The multi-year plan for staff stabilization, it's a 3-year plan. What's the net increase in officers?
So over the 3-year plan, so this year is year 1, 25 and 26. At the end of the plan, we want to hire 435 officers. Now, these aren't new officers or growth. This is some growth. It's also some, you know, we have people retire, resign. We have a number of people that are off because they're injured or hurt. They're on WSIB. So as to make sure that we can, you know, deliver and field the team that we need to deliver on. There's also a civilian hires that we want to make during a lot of budget cuts in recent years. There was a significant push to try not to affect operations first. So the back office, our IT, our finance, HR, et cetera, units were really hit hard, and now we're seeing the effects of that. So we have to build some of that up as well too. So that's our overall goal over 3 years. This year was about 131 officers. Next year we're aiming for 165. Some of that will be affected obviously by the number of seats that we can secure at the Ontario Police College. That holds us back, and of course we want to make sure we have quality people coming through the door.
So can I just clarify, what's the net increase in FTEs? You're saying that some of that 435 is to address attrition in the service, but right. What's the net increase, boots on the ground?
We hope to grow by at least 100, so there's two sort of things to that. Like, you know, there was a commitment to grow by 25 positions for 4 years, which is 100. But we're also focusing on the assessment growth that, of course, that each city department gets. Historically, we have used that assessment growth to balance the budget for years and years, along with the tax rate increase. And we believe I believe and we believe very strongly that that money is for a particular purpose, for growth. And we need to focus on that growth so that, you know, whatever it happens to be 1.5% each year. So depending on what that level gets to, you know, in the years forward, we want to invest in growth to keep up with our population, our call volume, and the demands of the community.
Okay, sorry. And my final question, can you just talk about what pressure is being placed on the college to increase the number of seats for recruits?
You know what, through the provincial government, they really have expanded the number of seats in the college. So historically, they had 3 classes every year. And the class size, you know, it'd be about 1,200, 1,000 to 1,200 new police officers for the province. They're now at 2,000 and above because they've added a class. So they're now doing 4 classes. There's more online training to sort of to get everybody through with that schedule. So I'm very pleased with that effort to try to grow the sizes. And I can tell you, I have direct conversations with the director of the college on a regular basis, and we get extra seats as they fall off. We have a set amount based on, it's all about math. How big you are, you get X number of seats. We've gotten more than our allotment because of speaking with the director. If some other agency can't fill their seats, we've been getting a number of them. For example, our last class was 36, and it started at 29. We got an extra 7 seats. was very good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And I also want to really thank our councillor members who are on the police board. I know it's really hard work. And also you, Salim, and thank you for being here, Deputy Chief Bell and Chief Stubbs. I noticed that you talk about the Anchor program, which is the alternative mental health crisis program that's piloted in Centertown. And I just wanted to clarify something because you do count it as because the funding flows through police, but I wanted to just clarify about the fact that the police are not involved in the operations of Anchor, correct?
Thank you, Councillor Troster. We are part of Anchor. For example, a 911 call comes in, and it's deemed suitable to go to Anchor. So we have to, we stream it down into that unit. So we have a piece of the pie in terms of that program, but they are, and of course we have relationships with them. We have to communicate with them. There's some calls that there's no doubt they need to go to. There's some calls that we need to go to, and there's some calls potentially that we could both go to. So there is some of that cooperation based on the risk level. We got to keep them safe, but in terms of them, running their operation, they are independent. And I'll just say, we had a human rights forum all-day session last week, and they presented at our forum. Very impressive. I think it's going well. We're happy with the results, and we're looking forward to more work from them.
Thank you. I'm also incredibly encouraged by finally having this alternative. I asked you this question last year. I'm going to ask it to you again. Understanding that Anchor represents a significant detasking of police for calls where police backup is not required. And then the City of Toronto, after only 1 year of their program, elected to scale it up citywide. Would you see that funding come from the police budget? Should we expand the Anchor program, or do you see it coming from somewhere else?
So, they're in a pilot process right now, and it's a 3-year pilot. And certainly, we're off to a good start, I think, with the program. So let's see how they develop and mature in the processes, and how many calls they go to or not over those 3 years. But we and how many calls, if you will, that they take that we would have went to. Even with a robust response, the demands that our current police service has, as articulated by some of the questions already today, we have to grow. We have to keep pace with with our community needs, and we have to deliver for this community. So I personally don't see in the near future where we would stop the need to grow and therein be able to fund something like this. And it should, coming from the Ministry of Health and Addictions, and what that stream is where it should come from. We were more than pleased to support this out of the gate, to try to get the pilot stood up through the Solicitor General's office, and that path has been for more than a year to try to get that funding secured. So we're happy to have it funded for 3 years, but the go forward certainly needs to be looked at.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is about the parliamentary unit, specifically dedicated to protests. As you know, one of the very significant problems that we have in Centertown is that our neighborhood resource teams are frequently, constantly, all the time pulled out. Because there are many demonstrations in Centertown, and this has led to a loss of the officers who really know our community best. I'm just wondering what we can expect to see in the next year now that new parliamentary unit is coming online.
Thank you, Councillor. In regards to, and I'll just maybe just correct you on one part of your comment where it's specifically dedicated to protests. That's part of their mandate, but certainly they have other functions as well. So just mentioning that. So again, I think as mentioned with the first question from Councillor Devine, we don't yet have the funding in place. So when that does, that is going to trigger some more work from us. But it will take us a number of years to build that unit, because of course we have other areas that we need to build as well too. So the plan is for 3 years to build that precinct up to the level that it should. So that's going to take some time. But there is no doubt that, but they are the federal precinct is for federal business, and the protests then would be have to have that linkage to the federal world, if you will. So that's something that they're going to be focused on. So it won't be all. Just get a bit of feedback there. Let me try again. Okay. Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, so to get to the crux of your question is there definitely will be a relief on some of our proactive units, our traffic, our neighborhood response teams, our CPOs from getting brought into just about all of these protests, because our team will manage a number of them, and they have already. I can tell you, despite their small size that we have on the ground right now, and it's a small size, they have taken quite a bit of work away from their team already. So that will only get better as we get larger.
Okay, my last question is about the core strategy. I understand there is some data that was released about the impact on the specific spot policing in the areas where you're doing it. I've raised this before, and I raised this with Deputy Chief Bell in private, but I just want to have this conversation here at Council. Anecdotally, we're hearing about a lot of displacement of troubled folks into Centertown. It's not necessarily immediately showing up in the crime rates, but it's certainly showing up in the day-to-day experience in the neighborhood, and we're hearing from a lot of our social service providers about this displacement. What is your plan to ensure that the core strategy does not function as a form of displacement into other urban neighborhoods?
Right. Thank you, Councillor Troster. It's a complex topic to talk about. Displacement. For example, I have heard that there is a lot of new people in town that a lot of the social agencies haven't seen before. There was some anecdotal comments that there was a facility, some services that shut down in Kingston, and there was a lot of Kingston residents that came into our city, and where they landed, I'm not sure exactly in terms of what parts of the city. But there's no doubt that some displacement could occur. But part of the core strategy, there's different branches and different programs, but a core piece of it, of the core strategy, is working with our partners to directly help some of those people that have the most complex issues that are causing, and in some cases for us as our arm, causing a lot of crime and victims in these areas. And we want to directly impact those people, try to help them, put them on a positive path, and if not, the criminal justice system is another path. So it is our goal to manage people and deal with those people, not to scare them away, if you will, from the Byward Market, Rideau area into other areas. That's not the goal of CORE. It's to directly deal with folks, and I think I'm having an issue again. Somebody might be on.
Well, thank you very much. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français, mais sentez-vous à l'aise de répondre en anglais?
I'm going to ask the question in French. First of all, thank you. As you know, we had a pilot project at the Tri des Bois School. It is what it's called a school street. I think it was between February and June 2024. Quite an accomplishment. It was positive for the teachers, the students, and the neighborhood. People would actually come on Tuesday morning to chit-chat with the police officers. So I would like to thank you for that pilot project. Quite innovative. A very good news, in fact. This is a good news for the Vanier ward. So thank you so much.
I have two more things I just wanted to bring up. So, as you know, my ward gets a lot of media attention, not always positive. And I'm noticing that whenever sort of there's a discussion around, diverted safe supply or, the CORE project or anything, there's often a recourse to, Paul Stam or Sébastien Lemay to appear in the media. And we, the community knows them very well. They are our neighborhood police officers, but it would be helpful if it was sometimes you that appeared in those media articles. We see the chiefs of police in London. We've seen the chiefs of police in Victoria, in Edmonton, and Calgary really speak about these issues in a very vulnerable and I would say honest way. And I would just appreciate sometimes hearing from you and not just from our local police officers on those issues, because I'm not exactly sure what your position is on them, or if you hear about them, or if it's just, because Sebastien, for example, speaks French, you do refer to him. But I feel, and I know the neighborhood also as well, would like to hear you more front and center in the media on those issues, because they really are affecting my ward. I'll give you an example. We did a community walkabout about a month ago in Lower Town, and we found 18 diverted safe supply pill bottles. And it was quite alarming because they were all in and around schools. So again, I personally would like to see that more. But I know you're going to manage your team the way you want to manage your team. It's just a personal preference. My last question, if you'll indulge me a bit for you, Chief, is we are having provincial and federal elections coming up. If you could make one change or make one suggestion to either the criminal code or money coming from the federal provincial government or other enforcement agencies, what would you like to see them tackle that could make our lives a bit easier and perhaps your job a bit easier in the years to come?
Merci beaucoup, Councillor Plante. Lots in what you've said there, and I can tell you, the team that is deployed into Vanier. You mentioned a few, acting Sergeant Stam, Seblamé, great people with a lot of passion and doing some great work in that area. Just in regards to your second stream of comments in terms of my availability, certainly I go to a lot of meetings and have in your area too, with the Byward, the retailers, the restaurateurs, the hotel folks as well too. Certainly I'm available across the city and rarely say, well, I do say no at times just based on a schedule, but always willing to speak on issues. In terms of, the provincial government, I tell you, they, in this calendar year, have been very supportive of the Ottawa Police Service and policing in general. Some bail reform that they've done, as well as some of the funding that we've received, and it's been mentioned, I think, by Councillor Devine. On top of that, the helicopter that we're going to hopefully have in the air late of 25 or early 26. So it's been tremendous. Certainly, having a firm, one thing that affects all big cities and medium-sized cities is this vulnerable population, the homelessness, addictions, mental health. And there are a number of strategies across the country that different provinces have deployed. And I certainly would like that funding and that real investment into this problem that really needs the attention, particularly homelessness, and then the mental health and addiction. Having beds available, we interact with people that have hit the wall. Okay, I want to get help, and if they do that today, and we say we can get you a bed in February, that's not working. We need to get them a bed and help today. Not tomorrow, actually, today, when they were in that mode. And we're just not there yet. We know the medical system is very strained, and that investment and that focus of a firm strategy is something that I really support, and have had discussions with the province on that as late as last week, in terms of this whole topic that all of us, when I say all of us, police chiefs, mayors, council, communities are trying to manage.
Okay, so you wouldn't think of any upgrades or updates to the criminal code or anything like that would be advisable?
There's always different tweaks, but the tools are there for most law enforcement action when it comes to being able to do our jobs. There's discretion and there's also capacity, and in terms of illicit drug use on the streets, that's a great example. It's against the law, and you can't do it, but it occurs a lot. So it's, what do police want to do? Spend all our time, seizing small amounts of drugs from people, and that's, is that the path? And charging them and putting them into the criminal justice system? It isn't. The courts don't want it, the Crown Council, and most of the community doesn't want that, but they want the behavior to stop. And it feeds back into the ask maybe from the provincial side in terms of that firm strategy, being able to have the beds and the help and the homes for the people that really need it.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Conseiller Plante, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here and answering our questions. Just looking at the Toronto Police Service budget, they've got a graphic where it shows their budget is going by department or area. So they show things like events and protests are 2% of their budget. Their investigations, 41% of their budget, as an example. Just on your end, do we have that type of breakdown? And what would we, as an example, be spending as a percentage of the budget on, given it's Ottawa, on protests as a percentage of the budget?
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I don't have that that percentage or that breakdown. We have our sort of our percentage breakdown per directorate, but not into that fine line in terms of available, in terms of the, as it relates to demonstrations or major events. And it's a bit more complicated here too, as we, some of our major events, for example, like Canada Day, which is a massive effort for us, we have funding from the feds to, to pay for days like that versus some of the other events that we do not. It is significant. There is a lot of overtime that we expend on these demonstrations, and this year, more than ever, as we've had, weekly. We know the Middle East crisis has greatly impacted a number of areas in our community, a number of communities. Obviously, on the policing side of it, it impacted a great deal as well too. But that's something that we could work towards in terms of having that type of look, if that's something that is needed. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, that would be really helpful just to see that
sure.
breakdown. Just on the mental health unit. I understand the plan is by the end of 2025 to bump that from 5 officers to 7 officers. I think that's part of the plan. At the moment, we've seen a lot of success, even though it's been in short operation, of that anchor program. It's in a small area. I think all areas of the city need it, but it's been very successful in terms of diverting calls, as far as I understand, and working with people in a type of response that's respectful to what are mental health issues. I'm just wondering on that mental health unit and the eventual expansion of Anchor in the city, do you see a role for OPS in cooperating or collaborating with those mental health FTEs and utilizing some of that service for the Anchor program in the future?
I do. I think as the program matures and like any new program, you make changes, you tweak it, and you might do something completely different than you did at the beginning. And I see the interaction and the collaboration is kind of a bit of some of my answer to Councillor Troster in regards to our involvement with Anchor. They're running themselves, but they interact with us a lot, and we need to collaborate. And again, there's those calls where it's for sure we have to go. There's firearms involved or whatever the case may be. I see a path where they could come with us and, if you will, be in the background until we can stabilize the scene and then bring them on to help. There's those options as well too, and there's a lot of different ways that this could go as they get settled and get into a routine and get and understand what they can and cannot do, what they can take on, what they can't, and we'll be very flexible and very collaborative with them and open to ideas on how we can work together.
That's great to hear. I think it's been a nice innovation to have that kind of fourth emergency service in
For sure.
Ottawa, and certainly a lot of demand in a lot of areas for it. Your total calls of service this year, are they going up? Are they going down? Are you seeing more need out there, or is it year to date decreasing?
Our calls for service year to date have dropped a little bit. We did have a bit of a blip with false 911 calls last year that really elevated the calls. Off the top of my head, I think it was like an extra 38,000 calls, or it was a lot, and that has been corrected. So it sort of stabilized that peak that we saw last year. But certainly our car volume, is trending up through the years, and just with just the way we're growing in different in different parts of the community, we certainly don't see the call volume going down given the population growth that we see.
Okay, and that anchor program, do you see that as an ability to help divert some of those calls for service, or is it such a small area right now and a small amount given, you know, the confines of the boundary that it's hard to decipher whether or not that has a material difference on, I guess, savings on your side and resource expenditures?
Very difficult to really make any sort of judgment right now. Obviously, one call is a great, it helps, but what that total number will be, I don't know what that number is yet. But I sense, you know, if you look at, you know, our effort in the mental health industry is significant. We go and addictions, you know, attending overdoses with our tiered response with our partners at paramedic and fire. The mental health work that we do, a lot of, if you will, non-criminal work, that work is significant. And I don't see, even with you know, our friends at Anchor there, I don't see a big drop off in the near future where it's going to have a significant impact, just based on their size right now. It's a pilot and it's in one part of the city.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here, Deputy Chief and Chair. So in my ward, I actually would say I have seen a marked difference in 2024 when it comes to police prioritizing certain traffic concerns in the West. I would say in 2023 and before, it was close to no attention, and now there is some attention. So I do believe that the district model is moving us in the right direction, and I appreciate the time you've taken to meet with me and offer the feedback. So I have a couple sort of lines of questions. One is, you know, with respect to the various programs that are coming through in the next few years, one of the ones that I don't see funded by other levels of government that I think the residents of Ottawa are still expecting is, what work will you be undertaking to address the results that you got from your use of force race-based data and your race-based collection? Because at this point, you've had that data for a number of years, and if other levels of government are not funding that, I would assume that there should be resources left over for you to advance that work in a timely manner to meet and to be measured by the strategic plan and the KPIs that other board members have mentioned. Could you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. No, it's a good question. In terms of the race-based data and the use of force results that we see, we do have a number of different paths that we want to take. One that is developing, and we've actually just assembled, the Community Equity Council has a use of force panel that, similar to what we do with sexual assaults and intimate partner violence, where the community, the industry experts in the community review some of our files where there are no charges. We now have a use of force panel that where use of force, and they can't do every single file, but certainly they'll have an opportunity. They're going to receive some education, and they'll be reviewing some of these files and giving us their perspective on whether or not that was applied properly and whatnot. So we're looking forward to that committee and that work being done, and that will start again. The committee has just been put together, so that work will start in earnest in 2025. Another big project that we have, of course, is body-worn cameras. That's something that we are striving for, and we have done a lot of work to prep the pilot to roll that out, and it was our intention a year plus ago to roll out that pilot in 2024. We bumped it to 25. Unfortunately, just with the budget pressures that we have and the priorities that we're trying to focus on with our staff stabilization plan, getting the district off, our collective bargaining that is just in the process of being settled, new demands on us from the Community Safety Policing Act that got passed. We've had to delay it, and I'm not happy about this. We've had to delay the body-worn camera project till at least late 25 or early into 26. Because we simply don't have the resources for that. But that's certainly something that we want to roll out to assist our membership as well as the community to be, for everyone to be accountable, both the people that we're interacting with and our officers.
And I would just add that the board also is concerned about the use of force race-based data. I mean, the numbers just seem not to be going down. And we're hopeful that the Community Equity Council's use of force panel will actually provide some lessons learned and feed that back into the service to see what is happening here, why is it happening, and why are the numbers not really going down. So it is a concern. Thank you for raising it. It's also a concern for the board because every year we are receiving the reports, and it's great that it's happening. It's happening across the province. And so it's very helpful for us in analyzing what's happening as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So, I mean, certainly, you know, we can be commended for examining our own biases, but then there is a certain moment where we do need to take action. I'm reassured that the board is looking at that. I think it would be well placed for there to be some type of strategy or documentation of the different, you know, aspects of the work that are going to be driving that objective, as you know, other board members have mentioned, and then having a KPI that's measuring progress over time. You know, we're in the middle of an inquest right now that it was a very profound shock and deeply traumatic to many members of the community. And although I'm certain recommendations will come from that will assist with this, we don't have to wait until this type of feedback is done with the loss of life that we saw. So I hope that we are advancing that year over year. My series of questions now are going to be with respect to the ASC revenue. So I would just want to understand exactly how this came to pass. So I'm happy to see that the police have kept their budget within the limit set by council, the budget direction. But was this 2.9% levy the first way that you presented your police budget? Or was there a different levy that you needed at the time?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Certainly, we, you know, the budget, as I'm finding here in my my 2 years, the budget process is a journey, and there's different iterations and different steps during this process. And certainly, our ask of where we wanted to get to was higher than 2.9%. When we first started our path on this, but with a lot of work, again, looking at efficiencies, working with City Hall, and as I just mentioned, you know, our body-worn camera as an example that got cut, that was part of our initial budget ask, and you know, we've come to a level where you know, we believe we can deliver on the key priorities that we want to, and again, that staff stabilization program is very important to us, along with the district model, along with, of course, the demands that our new contract with our associations will cost us in 2025. You know, these things we have to account for. There's no doubt that we are, you know, we are going to have to watch our dollars very carefully next year. It's going to be very tight. The risk of a deficit is it's always there, because we, of course, live in a world of some things are controllable and some things are very much not. So we really have to monitor our budget.
And I think from the board's perspective, it was really important to have a responsible budget this year. And given the priorities, the staff stabilization district model were both part of the current budget, and they're not reduced. That's a significant element. As well as recognizing that there is funding coming from the feds and the province on certain projects. So if you look at overall the budget, we think it's an appropriate budget. It's a responsible budget for the police service to meet the 4 strategic priorities that the board has set.
So where does the revenue from the ASC budget get applied in your budget? What line does it get applied to, and how is it expensed out?
I might go to Deputy Bell just in terms of the minutia on that, but I will say that, like, the ASC budget line, there isn't. It goes into our general coffers, if you will, and then we apply, you know, the programs and the traffic, you know, the traffic efforts and initiatives that we have, you know, against that. I mean, traffic has a budget, but the ASC is into our general coffers. But Deputy Bell, if you want to add to that.
No, I think the chief's absolutely correct. It comes in as a revenue stream into our budget. I know that from my understanding in the discussions I've had, there is a governance structure within the city to account for how that money's going, and we would be happy to demonstrate where we are applying that money against traffic safety issues if that were to be required.
Okay, because, you know, this ASE camera money our camera program had been described not as a cash grab, not as a slush fund, not as anything except to apply to road safety improvements. So I have to admit, I've been uncomfortable with this idea that it's gone into general policing revenue, not to say that you can't apply it elsewhere, but perhaps turning to staff now, where does the $1 million show up in our books when we were expensing it in 2025? Where does it come out?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll just provide a bit of clarity on the overall process. So, as the chief said, we work closely with the OPS team throughout the year in terms of, like I do with OPL, OPH, all city departments in terms of budget pressures that we look forward to. And this is one of the solutions that we addressed or identified earlier in the process. It's a similar tactic that we took back in 2019 timeframe, like our red light camera revenue. So from a red light camera revenue perspective and our POA revenue, that comes into our non-departmental accounts. And that kind of flows to the bottom line. So we don't actually, I don't take the dollars and say, here you go to this department, that department. From an ASE perspective, again, it's governed by the Road Safety Action Plan and traffic safety, as the chief and DC Bell spoke to earlier. This $1 million will be allocated to support their traffic initiatives, and then the chief spoke about the district model that will be allocated to. On our side, if you refer to the Transportation Committee budget book, you'll see within the traffic services revenues come in. So there's revenues that come in there. There's expenses in traffic services. There's also expenses in Service Ottawa. There's also expenses in bylaw that funds that project. The net revenue is within the traffic services template, and that net revenue goes into the Road Safety Action Plan reserve. So if you refer to the transmittal report, the capital operating supplement documents, you'll see the reserve continuity there. You'll see money going in and you'll see money coming out. So once it goes into the reserve, now it comes more like a balance sheet account. And then that money, then that's where you'll see the $1 million gets transferred over to OPS budget. So again, it comes in as a general revenue source, but that funding is exclusively supporting their traffic safety initiatives. OPS's traffic budget is much more than $1 million. This is just a component in terms of helping that funding strategy.
Yeah, so I actually think this is an example of something where we can explain it away, but it also remains somewhat opaque. When I was at the Transportation Committee 2 weeks ago, we were looking at the Road Safety Implementation Plan for 2025. We could see the budget allocation for each line item, including those that were involved with Ottawa Police Services. And what was under that was that they would be doing this with their internal staff resources. We didn't see a cash alignment with that. And so here we have a situation where we can't necessarily see the money coming out, and we can't necessarily ensure that the money is applied. Now that I'm discussing it, I'm hearing a willingness to look at that differently as we budget. But I do believe there's a policy conversation that could have been had on this at Transportation Committee, and it might have been supported around the table because of the relationship between police actions and what people expect. But when you look within the transportation budget and you see that PXOs are getting $500,000 a year, with the $1 million that we gave to the police here, we could have effectively tripled our PXO budget to crank out more of those 51 we need a year. So personally, I'm not very satisfied with the answers I've received today, and I expect next year that we'll do better either to track the money or find a different source of revenue to balance the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief, Deputies, Board members, OPS staff, and especially to our Ottawa Police Association members who day in and day out are putting themselves into harm's way to keep our community safe. I asked this question at the tabling of the police budget process, but I want to reconfirm, now that we've gone through 6 weeks of rigor, and as I hear some of your mitigations to programs like the body camera procurement and the district policing model, but does this budget allocate to OPS the adequate resources to provide effective policing services to our city?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. The budget that we proposed to the board, that the board has approved, does that in regards to the key priorities that we want to focus on this year. Every year we can only do so much in terms of growth, in terms of stabilizing, in terms of spending as well too, given some of our constraints. The additional, as the chair mentioned, with our federal and provincial funding and the new programs that we're developing with that funding, along with the municipal budget, it is an adequate and effective budget for us to focus and deliver on what we want to deliver on this year.
Okay, well, I just want to take a moment then to thank our Police Services Board, the OPS team for putting together this budget that addresses certainly one of the fundamental needs in our city that I hear about, and that's new officers, the 22 in particular. I've heard all year from Barrhaven residents that they're concerned about not having enough police presence in the community, whether it be for vehicle crimes like auto theft, stunt racing, retail theft, break and entering, hate crimes. Suburban residents have been asking for greater police presence, and I'm glad that you're delivering on that to the community. But frankly, I think there's still more to do, as we just heard from my previous councillor colleague. I think this budget is not the finish line for addressing our policing shortage. To meet your staff stabilization strategy, I think we're going to need to see similar increases in next year's budget, and we're going to need to prepare for that. I'd be interested to discuss further offline your concerns for the 2026-2027 budget cycles, and to ensure that, you know, we're not stretching our current officers too thin. So thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it, Mr. Chief Tubbs.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. Yeah, I share similar concerns to my council colleague Johnson. I just want to be very specific. Obviously, I support the police very greatly and publicly. I want to make sure, if you're right, if we're explaining this away, that money has to go to visible things that people see in the community. And you're right, we're going to have a much broader conversation, because I'm texting with the GM now going, yeah, this is really going to hurt what we've been defending so long, that this is not a cash cow. Now, I believe it's not, if it's going to support traffic and community stuff. If you're ripping away infrastructure, because we know that ASCs are now working and we see the revenues dropping, that can't be a well that we depend on forever, kind of like gas tax. Gas is going to disappear eventually too. So can you guarantee me we're going to see boots on the ground action, people pulling over people? I know we're not allowed to direct police, but this is money that we've generated out of our system. I'm just looking for comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. As I briefly described earlier, when it comes to our traffic program, we do have a limited amount of resources, a finite resource in our traffic section, and they get pulled away to high-level escorts. They get pulled away to demonstrations. So we haven't relied just on our traffic unit. We've expanded into joint programs with our neighborhood response teams, with our front line as well, to make sure that we're getting into the priority areas that our data shows it is needed, based on, say, crash stats, based on what the councillors are telling us. So we are focused on where we're going. And we have what we call enforcement deployment locations in each district. And those are the high areas that we believe we need to focus on. And there's a requirement to for each district commander to deploy those resources into those enforcement deployment locations and report back every quarter. So we will have, you know, those statistics on what we're doing or not doing in those areas. Obviously, each district is comprised of give or take 6 wards, and every councillor might have, I'll just say, 10 locations they would like our presence. That's 60 locations. We might not get to all 60 locations, but what we want to do is report back to you that, say, in your ward, Councillor Tierney, you give us 10. We want to show the results of 6 of those areas, and then be open and transparent with you. We couldn't get to the other 4 because we just don't have the resources yet. We want that type of interaction with you.
And that is good news. That's what I wanted to hear based on this conversation, because I think we're all kind of not in a happy place, but we understand if it's going to something, we'll see something visibly. I was actually coming on the mic to say some extremely positive things, which I will get to. But at first, I want to address the tougher issues. So thank you for that. So it really is not a cash grab, but at the same time, we're going to see visible things right now. But there will be further discussions in the future, because in the outer urban, like ourselves, we don't have that opportunity for revenue, so you're really impacting us. So we want to make sure we see a benefit out of that, and I'll talk to the GM about a further plan in the future. Probably by February's Transportation Committee meeting, I want to see something. That being said, ASCs, we saw what happened in Alberta. The police chief and their association came out very publicly saying these are a critical tool in ensuring safety. We see it's working within our city. Would you echo the same comments versus politicians meddling, trying to remove things that are clearly working? Do you support ASCs, and do you notice a reduction in speeds?
You know what? There's no doubt. You know, the automated speed cameras, the red light, the red light cameras. They do. It's all about changing behavior.
Yeah.
And that's you know, versus a cash grab. Can you slow down traffic? Will people drive more safer? And they've been doing this for quite some time in Alberta, and they do. I've noticed it. I go to Alberta quite a bit. I'm from Alberta, yeah. And they've actually removed some cameras there because I think they've done their job. So certainly, I support them. I would like it better if there wasn't as many charges directed towards our police officers that are driving. Of course, we are. I think we're 24/7. We have cars on the go across the city every day, all day, and it's always a media story once a quarter when they get reported. But they certainly do work.
Excellent. And the one more hard question, and then I'll get to the fun stuff. We hear time and again, people are just frustrated because of obviously overseas situations are taking place. I just want to commend, but also ask, you see in Calgary, for example, they did mass arrests because things were getting way too wild out there. Mm-hmm. You've done a terrific job in your force on just indicating that there is ramifications to blocking a roadway and doing the minor thing, which I think has helped settle things down. We don't want us to be Montreal. We don't want to be Toronto. Do you feel you have the resources, and will you continue the enforcement efforts to ensure that they're not violating the Highway Traffic Act?
So thank you, Councillor, for the comments. Obviously, you know, this topic is an extremely difficult and complex one to manage, and it's something that the city of Ottawa has not encountered, from my understand, before, where you have this, you know, we obviously have regular marches for certain causes, you know, throughout a year, but not the sustained frequency that we've seen in the last 14 months. And it has been very challenging for our team. There is no doubt. We also are empathetic to, you know, the communities that are affected, you know, by this conflict, the Jewish community, the Palestinian community. And we are actively speaking to the leaders of the Jewish community, of the Palestinian community, to try to, you know, keep this community safe, to manage, you know, the issues that are occurring here. It's not a science. It's not perfect. There has been different ups and downs throughout this this conflict in terms of we've had various people upset with us at various times from all sides, be it the board, the media, the Palestinian community, the Jewish community, the general public who are waiting in line while something, you know, an intersection is blocked. There's been a lot of frustration, and we've just tried to manage it the best we can. And it's sort of a moving strategy as well, too, based on different things that occur overseas, different things that occur in this country or in this city. So, but we have. I've had numerous meetings with all parties involved to try to manage this as best we can.
And I really appreciate that.
And I do really want to acknowledge our members that, you know, have been out there day after day trying to keep the community safe, keep these events safe, whatever march or protest it's been. It's been very difficult, but kudos to them.
Absolutely, no doubt. And I now this is the good part. So Marc-Andre Sheehy, on behalf of the Eastern Bloc of councillors, has done a tremendous job. We're actually seeing a lot of the efforts working in our communities already, and that's because of the constant meetings. Even us standing at Blair Station, along with Special Constables NOC, along with our force, the public really enjoyed that. Just as a final note, as a first Vice President of FCM, and Lane's been part of these discussions as well, we've noticed from public opinion and the upcoming federal government possible change that community safety is in the top 3. It's at the top now. And I haven't seen that in a long time. So hopefully that translates into dollars coming down to municipalities in the future. I think that is something that's critical. But I do want to thank you for answering the tough questions and all the work that your force does for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief, for your presentation. I do want to congratulate you on the use of the word femicide. in the recent incidents, and I appreciate that. I think it was a long time coming, and I think that's helpful in terms of identifying the issue of violence against women, gender-based violence. So I'll start off with that. Thank you on that very much. In terms of the anchor program, I think I heard you say it's a pilot project. It's smaller, and it's hard to read. Why don't we expand it to see that we can make it more effective?
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. And just in regards to your first comment on femicide, certainly that is something that needs to be said when it is. And unfortunately, we've had 2 of those this year. And I know Deputy Chief Ferguson is in the gallery, and her team have really pushed for this, and working with industry, the violence and relationship industry agencies in Ottawa very closely on this strategy, and it's the exact correct strategy. So I'm very pleased with the work that they've done. In terms of anchor, like anything else, you have to start. I think you have to have a pilot and understand there will be changes, and there will be, every pilot has that. The funding is there for the size that it is, and you know, whether it stays status quo for the full 3 years, I certainly think there needs to be a full year or 2 to understand what is going good and bad and what can be improved. But how that looks in the future, of course, funding is an issue, whether it grows or it doesn't grow. And right now, I'll argue the Solicitor General, who funds policing, that's their mandate, is to fund policing, is funding this project right now. And I'm not sure how sustainable that is in terms of long term. That's up to them to decide. But you know, that permanent funding source certainly needs to be determined, as you know, I think we discussed earlier in the meeting.
I think it's very much needed, and I suppose it could affect the police budget overall, because we're trying to work on preventative as much as possible. Mental health issues should not be treated as police incidents, and we need to grow that program. And it takes more than police to say yes to it. Solicitor General, we need their funding, but we certainly, I know you're working with the broader community, with the guiding team, right. But we need to look at that, continue to look at that. I know I could use it in an area like mine, just as much as downtown. In terms of funding, we talked about this before. Construction sites have police officers at it, and I think that drives people crazy that is necessary. Is there movement to change that so that police officers can be used for other purposes?
Yes, so thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. As I indicated earlier, we're currently working with the city to look at how we can create a special constable group within their authority under the new provisions that we have under the CSPA. So I think so far it's very promising. I think there's a lot of potential that we can remove police officers from those construction sites and have special constables be able to do that work.
Okay, I don't know if that includes like traffic issues as well.
Well, I think it's in the really early stages. So I think we actually have to start with the city to look at what scope and breadth do they want out of a project like that, and then how does it fit into the larger traffic safety plans that we both share and have.
Yeah, I went to a hockey game the other night. I rarely go out to Canadian Tire Centre, but that's where the PWHL game was, and it was 11,000 people, but there was 11 officers assigned, I was told, to be there, and most of it was related to traffic, like getting people into the parking lots. Of course, if we had transit out there, that would be great. And hopefully in the future, we'll have places where people go that they don't need to pay $21 for parking and be lined up and need police officers. Can we reduce that? Because that strikes me as something that's another place that we could reduce.
So I think it's important to note that all of those officers that are there, they're not only there for the purposes of traffic, they're also there to provide security within the building. And those are private contracts that the SENS organization and the Ottawa Police hold. So there's no burden on the taxpayer. In fact, there's full cost recovery on those. While we can look at potentially using different resources there, I'm not sure that what we've planned with the city would encompass that, but it's discussions we can have as we develop the program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plante talked about the school streets study program. Again, I think the city has to, this is on the city side, but I don't think we should have to have police officers to close off a street for school events. It's during the week. I think that's the only issue. It's not a problem on weekends. But I think those are all things that we need to look at. Anyway, I remain concerned about the root causes of many of the calls that we receive. When I hear from my constituents about things like break-ins and stuff, we've got to look at the root causes. And I think that as a city, we have to put our resources on causes. I'm aware that many times for break-ins, et cetera, it's people who have issues, mental health or addictions, and we're not, you know, they're out there because they've just been left on their own. We need more resources for them, and I think that's where we need to look for funding. So that concerns me. We shouldn't have to increase police calls based on issues that we should be resolving ourselves. So that's more of a comment, but I don't know if you want to add to that.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. You know, the part of our core strategy, which includes the integrated community safety table, which is the OPS along with 30 plus agencies working in the Byward Market area, certainly focuses on those helping people with some of their non-police issues, making sure that we're if they, again, homelessness, addiction, mental health issues. I know it doesn't go back years and years in terms of trying to go that far upstream, but it's really focusing on how we can help these people. And I think that type of work, when people are already in that state and they may continue to create a lot of police calls for service, if we can deal with them as a team, as a group, social agencies and police, or just social agencies, ideally, then we're in a better place. So I think it's a good step forward. It's not the answer to everything, but it's certainly a path right now that I'm seeing some very encouraging results.
Okay. I do appreciate our community officer. They've been, it's good to have communications. I can sometimes have a very active ward. So I just want to thank you for that. But remain concerned that we need to work on prevention and reducing the number of police we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to the board chair and deputy chief. And thank you to all your personnel and staff who have an extremely challenging and dangerous job, and thankful to them and appreciate their hard work, especially as we go into the holiday season. I'm really optimistic and hopeful that your staffing plan is going to be realized. And it's no secret, I've shared with you that as part of a recruitment, we should be saying, welcome to the Ottawa Police Service. You're going to be part of a really dynamic team that is going to enforce traffic for the next several years. And it's not glamorous, it's not Hawaii Five-0, it's not CSI, but it's important. And that's what the residents want. And not just on the major roads, but on the smaller roads. So roads like Dun Skipper or Solarium in my ward, where residents expect some enforcement of aggressive driving, speeding, and stop signs, and bolstering and helping the crossing guards dealing with some really difficult people who aren't complying with the simple task of waiting for children to cross. And on that subject, I wonder if you could give us an update on the school resource officers. You hear a lot about police presence. I believe that you can increase your police presence overnight in large parts of the city by bringing back the school resource program. And I think it would bring great efficiency. And I'm sure you're collecting the data that will show that there's great inefficiency in not having them because the police have to respond as part of their day-to-day calls. And I hope we're moving to a place where we give each of the boards a choice. So if there's a board that wants to opt out, that's fine. They can be accountable to their people and their voters. But the other 3 boards, if they're in, which I understand they are, then we should work with them. So if you could give an update on that, I think it would do great service to increasing police presence right across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoche. Interesting question on the school resource officers. Obviously, a number of years ago, that program was canceled, and I believe we had 20 school resource officers. And when the program was canceled, they disappeared for the most part into other parts of the organization to fill other gaps. But we still have a youth team, but it was limited on what they could do. So unfortunately, we can't turn the switch back on and say, okay, we're in, and on Monday we're going to start with 26 again. However, we have just recently, and recently meaning November 4th, allocated more resources to our youth team, and they are part now of our districts, and they have been tasked with getting into the schools more, to return to the schools, and those that want us, and then those that are having some issues, there's some challenges, and they need our presence to help with those, with some particular issues. So we are returning, but not at the numbers that we were, but it'll likely be incremental over time. But the team that we now have assembled, we're back, but just not as robustly as we were, say, 5 years ago.
Okay, good. Thank you for the update, and I'm pleased to hear that the door's open. And I think certainly in my ward, the schools and the parents, I think, would support seeing a return to that. And I know it's tied to your staffing strategy as well. So I appreciate the update today, and I hope that we'll see some progress on that, as well as on again, the top concern, which is traffic and just the plight of aggressive driving that we have across the city right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DesRoches. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo the comments of thanks from my colleagues for your hard work on this budget and that of the board. As you know, I'm a big supporter of the district model, so I appreciate that this is a budget focused on service. One quick question from me that is perhaps more forward looking into the future. My understanding is that the service facilities strategic plan will be reviewed in 2025. We know that there's a new station being built in Barrhaven and that there's a need for a training facility. So I anticipate facility funding will be a point of conversation over the next year. But I'm looking for some clarity on what goes into evaluating the need for additional locations if required, and how growth would be weighted into that equation.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Yeah, the facility program strategic plan that we do have was revised a couple of years ago, and of course it was highlighted by that south facility in Barrhaven that we are building, and we actually got a tour of it a couple of weeks ago. We're above the ground. They started the second floor there in some areas, so we're very excited about that. About that facility opening up. Unfortunately, we're still a few years away. We'd love to get there. You mentioned the training facility. That is sort of a new issue. You make a plan and then things change. And unfortunately, our agreement with Algonquin College, where we've trained for a number of years, is coming to an end. So it's forcing us to look elsewhere, which is going to cost money. Unfortunately, things like firing ranges are not cheap. The standards that are attached to that facility, or that just a firing range, is incredible. So we are looking at options, but I'll just pass it over to Deputy Bell, who has the facilities under his directorate, and he can add a bit more detail for you.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Kitts. So we'll be doing in 2024 into 2025, developing our next 15-year facility strategic plan. We know, as we just discussed, what will be up first, and that is our training needs, because we have to meet those. So that may be a build, it may be a partnership with a different organization, it may be a rental. We don't know yet, but that's what we'll be slating within the first period of our strategic plan. Beyond that, we work continually with the city to identify where they've identified growth occurring within the city, and that's why you're seeing now us build our South Division building, and we'll continue to do that, and that will play into the later years of our plan. So we'll have more to come next year that will be going to our board and through our board to let people know what our next period of time around our facilities needs will be.
Great, thank you. I look forward to engaging on that as you develop it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick echo of some of the gratitude that's been shared with you, but also like what my colleagues from the South have said about the desire for suburban residents to see a lot more officers on the road, especially for traffic enforcement. I know it's not always easy because we're low density communities, so the return, I guess, if you want to call it that, is a little lower than a higher density community, and we have a lot of streets sort of designed for traffic conveyance. And that was just the way it was designed back in the 90s. So anyway, regularly Ottawa's highlighted as sort of the medium/large city in Canada with one of the lowest officer to population ratios. And I know that you have a plan to stabilize the force, but are there plans in the future and I guess future budgetary asks to maybe grow that so we're not so far down on that ranking?
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Yeah, there's no doubt, the pop to cop sort of ratio in Ottawa amongst, we sort of look at the big 12 police agencies in Canada, and we're at the lower end of that. In addition to that, we have the extra pressures and tasks being related to the capital of Canada with our major events and our demonstrations. So it just adds to that, that dynamic of what's in front of us for our team. We are limited, there's no, I do see, I talked with my fellow chiefs, the major chiefs across Canada, and we talk a lot about resourcing and what they have or don't have, what we have and don't have. And there's no doubt that, and they tell me, boy, you need more resources, chief. And without knowing the intimacies of our work, they say just on paper, you need more. And we do. And that's why we're, we had this staff stabilization plan for 3 years. This is a goal of ours to get stabilized. And, as we move into beyond that time, we will be looking at where we need to go, say, 1 year after that, in due course. But there's only so much we can do with the funding that we have, as well as the ability to hire, the ability to get through the the Ontario Police College. But we are certainly looking to the future, but have not come to a path. We have to make sure we deliver on our current plan and then look forward to the future.
Okay, thanks very much. I had questions about that training facility earlier, but it's been taken, so I won't repeat it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief, for the work of the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service. I know in my ward, I'm very happy with the response that we get. I'd like to, I'm very optimistic about the district police implementation, and as Councillor Curry said, looking forward to seeing the progress this year. I'd like to give a shout out to Deputy Chief Burnett and Inspector Hayes for all their work in preparing the communities for the district policing and giving us good examples of what the benefits of that's going to be. So I want to thank you for that. One last thank you I want to throw in there too is I've been talking with the sergeant that's helping to build up the Neighborhood Watch program again. And I think that's a great initiative across the city to help with crime prevention. I know in my area over the years, I've seen where that works. And so I strongly support your efforts there. And given the very limited resources we give you every year, I'm just amazed at what you are able to do with it. Now for my question is, we've heard talk today about the various protests and the parts that because we are the national capital that you have to, or your force has to do every day. Because there's been such an increase in the international protests this year, are we talking to the federal government about more funding for that?
Thank you, Councillor Hubley, for all your comments, and thanks to our teams. I appreciate that. Well, in short answer, no. We are trying to secure the funding that we presently have sort of on the table, and I think we need to we need to secure that and develop that program before we sort of go any further or ask for more. We have, within that 5-year package, there are KPIs, there are assessments that are going to go on, and then have that ability to increase the funding, or again, as was mentioned before, if that funding goes away, then that's another pivot that we'll have to take, and what we do or don't do. But transparent, obviously lobbying for this initial funding, to lobby for more before we get the initial funding isn't the path we've taken.
So you are tracking the costs so that at a future date you'll be able to report back and let us know like how much was covered and how much was not?
Right, like given the budget announcement by the federal government in April that accounts for this fiscal year, and their fiscal year, of course, is April 1st to March. The money that we've spent on the mandate that we've been given with that money, we are tracking, so we can bill within this year as well, too, within this fiscal year, despite the fact that we don't have, the funding yet. We've been tracking that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to go back for a few more questions with staff in terms of the process for this ASC revenue moving forward. So in the budget process, last year in the 2024 budget conversations, Councillor Luloff moved a motion that I seconded that would ask for staff to consider the expansion of the ASC revenue, the eligible expenses for ASC revenues to include warranted signalized intersections and warranted PXOs for which there was no funding. That was a motion that we had to move that I believe passed unanimously. This year, you see that there's a direction from another councillor looking to expand this ASC revenue for eligible expenses. And I think that that does sound reasonable. And I think then there is an opportunity for there to be a conversation at committee and council on the eligible expenses under this revenue. So moving forward, will we anticipate that we will see, the decision for an expansion of eligible expenses for the ASC revenue in a cover letter for a different committee, or are we going to be able to have this conversation at Transportation Committee or at Budget in a more deliberative way? I just would like to know, sort of moving forward, how we can make sure that we create accountabilities for the decisions with this revenue.
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the policy, I'm sure Atlanta's going to report back in terms of any change in that policy. In the transmittal report, the strategy was clearly outlined in terms of one of the suggested financial strategies for OPS was the $1 million from this program, again, aligned exactly to the traffic safety initiatives that OPS does. And it also aligns back to, again, the strategy that we used in 2019 when OPS was coming out of a stabilization type plan at that time frame. What I would suggest, a couple of takeaways that we could do is we could easily layer in the OPS traffic related initiatives directly related to this funding as part of Atlanta's annual report back. So that way it's clearly captured there in terms of how it exclusively ties back to the road safety plan. Again, I'll be clear, the intent is it was put forward for a recommendation as part of the budget process. If council approves this funding is directly attributed to traffic safety initiatives. It's not for OPS to take this money and use it somewhere else. So the expectation will be for them to report back as well. So I could clearly state that, or I can commit to that right now, that we'll make that commitment through the Road Safety Action Plan annual report, and we can clearly articulate that in the next year's transmittal report, if that suffices.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can also elaborate on your comments related to the direction that we did receive from Councillor Luloff. So that was addressed as part of the Road Safety Action Plan report. So actually, as part of the plan right now, we're allocating as part of this budget $5 million more towards intersection improvements, and also an additional $500,000 towards pedestrian crossovers. And the intent is, as we're providing the annual report on an annual basis, we're going to be able to indicate basically where we're prioritizing those funds. There are a couple of directions that are in front of council today. Those directions will also be taken into consideration when we bring that report back in 2025 so that you have the full information when you're making a decision.
Thank you. No, I'm delighted with the investments that we've been making on those, on the backlog of warranted road safety improvements that we have. And my concern remains that, you know, the road safety action plan is funded from ASC revenues. ASC revenues, as the Chair of Transportation has mentioned, are one of the few ways that outer urban wards are getting some road safety investments for permanent traffic calming, for permanent solutions that our residents are demanding around schools. So there is a perverse logic to me in taking revenue from an ASC program, which was pitched to residents as an opportunity to monitor speeds when police could not be there, and using that revenue to stabilize their budget. I believe that there is a perversity there that I needed to flag today, and if we can document it properly, both on the city side as well as on the police side, and I've heard commitments on both sides today, then that is a reasonable way forward. I want accountability for that in the way that residents expect. But generally speaking, I didn't think it was an appropriate way to put the decision in front of us. And I appreciate the time that we've been able to discuss that today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment to wrap up on the budget, the police budget. But I want to thank the police chair board and the vice chair, I know, and Kathy Curry. I know they work hard and they serve on the board lots of hours, lots of time. I also want to commend the chief and his team, especially Steve Bell. He's been great, available for us and meeting with us concerning the budget. We do have challenges. We see that it was tough year, but I want to also commend our city staff working with the chief and his team to making sure that the budget will pass on 2.9, same thing what we expect, but also meet the need and finding way to keep our community and our residents safe. In the rural area, we feel it first. In rural area, there is that gap where when there is events happening, and lately we have lots of events happening in the city, all the resources suck downtown. But with the new district model and collaboration with the team of OPS that they serve our community, they've been doing very good, and we're very happy with that. And I want to just thank the chief and his team for being here in front of us today and present the budget, and I will be supporting that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Okay, so I assume we'll have a recorded vote on the police budget, please.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Lulov.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Duresh.
Oui.
Councillor Troster. Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts. Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Absolutely.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Yes.
Sir? Yeah, no. Nice try, Alan.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes. Sorry, folks, I have a cold. I thought you called mine.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
18 yeas, 5 nays.
Thank you. Chief Stubbs, Deputy Chief Bell, Chair Fakarani, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, the Ottawa the Ottawa Public Library Board operating and capital budgets is recommended by the Ottawa Public Library Board. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just wait for the CEO and deputy. It is now afternoon, so good afternoon to you both. Thank you for your patience. So I wanted to talk today about the alternative service delivery model, which is a model of service that the OPL offers to communities outside of the branch, services in a branch. Very important service model that you provide. There are many communities that are underserved, and you do great work in the communities, the programming and services. This is a very important service delivery for residents of my ward. We have seen investment and improvement over recent years. And I just wanted to expand today, if you could expand on the investments in this particular area and going forward, additional investments in this area and how this file is evolved over time, given the greater priority that your board is putting into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Mayor, Chair. Thank you. We're happy to be here today. I'll start just by mentioning within our facilities master plan, we have neighborhoods that are identified and prioritized according to the Neighborhood Equity Index. I think that's an important element of how we arrange our services. The alternative services delivery, if we're thinking about, for example, mobile delivery, the Bookmobile, for example, fills many of the distance gaps that we currently experience. We're currently reviewing this piece and will address how equity, for example, is a consideration factored into things like schedule determination. And I'll talk as well about community development, because certainly the councillor is aware of the level of programming that's been delivered in River Ward, for example. That's part of our community development approach. And I just want to emphasize that we don't have new monies directed to this initiative, but we have identified some efficiencies that are allowing us to take a pilot program. So within the work plan for 2025, we've developed a priority neighborhood project that will be based out of the Saint Laurent branch, which serves multiple priority neighborhoods. So the goal of this program is to build collaboration in those areas where library services can do the most good. This doesn't mean that existing programming within other wards would cease. We would in fact develop on that. But in the spirit of the delegation, the very eloquent delegation that we heard at board, we are indeed prioritizing high needs neighborhoods for library services through this community development model. And we think it's within the spirit of the questions that we were asked last week. And we thank the councillor for his ongoing advocacy in this area.
Can you just elaborate on some of the staffing challenges that you faced this year that restricted the ability to do some programming in communities? Is that being addressed, and will you have full staff that you need in 2025?
So we're taking a pilot approach in 2025, and we've identified a full-time staff position to be dedicated to this work at the Saint Laurent branch, which has within its service area multiple high-needs neighborhoods. What we're hoping to determine through this pilot is how we can expand that kind of service to priority neighborhoods in a really sustainable way. We have some learning to do in this area, and so we're starting a little bit smaller than was requested in the delegation, but we believe this to be a sustainable model that is more apt for expansion in the future.
My understanding was that there were some staffing challenges at the Carlingwood branch that serves sort of the western part of my ward, and it's because of that staffing gap that some programming could not be realized. I'm specifically looking and asking about that. Will that be addressed in the coming year?
My understanding is within River Ward, we delivered, I think, close to 50 off-site programs, and that was staff were drawn from a number of surrounding branches. In terms of the position at Carlingwood, my understanding is that that was one specific position geared to teens and that we had a vacancy. And so there was a teen program that wasn't able to be delivered. But that is the function of occasional vacancies. We don't anticipate that to be an ongoing gap.
And just to be clear, there are not 50 unique programs being offered in River Ward by the library. They're not 50 programs.
There are a number of series that calculate to 50 instances of programming.
Thank you. And finally, just the bookmobile scheduling, is that up for review in 2025?
That's correct.
And you said you're taking a more holistic approach about the times that the actual stop are scheduled, reflecting when kids come back from school, when people are available.
Correct. It will be integrated with our facilities master plan and take the same kinds of prioritization criteria.
I can confirm that this was an active discussion during our ad hoc on this, where we're very much concentrated on ensuring that we are where people are and where they want to be. Yes.
Can I just ask the timelines of that review?
I think we're bringing a draft to the ad hoc within Q1 and hopeful to be developing and implementing that through the rest of 2025.
Fair enough. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Sonia. First of all, I want to say that I'm really excited about the fact that Carlingwood Library is allowing a wellness clinic to be done on December 18th. It's a really, out of the usual frame of what libraries do, and it's for older adults. And I look forward to seeing how it goes. But I don't know if you want to make any comments on that, but I think that that's a great initiative.
I don't have information in front of me regarding that specific program. I will just say generally that library staff are very good at connecting with their communities, understanding the needs, and developing programming that reflects those needs. So thank you for that comment.
You're welcome, and it's run by the paramedics, by the way. So it's very exciting. I appreciate the outreach you're making to vulnerable communities, and certainly I'm seeing that in Bay Ward that there is a high need. And with the intensification that we're going to see more people living in places like Bay Ward with 7 new stations coming and intensification around all the stations. So I hope that's taken into consideration as the urban areas become higher population. Appreciate it. The other thing I'd like to ask about is Sundays. That's another issue that is important to vulnerable communities where people just aren't going to be buying books. They need more access. And if that can be prioritized, particularly in areas that we know are high needs.
Thank you. I'll be very clear that the 2025 budget doesn't provide for an expansion of Sunday hours. So therefore, the 10 branches that are currently open on Sunday, plus our virtual branch, will continue to do so on their current schedules. I'll just note that Sunday hours are available at all of our district locations, which means there's a fairly good distribution across the city, and that hours were increased in 2022, so services available from 10 to 5 at those existing locations. We certainly received many questions around Sunday hours, certainly requests to introduce Sunday hours at more branches. Any increase in Sunday hours would need to be undertaken mindful of HR implications, but to reassure you, the board has provided direction to prioritize equity in the approach in determining branches for expansion.
Thank you. Our one library in Bay Ward, Carlingwood, I do get requests for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So is the Public Library Board operating capital budget carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Library. The 2025 Ottawa Board of Health operating budget as recommended by the Ottawa Board of Health. that carried?
Carried.
Thank you, Vera.
Mayor, a big thank you to
Vera.
Dr. Etches.
Before we go any further, there is a technical amendment related to the budget. So Councillor Leeper, if you wouldn't mind moving that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Just taking a sec here. So this is with respect, I think, to the Planning and Housing Committee budget, whereas on November 13th, 2024, Council received and tabled the 2025 draft operating and capital budget and associated committee budget books, whereas at its meeting on November 20th, 2024, Planning and Housing Committee considered its portion of the 2025 draft budget, and whereas subsequent to the PHC meeting on November 20th, 2024, corrections were identified by Finance and Corporate Services staff. Therefore, be it resolved that Council receive and consider the revised Planning and Housing Committee draft 2025 budget documents amended as follows. 1, the removal of the user fee for site plan street townhouse not previously approved through the subdivision process from page 14. 2, add a missing user fee called legal non-conforming rights at page 16 at a 25 rate of $769. As detailed in the budget books revised on November 25th, 2024. 3, amend page 6 as detailed in the budget books revised on December 10th, 2024. As follows: minor alterations requiring a BHC council approval to a 2025 rate of $2,700. Major alterations that require BHC council approval to a 2025 rate of $9,737. Demolition part 4 grade 1 contributing to a 2025 rate of $15,102. That's very specific. Demolition grade 2 non-contributing HCD plan supported to a 2025 rate of $3,181. New construction on designated property, small scale, to a 2025 rate of $3,777. New construction on designated property, medium scale, to a 25 rate of $6,161. G, new construction on designated property, large scale, to a 2025 rate of $9,737.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried? All right, on to the city budgets as recommended by the standing committees. And I'll remind councillors that if you have a motion related to the specific budget, we would move it and vote on it and consider it with each item. If you have something that pertains to the broader budget in general, we'll do that at the end. There are some motions and directions we'll do after we go through all the committees. Agriculture and Rural Affairs draft operating and capital budgets. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you. Audit Committee portion of the draft operating budget. Is that carried? Okay, there are two regarding community services portion of the draft operating and capital budgets. There are two motions which we can introduce now. Councillor Dudas.
Whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to enhancing the quality of life for its residents through improved amenities and services. Whereas food insecurity remains a pressing issue in our city and the need for enhanced park amenities continues to grow. Whereas the Park Amenities Upgrade Fund is intended to fund much needed improvements to municipal parks to better meet present and evolving recreation needs. Whereas the city's updated hedging pricing and current economic analysis of the fuel hedging program projects in savings for 2025, providing an opportunity to reinvest in community priorities. Therefore, be resolved that 1, City Council allocate $150,000 to the Park Amenities Upgrade Fund with the delegation of authority to staff to allocate these funds based on identified needs and project readiness, enabling implementation in 2025. 2, City Council allocate $200,000 of the savings to support food security initiatives. These funds will provide one-time funding to enhance the capacity of food-serving organizations to address the growing demand for their services, as outlined in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and Poverty Reduction Strategy. Be it further resolved that the funding source for these allocations be the $350,000 in projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, reflecting updated hedging pricing and current economic analysis for 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Menard has a motion as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This motion speaks to the fact that we've got many public washrooms in our parks in particular that remain closed during certain hours. And so it's funds for washroom enhancements, whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to enhancing the quality of life for its residents through improved amenities and services, and whereas access to clean and well-maintained public washrooms is essential for supporting vibrant, inclusive, and accessible public spaces, and whereas the city's updated hedging, pricing, and current economic analysis of the fuel hedging program projects has found savings for 2025, providing an opportunity to reinvest in community priorities. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council allocate $50,000 of the identified savings to enhance public washroom facilities. These funds will be used to install additional portable washrooms, increase cleaning frequency, and extend operating hours for existing public washrooms. Be it further resolved that the funding source for this allocation be the $50,000 in projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, reflecting updated hedging pricing and current economic analysis for 2025. Be it further resolved that staff report back in time for budget 2026, identifying additional opportunities and funding requirements for the expansion of service hours for bathrooms in recreation facilities across the city, including models to allow for service during unstaffed hours. Thanks to Councillor Kavanaugh for seconding the motion, and to Dan Chenier and to Cyril for working on the motion. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. So we'll open it up to questions or comments about the two motions and the budget for community services generally. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you have your hand up. Would you like to speak now? No, sorry. Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to speak a little bit to veteran homelessness. I know that my colleague, Councillor Luloff, and his team with the Veterans Task Force, to include Andre Page and Andre Tiverge and such, have worked significantly over a long time on the issue of advancing a number of veteran issues. One of the topics that has been relevant, I think, over the last few years has been that of veteran homelessness, and specifically now that we have the Veterans House up and running, operating 40 units for homeless veterans, there's been a discussion on potentially looking to split that with from a gender perspective. And I know that CSSD has got some programming with regard to looking out for veterans in terms of point in time count and such. I guess I'd probably ask, well, actually, I'll introduce with a question on that. Could you speak, perhaps Clara, to the process with which you look out for specifically veterans from a homelessness perspective, and how that fits into the overall programming that you have from a homelessness and transitionary housing perspective?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. Of course, anyone who's homeless is a priority for our department. Veterans homelessness is on our radar. Right now, our team works with veterans serving community organizations, specifically on the issues of veterans homelessness. And this group actually works under the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness's Built for Zero project. And that project has, the ultimate goal of ensuring zero veterans experiencing homelessness. So the groups come together as needed, and our team are well aligned to that work with local community organizations.
Thank you. If I may then, Mr. Mayor, I'd offer a direction to staff that staff be directed to explore opportunities to partner with private stakeholders, the province and federal government, to expand shelter spaces in Ottawa for women veterans in need and their families based on the Veterans House model and conditional on securing funding from higher levels of government.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. We'll confirm all the directions at the end of the, after we've gone through everything, but thank you for that. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleagues, Councillor Judas and Councillor Carr, for adding additional funds for food security into this budget. I had the opportunity last night to volunteer at the Pavilion Food Bank, which serves my community, Councillor DeRoche's community, and Councillor Drew's community as well. And it was quite the operation. And while I was there, I got to speak with the volunteers and talk about the city funding that they receive, which is it's fairly small. I think it's like $11,000 a year, and yet they're open 3 days a week. And last night alone, we served 41 families. So I'm just wondering how that $200,000 will go to support local food cupboards like the Greenboro Pavilion and others in our community.
Mayor, the 200,000, if received, would be distributed amongst the 34 organizations that are part of the community funding framework portfolio, and that includes the Pavilion and other smaller organizations, as well as the Ottawa Food Bank.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is veterans homelessness not federal? I thought the funding from that came from the feds because it's a federal program.
Mayor, that's correct, that it hasn't not been municipal funding to support the building of that type of housing, but we do work with local organizations together to address the issues as they come up.
Okay, thank you for confirming.
Merci, Councillor Plante. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Can staff please provide an update on the assessment of Mooney's Bay Hill and when we can expect to get those results? I was hoping something would be incorporated in the budget for 2025, but can we be reminded the timelines of the assessment, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've been working with infrastructure services in order to find an engineering firm to take this on. It has been a bit of a challenge, so we are not ready to come forward. We don't have a cost assessment, and we're still at what I would categorize as the preliminary stages.
Fair enough, thank you. Will the reporting out come through the committee?
When it's ready, yes, Mr. Mayor, it will come through committee.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to also raise funds that were set aside for a brand new park on Riverside Drive as a result of an agreement, a sales agreement between the City of Ottawa and a company formerly known as Canoe Bay. We've set aside funds to build a 1.5 acre park, and my understanding is up to $900,000 was set aside for various amenities. That agreement was signed 5 or 6 years ago. There's actually a new property owner, and they are now building, so the park will be realized at some point. My question is regarding cost escalation to build parks. I don't believe there was anything in that agreement that considered that this park would not be built for a decade. And since that point, the cost for park amenities has gone up 40%. I'm not sure the exact number. Maybe this is a unique situation and not normal, but how do we factor cost escalation into these types of agreements? Because I don't think it's covered off, and my fear is we're not going to be able to afford as many amenities as was originally planned.
Mr. Mayor, maybe Vivi has more information on this in terms of the new park, and we can certainly look at the very specifics of this. The escalation in costs for any new infrastructure, including parks, was adjusted as part of the development charges review in 2024, and I believe the escalation factor we applied was something the order of 40%. Recognizing how much that has grown, but happy to look at the specifics of the situation you're talking about and provide you with more site-specific details.
And a new park as well as a result of a major development on Carling. Mr. GM, we've talked about this off Meath and Carling. There's a very small amount in this year's budget. I'm not sure if that's for design. I don't think it's to facilitate the construction of any amenity. Can you just clarify it's the design dollars?
Mr. Mayor, it is a top-up on the development charges. I believe there was something in the order of $300,000, and this is an $80,000, I believe, or so, top-up to that budget, which is, in fact, part of what I just spoke to, which is the escalation in costs that we captured in the last year or this year's DC update.
And that's a good segue to Councillor Dudas' motion. Is what she's trying to identify a top-up, or is this responding to the backlog of renewal work in our parks, and we're hoping to add more money to that pot to address the long list of outstanding work that exists?
Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the $150,000? Yes. It's a little bit of both in terms of there is demand for investment in larger types of amenities in parks that some of our minor capital improvements to parks have not been able to capture. Things like installing asphalt pads for rinks or basketball courts or those kind of larger amenities. So what this is there is an initial $400,000 in this budget that was part of what we presented. This 150 is to supplement that, recognizing that the kind of work we're talking about is relatively expensive, and this will take us a little bit further.
No, I appreciate that, and I certainly support the motion. But what is the outstanding deficit of park amenity renewal right now citywide?
Mr. Mayor, we are working on updated asset management plans that will look at the state of the assets, and we'll be reporting back in June of next year. With that will be the long-range financial plan for tax that will also take a look at the funding strategy.
In lieu of an exact number today, will you acknowledge that there is a significant backlog of park amenity renewal in Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct in the sense that we do see that there is an increase in poor assets in parks.
Thank you for that. So part one definitely has my support. Part two, just to the general manager as well, I think she said, General Manager Freire, you are looking at dividing this money up to a number of organizations that provide food security initiatives. Are those things like family houses in our social housing developments?
Mayor, yes, that would include family houses if they have a food bank component to their programming.
So is that guaranteed?
They are among the 34 organizations that would be eligible for receiving that funding through a transparent allocation process.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So this question is for General Manager Freire. As you know, one of the biggest challenges we have in Centertown includes the social disorder associated with unmanaged homelessness and the tremendous addiction issues and all of the knock-on effects of those enormous social problems. My question to you is, what new investments are we seeing in this budget that will make a difference in the quality of life in Centertown? And you can also include any new federal or provincial investments that you see coming down the line. Essentially, I'd like to be able to tell my residents where there might be some hope that they might see some improvement this year.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So in the budget, we have contemplated the new provincial funding for the Community Safety Partnership, which will bring on board more of an integrated 24/7 outreach model. That would include peer outreach, would include addressing some of the paraphernalia and other needle pickup needs. It would look at coordinating outreach better. So our teams are actively looking at a review of the outreach model and our funding as part of this broader opportunity to create this community safety partnership. And so we expect to increase the number of outreach workers, including peer outreach workers on the street, including Centertown, the Market, and Sandy Hill. And this is funding over 3 years that has been negotiated through the work with the Solicitor General.
Thank you very much. And I just want to send a personal thank you to all of the community agencies, to our neighborhood police officers, to our business improvement associations, because when we heard about the provincial deal, my office pulled them together to really have a conversation about what was lacking in the community and a lack of outreach, specifically since funding ended for other programs that removed outreach workers from the street. That was a significant challenge. My other question is, as you know, right now, Center 507, which is at the corner of Bank and Argyle in Centertown, is the only 24-hour low barrier day center. Are there plans to have another one or to have another place for people to go who have nowhere else to be. Because again, it was great that we were able to increase their funding and their capacity to go up to 24/7 to make sure no one froze to death last winter. But now we're seeing a tremendous overflow effect on the surrounding community because this one small drop-in center can barely keep up with the need.
Mayor, we are aware of the needs that Centre 507 is having, and they're providing such an important and tremendous service. As you know, we created this temporary respite, overnight respite last year as part of our winter strategy to ensure that people who were sleeping outside had an option, an additional option to come inside. The demand is and has been overwhelming, and there's some concern with the closing, soon to be closed, safe consumption site, that there will be more need for safe spaces for people to be, frankly. So we are working with Centre 507 on their request to receive funding for more staffing and support their needs under their existing program. We're also preparing and currently negotiating with the federal government on a proposal to their encampment funding, and I don't quite remember the name of the fund, so pardon me, but it has been recently announced by the federal government. They want to respond to some of the work and review of encampments. And so we're working on a proposal to, if supported, would help us to increase day drop-in options in the Centretown area.
Thank you very much. I particularly want to thank your team. I want to thank Sarah Taylor. I want to thank Cale Brown. They've been incredibly collaborative with my office as we tackle these challenges. And I'm very relieved to see this funding come through, and I look forward to a continued conversation. And also, I specifically want to thank Richard LeBlanc from Centre 507, because I think we're asking a lot of our social service agencies right now as the addiction and homelessness crises get worse. We're seeing a rate of acquired brain injuries and folks who have survived multiple overdoses that's leading to a lot of really difficult behavior. That the staff in the organizations that we fund, they still make very low salaries for the kind of work that we do. And we're also asking them to provide essentially security around the entire perimeter of their properties to deal with social disorder that happens when people leave their doors. And that's not something we necessarily pay them to do. So I'm really glad to hear that the city is contemplating additional funding to assist in that regard, because you can only do so much of that off the side of your desk, and it is so important to ensuring that those social services have a harmonious relationship with the surrounding community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Dan, I'm wondering how this budget supports the hiring and training of lifeguards and swim instructors. In Orleans alone, we've seen Aqualife Swim Academy start to draw some of our new lifeguards in. Kids Can Swim, and I think that this is probably a direct result of the fact that when we go to register for swim programs at the city with a system that works very well, it just works a little too efficiently. So after about 4 minutes and 10 seconds, every single spot available for swimming lessons is full or close to full. So wondering how this budget supports our ability to be able to be providing those services to residents.
Mr. Mayor, several things on that count. Firstly, and probably the biggest thing, is that the 2025 budget lets us get started on building the Riverside South Recreation Complex, which is going to provide us with an additional pool. One of our biggest pressures in terms of swimming lessons, registration in swimming lessons, is the west and south end of the city. So having a new pool with a new basin will certainly help address from that point of view. At the same time, we are also still negotiating with Carleton University in terms of getting a deal with them on a 50-meter and a 25-meter pool, which hopefully by sometime in 2025 we'll be able to bring some good news to council. On the other side, the other restriction that we've had, it was largely based on the effects of the pandemic on being able to recruit and retain lifeguards and instructors. That has turned around. Staff tell me that we're now pretty much where we were pre-pandemic in terms of being able to recruit. A couple of things have happened. In prior budgets, we've been able to provide a 3-year catch-up on wages for lifeguards and instructors, which now makes us much more competitive. There is money in the 2025 budget to renew those collective agreements. And so the wages we're paying now are pretty well reflective of the market. And most of the positions that we post now for lifeguards and instructors are being filled, and that is not a pressure. So there are a bunch of things that have helped support that. We continue to offer training and to put an emphasis on training to keep the stock coming of trained people. And so a couple of good things on the horizon to address that issue.
That's great. I know that in years past it's been difficult when you've got draws just outside the city limit like Calypso, and now that we're seeing places like Aqualife and Kids Can Swim open up, that was a concern to me. So if you're a young person listening today, which you're probably not, unfortunately, just know that there's several of us here, including Dan and myself, served as lifeguards with the City of Ottawa. It's a wonderful, wonderful job, and certainly looks good on your resume. So please take your NLS. It's challenging, it's fun, and it sets you up, to be the director of Parks and Recreations in the City of Ottawa later on in your career. How are the negotiations going? Speaking of budgets, how are the negotiations going when it comes to the allocation of CIL? The accounts are frozen right now. We want to be able to help you make improvements to parks based on resident feedback. Where are we standing on that now, and is there a resolution to that in sight?
I am told there is good progress in terms of getting a resolution so that we can free up a significant portion since September 2022. Anything collected since then, so there's approximately $20 million of CIL money across all the wards locked up. We are anticipating, and I will be writing to members of council so that when the lift is imminent, that we do have an intake process for you to submit your priorities. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do the $20 million worth of work all at once. So we will ask each member of council to identify their priorities for the initial spend once that's lifted. I don't know if the city solicitor wants to comment on how quickly that might come.
Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping that there'll be a report on a settlement in front of council either late in the first quarter or early in the second quarter of 2025.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I'm certain that there are councillors other than myself that have put in or had planned spending when it came to CIL. I suppose we don't have to resubmit those, right? Those will be in with Kevin and will be looked at as soon as that's lifted.
And the good news on that front is we have been able to secure more planners, both planners 2 and 3 within the planning group in my shop. And we are looking now at a way to streamline the process to both intake projects, but also to track projects. And to put in place some of the measures that councillors have been asking for in terms of regular updates and those kinds of things.
All right, thank you very much. I want to thank you, Dan, and your team for the great work that they're doing right now on accessibility at many of our recreation complexes, including Ray Friel. A couple of budgets ago, we got the desk that doesn't look like standing and looking up at the bridge of the Titanic from the water, so people actually feel comfortable coming up and asking questions, signing documents, and that sort of thing. And now having the washrooms become more accessible is wonderful. The inclusion of an adult change table also ensures that we are concentrating on inclusion and ensuring that everybody gets to partake in the wonderful activities that we're offering. So truly appreciate your work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I would just like to confirm that my hand was legitimately up this time. So thank you for calling on me. Just want to make a note that I want to acknowledge the significant work that the social services group has done over the past year in developing some really innovative pieces of work, the poverty reduction strategy, but also that resettlement stream for newcomers. You know, while it's been frustrating to have lost community centers for years on end, it is an extremely humbling experience to work in an environment where you see people arriving who've left their lives with only 2 suitcases and are doing their best to live in cramped quarters, applying for jobs, you know, going to school, learning English in the hallways. It's been a very humbling experience for me to really note my privilege and to be able to play a small part in welcoming these people to our country. And I don't know that there's been enough emphasis put on the fact that these newcomer reception centers are also going to really assist us with helping other folks that are in the shelter system and providing them more space and being able to put more resources to building those supportive units that we've got lots underway and lots more to come. Really proud of being a member of this council in terms of how many achievements have been made, in terms of how many units are being built, in terms of these initiatives. And I look at motions like Councillor Troster's motion to defer, not defer, to eliminate property taxes on not-for-profits. Like, I hope that we can gather all of these achievements together to really be able to communicate that at some point. But huge thanks on that whole piece. It is something I see every day. The other thing that I see every day that I'm in my ward office is the Haydon Emergency Food Centre. And my great colleague, Councillor Bradley, talked about her experience working at the Pavilion Food Bank last night, volunteering there. Haydon Emergency Food Centre served 2,800 people last month. That was up 400 people from 2,400 people the month before. You know, I think Councillor Bradley mentioned $11,000 goes to Pavilion. I think it's about $32,000 to Haydon. The need is unbelievable. And the difference that a few $1,000s can make to these organizations in being able to staff the organizations is incredible. And so I want to thank a couple people. I'm a little bit relentless about the food security money. And I know I ask Clara's team every week, do you find any money? Do you find any money? And I did the same thing to the mayor. Do you find any money? Did you find any money? And I was overjoyed yesterday when the mayor called me early in the morning, early for me. Not, I think he'd already done a couple runs by that time, but it was early for me to tell me that he'd found $200,000. So I just really want to give a huge shout out of appreciation on that, because I see the need every day, and just really appreciative of all the efforts that went into that. So I don't really have a question, just a lot of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was hoping to dig in a little bit more in terms of the development charge bylaw document that's going to help us pay for the parks and recreation investments that we're looking for, the assets that we're looking for. Dan, if you could help us to understand, you know, how the development charge bylaw works for outer urban wards that, you know, are seeing, I think we can all agree that the outer urban wards, through the new comprehensive zoning bylaw review, through the official plan, will experience the greatest transformation, like the most significant difference between how they look around their communities now to what is coming forward than many of our other wards. It doesn't always translate to upfront dollars. And it doesn't necessarily invest as quickly as residents who live there, who are also going to benefit from those investments, would like to see. So can you talk about the development charge bylaw and how it works for outer urban wards? Or perhaps you're looking at someone else answering that. I can see that.
Mr. Mayor, I can start, but I think I'll ask Vivi. In terms of the recreation facilities, what I can say is that our team has participated in the background studies that identify some of the projects that we see as being required due to growth in the neighborhoods. This is all growth-based funding. At the same time, and Councillor, we've spoken as well about this, we are looking at the whole concept of benefit to existing and reviewing that, and we've commissioned a separate review of benefit to existing just to see if relative to best practice and benchmarking, whether there is a different approach to this that might help with some of the projects that we're talking about. That, to the greatest extent, is our involvement, and much more of it is on VV's side of the department.
Councillor, for the development charges, they are developed through the master plans of the various programs that we have, and the money is expended based on the budgets that you approve annually and on the priorities identified through those master plans.
So when you're looking at the benefit to existing, I mean, I can understand. So the attributed to growth would come from the developers who are building in that area. The benefit to existing calculation, where is that money found when we're looking to round out the cost?
They can come from different sources, but primarily tax.
Okay. So could you also, Dan, I know you referred to earlier the 40% increase in budgetary pressure on our parks and rec facilities, the escalating labor costs, the escalating construction material cost. Can you help us to understand the additional pressure in your shop when it comes to like-for-like replacement? Because you've described to me that that is creating a new frontier also for expectations when it comes to your asset management.
Mr. Mayor, yes, the discussions we've had on this, and this is related in greater part to playgrounds and park equipment in terms of like for like. You know, the playgrounds that of the 60s and the 70s are not the modern playgrounds of today. And there have been new pressures that have come to bear that include things like AODA that now require a much greater level of accessibility when we replace an amenity in a park, pathways, different ground treatments, those kinds of things. All those escalate the price of some of the renewal work that we're doing in the parks, so that like for like has really become like for the modern closest equivalent to what was there. And so we work with Tammy's shop. Certainly the escalations that we did with the value of projects in the DC reflect that we're not building things even in new areas that were the things of the past. But certainly it does put a stress on the renewal budgets to be able to capture those. And often like for like goes into what is a better modern equivalent. And that's where we will often engage with ward councillors in terms of use of CIL or some other level of funding to try to create a project that reflects the new community need. And that is an ongoing process in just about every ward I can think of.
Thank you. Yes, certainly, you know, looking at neighborhoods that are in the outer urban ward, the 60s and 70s, for some of us might be some of our newer neighborhoods. Many of us, our neighborhoods were built in the 50s and 60s. And so we are experiencing exactly those pressures. And my concern remains that, you know, when we look at the DC bylaw, we aren't collecting for projects for outer urban neighborhoods at the rate that we might want to expect for the change that residents are anticipating. And so if I think of the Pinecrest Rec facility on the books, it's called a renovation. But without a doubt, given the pressures of the Pinecrest Queensview secondary plan, we will be seeing an incredible amount of growth there. That facility falls right just outside that secondary plan study limit, but yet it undoubtedly will be anticipated by residents to be much more than a renovation. We need to be putting together some funding for these outer urban wards who will be glad to absorb the new density around transit. My residents are very excited to have a working transit system, and I'm sure we'll get to that soon. But I consider still there to be some serious risks in this budget for anticipating the needs of existing residents as they welcome new growth for my outer urban colleagues and myself. So Tammy, can you help me to understand, how does the proposed 2025 budget anticipate some of the pressures that you might see in the asset management plan? What do you call them? How we're going to pay for it that comes next year for some of those asset management plan pressures that we're seeing in Parks at Rec for, 900 million or so.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question correctly, so in the asset management plans, we don't include, there is a part for growth. So there's a part for growth for enhancements, which would include the list that Mr. Chenier went through, including legislative requirements around accessibility and like for like. So we are currently updating those needs, those values, the state of the assets, and we'll be providing that in June. And we continue to work on the long-range financial plan that we have from 2017 in order to address that in 2025.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the team, and thank you to those who submitted motions to get more funds for targeted community and social services projects. Appreciate it. In terms of the food security, appreciate the funds that are going into it. And glad that it was clarified about food pantries, because they're all over the place. And as Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I know that one of the issues is space, and that's one of a big problem in terms of the growing need. It's something we have to look at in the long term. It's not something that we planned on, that's for sure, just like food security was not something we planned on. But what we're seeing with the growth is the need for space that goes with that growth. And I want to know how that is being looked at or in terms of partnerships.
Mayor, we continue to work with food serving and food banking organizations across Ottawa to support them with capacity building and strategy development, and look at what they can do within their current context to respond to the ever-growing needs. In terms of space, we've also done our part as a municipality. As you know, last year we opened our doors at 370 Catherine to the local emergency food center, the Centertown. That's been a great success of creating a hub model. And we continue to work with other partners, other agencies to identify unique opportunities to expand their footprint. I'll ask perhaps Dan to speak a little bit to some other work that is perhaps being undertaken.
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't capture the beginning part of what you were asking relative to my service.
It's related to space required for food distribution and storing.
Mr. Mayor, there certainly is a pressure on recreation buildings to accommodate this, as there was in the 80s and 90s as resource centers and other organizations. Our buildings do accommodate a significant number of these. Councillor Carr mentioned Heron Road, but there are others. 40 Coburg is another location where we are working with the community at this point. We are trying to find a balance between retaining space for community recreation and providing exclusive space for food banks. It is a challenge, because once given up, it is very hard to get it back. And often this is in communities that are looking for more recreation programming, more recreation space. And so where we can, we are being as accommodating as possible. Certainly when there's surplus space, a good example was at a Walter Baker Center. There was space that was vacated that we were able to turn over to food banks. So our approach is on a site-by-site basis with an understanding that this is a priority. but that we also have some other services that the community is looking for.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think the hub model is something that we should look at more and more as we go forward. We'll certainly watch the one in Centertown, but frankly, that's kind of what happens already in many cases with the community houses in Ottawa community housing. They're kind of hubs in themselves, but it's the growth that's a concern. I just want to give a shout out to the Integrated Neighborhood Services team and the Neighborhood Ambassador Program. I know it was something we started in the pandemic, but it's really useful and it's really helpful. Poverty is not just food insecurity. It's we need to reach out to youth, give them hope, give them direction, and the team is doing a great job. I'm certainly seeing it up close, and I hope we'll continue that. So I hope that that's in the plans, that will continue.
Mayor, yes, that's in the plans.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And overall, we have to look at poverty reduction. We know that food insecurity is more of a symptom of poverty, and we need to get to the root causes. And as a city, we definitely need help from our partners at the federal and provincial level on those scores. And I appreciate the support for a basic income that the city has put forward. So thank you on that. Asset management. We have a lot of aging facilities. That is something that is happening more and more, especially within the Greenbelt, as buildings that were built 50, 60 plus years ago are coming to the end of life. But there's not a fund that replaces them, even though we know the aging is coming up. And we know one good example, which is the Belltown Dome, where we have a facility that is aged out, and we do not have immediate funds to replace it. What are we doing to manage the replacement of aging infrastructure such as this?
Mr. Mayor, so that is the purpose of the asset management plans. It will be to take a look at aging assets, and we also have new policies around renewal and retirement.
The issue is keeping facilities in these communities so that we can have facilities in walking distance of communities. We can't just close things down and move them. We need to have something that replaces them. So I just want to emphasize that. I want to give a shout out on the bathroom motions. Thank you. I don't even, how many times can we say bathroom? It's very, I want to thank the Gotta Go lobby that has been pushing for public washrooms more and more. And we're working on that in parks. I appreciate that. It's also something we have to look at citywide in areas where there's large tourism areas. So I think that still needs to continue beyond recreation. So, but certainly the achievements we've made is very helpful. In terms of the park amenities upgrades, I appreciate the motion. I just want to get some examples of what would be considered a park amenities upgrade, because it's when you divide it up among all councillors, I'm not sure how much will be for each, what can be done with it.
Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned earlier, they tend to be the things in parks that are larger than the minor park improvements that we already have funding for, and that's things like replacing benches or waste receptacles or signage. To look at things like asphalt pads, whether they be outdoor rinks, whether they be tennis courts, whether they be pathways, those kinds of things. So it's for the bigger capital improvements to parks that in some cases are new requests, or in other cases are to improve what's already there. And you're right, the intent of this fund is not to divide it equally amongst wards. It's to look at, identify priority projects that need to be done and to allocate it to those.
Thank you. Britannia Beach, we've had extensive concern of the safety at Britannia Beach. And I'd like to know what can be done within this budget to make it a safer place. We've had drownings, including a 9-year-old boy. I want to know what can be done to make it safer.
Mr. Mayor, there's a few things that we're working on. One of them is an engineering study to look at the bottom of Britannia Bay and more particularly the area that is there for swimming. It was dredged in 2021, I believe. And there are some issues with the topography of the bottom of the river. We hope to have a report with recommendations on how we might make some changes to the bottom of the river. The other thing that we undertook this year, which was a recommendation of the regional coroner, is that we had Life Saving Society come in and do 2 audits. One audit is of all 4 of our beaches, and it will be, we expect to receive it in Q1 of 2025. It is recommending a variety of things to modernize our beaches that will include things like improved signage, improved buoys, deployment of staff, some really useful things that I think we can use to improve all 4 beaches, but certainly Britannia is one that we're mindful of. The other is that they had a look at the drownings from the last few years that have happened around the beaches and generally outside beach hours, generally not necessarily in the beach area. And they have recommendations for those. So we expect to get recommendations in terms of the specifics around what happened in those circumstances. And all of those we will be following up on in 2025.
Appreciate it. I've tested it out myself. It is quite a drop. I would love to see that fixed. Thank you. In terms of lifeguards, did I hear a number of how many?
Just so you know, you're almost at time, but
okay.
If you have one more question.
Okay, just lifeguards. And I'll quickly mention that my grandson is currently training for his bronze medallion. He's 15, and he's 6'2", so I think he'll be some use to you. But what are the numbers on how we're hiring?
Hiring for lifeguards is going very well now. The problem of the pandemic seems to have certainly improved greatly, not just locally, but across the country. What we're seeing is that the demand for these jobs has bounced back to where it was and is no longer a critical issue in most cases.
Thank you. So that puts Councillor Luloff's pressure off. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Mr. Chénier, I have a question on the DCs. As you know, we heard that the Catholic School Board want to sell the lot on La Joie et Lévis in Vanier for a new community center there. As you know, the needs in my ward are huge, especially in Vanier. So what are the steps to get the fees to buy the lot and build the community centers? Mr. Mayor, generally speaking, you'd have to identify the project itself in the update that will be done in 2025 for the DCs and identify a benefit to existing, which I believe in Vanier would be fairly high, but we'll have to talk about this and look at all the circumstances. It's a project that I know quite well, and we can work with your office for the next steps. Thank you very much.
This is just our experience in downtown. You don't have to agree, but for us, the things like the outreach, the peer support, the coordination of services, the working groups, et cetera, it hasn't really changed much, whether they exist or not. There just seems to be a lot happening in terms of social disorder and concerns around that in the area. Now, That could just be our unique experience. I'm not saying it's the same for everyone. So my question for you will be the same that I asked Chief Stubbs. Given that we have federal and provincial elections coming up, if you could have a wish list for those levels of government, what would you be asking for to help us mitigate what's happening downtown?
Mayor, thank you for that question. I would have the same answer as Chief Stubbs. More addictions treatment centers that are readily available for people that are low barrier, more mental health services provided, again, low barrier for people who have concurrent disorders, and ongoing funding from as per the current funding that we're seeing from federal and provincial governments to build more respite centers or day programs outside of Ward 12. We've been very, very diligent to look at transitional housing as a model that provides wraparound supports, low barrier, and moves people out of that ward. And so that's actively one of our strategies. But the wish list would include the same answer as the chief.
Merci. I'm hearing that a lot. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Plante. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Very briefly, the Mechanicsville Community Association has 3 volunteers doing a daily sweep of our beautiful new Laurier Park, trying to find needles, and every day they're coming up with at least half a dozen. They've been pleading with the city to expand needle hunters into their area, and the budget is not available. Does this budget contain the resources to expand needle hunters to areas that need it?
Mayor, the budget would have, the funding would have the budget to expand needle hunters. I cannot speak exactly as to the scale and scope of expansion. It is a partnership with Ottawa Public Health, so we would be happy to get back to you with that answer.
Thanks. It is sort of gobsmacking to me that we wouldn't be able to just serve any community that needs it, that is having regular needle finds. And the scope of the problem is obviously growing. We've heard a lot today about Byward Market and Vanier and Centertown, but every community in this city is going to be affected by it. And there shouldn't be any question at all around the cost of providing needle hunter services. If OPH doesn't have it within its budget, then we need to top that up from the city side. And we have the precedent. We've done that, for example, with crossing guards, where in past we said there won't be any there won't be any warranted crossing guards that go unfunded. We need to make the same commitment with respect to needle hunters so that our residents continue to feel safe using our beautiful parks like the new beautiful Laurier Park. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So we'll vote first on the motions. On the Councillor Dudas motion, is that carried?
Carried.
On Councillor Menard's motion, is that carried? And then we have to, because of declarations of interest, we have to vote in parts on the Community Services Committee operating and capital budget. So on item A, Community Services Department, Community Safety and Wellbeing Policy and Analytics Operating Resource Requirement, Material and Services line item. Is that carried?
Carried.
And then on items B and C, I won't read them out, but is that carried? Did someone dissent? On which one? B? Yeah, on both B and C? Okay. Okay, and on items D and E then? Okay. Carried? Okay. Thank you. Item 8 is the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee portion of the draft operating and capital budgets. Okay, so we have to vote separately on item A. Councillor Luloff, if you are okay to step away for a second. Is that carried? Items B and C, carried? Okay, Planning and Housing Committee portion of the draft operating and capital budgets. Is that carried?
Mayor, just a quick comment, if it's okay.
Okay.
Just, I have some just comments about the housing budget. It's the capital side budget, and I understand we're doing $22 million this year on the capital side, and relative to some previous years, that's more. Although last year we were able to get that line item up to $30 million, with the context that it would be hard to repeat that this year, and that higher orders of government are contributing more. But I'd be remiss if I didn't raise some points about the need to increase this fairly drastically in the future, given it is council's #1 priority as part of our term of council priorities. We are spending $8 million less from city coffers on the capital budget for affordable housing than we did last year. That's just a fact. And it's interesting because when we first started the affordable housing funding on the capital side, it's actually fairly new for the city, but when we first started it, we didn't have the VUT. And then the VUT started to be the backstop for that funding. But the funding initially that was in there, some of it was debt finance, some of it was coming from other areas. We had found that as part of our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. And then the VUT came in and that helped to backstop some of that funding. But we didn't do it on top of the previously found funding. We did it to replace that previously found funding. And I have concerns about the amount we're spending when we look at it in comparison to other areas. And of course, this is, in the context that we live in a harsh winter city where people experience the indignity of sleeping rough through the winter, and where health is circumscribed by the elements by an absence of shelter, where lives can be snuffed out earlier than they would have otherwise. And we're able to find some funding for things like the $50 million we're going to vote on later today in tax breaks for private developers. We're able to find $500 million for a redevelopment of a sports entertainment facility that is not needed, where sports fans, parks goers, and people who care about finances are not happy. And in the context of those projects, greenlighting some of those projects compared to what we spend on affordable housing, deep capital investments into deeply affordable housing, it doesn't make sense to me. We should be investing much more on the capital housing side in the future, and whether that comes from something like more partnership with other orders of government, a levy, and other solutions to get there, we need to be more, I think, concerned with this line item to get this to a place where we're building public housing, social housing, co-op housing, not-for-profit housing, instead of the large expenditures that we're doing in other areas that aren't contributing as much to our own stock of housing, which grows as an asset for us over time. So I just wanted to make those comments that on this budget, I think we need a lot of improvement for next budget with this one particular piece. And I hope that we can, as a council, get there, since we said that this was our #1 priority when we passed our term of council priorities. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Just to clarify, though, when we passed our term of council priorities, were they not all equal in priority? We did not rank them. Is that accurate?
There were 4, Mr. Mayor.
There were 4 equal priorities.
Equal priorities, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. I just have a quick follow-up to Councillor Menard. And, when I first read those documents, I sort of had the same thought, but then I saw that the contributions that we're making with respect to city land is quite significant this year, if I understood that, and that provides a lot of the value. And my understanding from talking with not-for-profit housing developers is that land has so much value. I just have a small question. When I was reading some of the documents with respect to the newcomer reception center and the memo, and when we looked at sites there, is it my understanding that some of the sites that were looked at for the newcomer reception sites may eventually be, if they weren't selected for a welcome center, that they will be used for not-for-profit housing? Did I understand that piece correctly?
Mayor, thanks for that question. We had contemplated various sites that were potentially on the city disposal list, but I'll ask my colleague to respond to your question specifically with future use.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the sites do have potential for future redevelopment, and some of them are just not intended to be redeveloped in the near term, and so could serve a temporary purpose. So it's a mixed answer. If you're looking at specific information for each site, I could follow up with you with that information.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, thanks. I do want to clarify that we are continuing to donate city land. We're not, I know with the federal government, with their public land bank, they're charging for the land, renting land, but we still have our policy where we're providing the land to not-for-profits for building, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Just a quick follow-up question for staff. In terms of the investment that this budget makes, when added to the money from the Housing Accelerator Fund and the Building Faster Fund and other investments we've received from other levels of government, could you put a rough number on how much is being invested in affordable housing this year?
Mr. Mayor, off the top of my head, I don't have that one. Debbie, I'm not sure if you have.
Mr. Mayor, it's roughly 100 million.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just want to say as well that the budget decision around the capital for affordable housing this year isn't a one-off. It's part of a long-range financial plan that I believe passed unanimously around this table. So I am supporting the budget item on the capital plan today because I think it perfectly reflects what we've already agreed to just a few weeks ago in terms of the capital strategy. Last year, we voted to bring the capital spend on affordable housing to 30 million. I believe half of that, 15, came from reserves, and that's not sustainable. I am proud of the work that city staff did on the long-range financial plan because it's not going to be reserves. It is decisions that you can take to the bank or amounts that you can take to the bank each year, as opposed to political decisions year by year by year that provide no certainty at all to the industry. So I do hope that colleagues will support the plan that's put in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. So just to reaffirm then, is this carried?
Dissent on the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dissent on 9A, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, on the Transit Commission then, there are a couple of motions. Councillor Tierney.
Great, everyone get comfortable. Let's make sure I have this. Great, thank you. Thanks for putting on the screen. Whereas Ottawa Public Transit System is a vital service that supports the economic growth, mobility, and equity, affordability, and sustainability for seniors, students, and the general population. Whereas fare adjustments in the 2025 draft budget must balance affordability for vulnerable groups with financial sustainability of the transit system. Whereas collaboration with stakeholders such as the Ottawa Student Transportation Authority and the Consortium de Transport Scolaire d'Ottawa, post-secondary institutions, and the Students Association is essential in the development of the equitable and sustainable transit solutions. Therefore, be resolved. 1, we maintain free transit for seniors programs on our conventional buses and trains for Wednesdays and Sundays at the cost of $414,000 to promote affordability and increase transit usage amongst our seniors. 2, approve the seniors monthly pass fare remaining $49 in January 2025 to be adjusted to $58.25 effective February 1st, which is the same level as the EquiPass at the cost of a budget of $1.105 million. Be it further resolved that City Council approved the following replacement to the Transit Commission recommendation number 4. Item 1, approve the 5% increase to the youth monthly pass from $99.25 to $104 a month effective January 1st, to delay the plan to eliminate the youth monthly pass, which would be impacted by OSTA until September 1st, 2025, aligning with the start of the school year in order to reduce the immediate financial impact on school boards and allow for smoother transition for students and the cost of the budget of $3.34 million. 3, direct staff to collaborate with OSTA and the stakeholders in advance for a sustainable model for student transit funding from the province to ensure equitable and affordable solutions for youth transit users that reflect the true cost of the city transporting students and therefore subsidizing the provincially funded budgets. Number 4, that city direct staff to collaborate with city elected officials to explore financial funding and work in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and local school boards on the potential feasibility of a development of a U-Pass for students under 18 years of age. Number 5, that if such pass is developed, that staff collaborate with city elected officials, liaise with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Ontario Public Transit Association, and any other interested Ontario municipalities to explore the opportunity to expand this. Number 6, advocate with the province to reduce the 2-kilometer eligibility criteria that qualify for the OSTA or the CTSO funded monthly pass. And be it further resolved that the city approve the following replacement to Transit Commission recommendation number 3. 1, delay the increase of 5% to the U-Pass until September 1st, 2025, to align with the start of the post-secondary institutions last fall semester, contingent upon the completion of the consultations with the post-secondary institutions and the Students Association at the budget cost of $1.5 million. Direct the OC Transpo staff to negotiate and conclude the U-Pass agreements with post-secondary institutions and student associations consistent with the above, taking into consideration the following. Review the adjusted fees and their impacts, collaborate with the aligning U-Pass fees with the city's transit budget requirements, report back the findings and recommendations by Q2 2025. 3, to authorize staff to include any post-secondary institutions in these negotiations. Those institutions be interested in joining the U-Pass program. Be it further resolved that staff offset these measures at the total cost of the budget of $5.909 million as follows. 1, reduce the draft 2025 capital budget for the project numbered 911707 Customer Service Technology Systems 2025 by $1.435 million. Reduce the project 911715 Scheduling and Control Systems 2025 by $2.124 million, and reallocate the draft 2026 forecast respectively, returning the $3.435 million to the Transit Capital Reserve, to reduce the draft 2025 contributions to the Transit Capital Reserve budgeted at $63.5 million by $4.409 million, maintaining the balance of the contribution from capital operating with contributions from Transit Capital Reserve to the draft 2025 Transit Capital Program. Reallocate the $1.5 million in expected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, reflecting the updates in the hedging prices and the current economic analysis. Be it further resolved that staff undertake the comprehensive review of the city's transit fare structure, including but not limited to 1, the fare calculation methodology, analyzing how current fares, including the discounted fares, such as the U-Pass, Equipass, and the student senior fares are calculated. 2, that assess the principal guidelines for fare increasing, including inflationary adjustments, cost recovery targets, and ridership trends. 2, comparative analysis. A, compare Ottawa's transit across the fare categories of those in other Ontario municipalities, including Toronto, Hamilton, Mississauga, and other smaller municipalities. B, highlight the differences between the fare policies, including discounts, subsidies, and service levels. 3, the financial risk assessment. A, evaluate the potential impact of the fare adjustment on the city's transit budget. B, identify the risk associated with the fare freezes, capped at increasing or significant adjustments, including implications for revenue sustainability, service sustainability, and ridership retention. Be it further resolved that staff report back the findings and recommendations in parallel with the Transit Long Range Financial Plan and the updated Transportation Master Plan to inform future decisions on transit fare strategies that balance affordability, equity, and financial sustainability, Mr. Mayor. And I will save my comments for wrap up. I will use my full 5 minutes, but I did want to thank the councillors around the table working collectively. I think that's the strong brand we have is we all put a bit of water in our wine. This is, I won't sugarcoat it, a seniors budget. It also helps us project for the future. And I want to thank Councillor Bradley, Councillor Menard, and absolutely certainly the mayor, Councillor Leeper, and Councillor Gower. We had some very heated discussions, but I think we've come up with a great solution that will be supported, and I hope for unanimous support today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I support the motion and appreciate it coming forward, and obviously some changes that have been coming after the feedback we've all been receiving. So appreciate the flexibility and collaboration to get to a better place. I did want to raise the UPass. I met with Carleton University yesterday, both students and staff, and they raised with me similar concerns that U Ottawa has raised with our council table. And the concern is the ongoing nature of the UPass. They are the administrators of this program, and they do a lot to make this program work, including buying the cards, which OC Transport used to provide, but now they purchase those, and they're not cheap. They make sure that students are aware of how they can access this on campus and then get to transit. And they're concerned, given that the UPass is the highest cost pass in the country of any UPass. And the concern, especially for Carleton students, is after having no LRT running for more than 2 years, well, 4 years, but 2 years extra than we expected, and the service, that they're concerned about the continuation of this program. And this is a very important program to our city. So I guess to staff, the question would just be, how are you going to ensure that this program continues into the future, even if they don't agree with the increase that's being put forward for September? The importance of the longevity of this program is what I'm concerned with. So just to staff, I just want to hear what your intent is on the UPass and whether or not you support it continuing at all these institutions, even if they don't get to that figure that you've proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Definitely, Councillor, we will need to work with them, and I appreciate this kind of customers. Definitely, it's very important for us. It's important for the planet as well. And I do apologize for the LRT, but hopefully next year we'll run it and we'll be able to offer a good service. And I think my takeaway today is, maybe I will personally work closely with those students, because I think definitely we need to better communicate with them. And this is something that I will make sure that myself, I will do with my staff.
Thanks for that. And they may have wishes about opt-in or opt-out. I've found out that anything above 2.5% at Carleton also goes to referendum, just like UO. And I'm really worried if we go to a referendum and they don't say yes to the changes, I'm worried about the future UPass. My hope is that it would just revert back to the standard increase in the agreement, but it depends how far we push this. If we push it too far, a lot of people on campus might just say, forget it. We don't want to invest in this anymore. And that would be a real detriment to our city, given that this has been a steady revenue stream for us through the pandemic, through ups and downs of ridership. It doesn't matter. This is always steady. So I just want to make sure that when we're discussing, consulting, that we're doing it with an eye to keeping this program going and that it in better serving students and staff on the 4 institutions, 3 of which I have in my ward, parts of in my ward, and that they have a lot of concerns about.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is not the first time that we have to, I would say, renegotiate the UPass. However, maybe this is the first time that we will increase the fare like that. If you may recall, for sure, since I've been here for 3 years now, I remember December 2021, we had we didn't have to pay for the service, and we had I've put in place an agreement with all the universities to be able to reimburse them. So this is something that we need to renegotiate with them, how we can do those things. I think there is a learning curve, and with this budget, we have learned a lot. So things will need to be clarified, but definitely we want to continue this agreement with the students, either when it's a positive, when it was free for everyone, or when we need to adapt the budget for the current service.
Okay, thank you. And just on that note, Mayor, I had a motion coming after this. Councillor Tierney's incorporated it into his, which I appreciate. So I'll withdraw my motion on the agenda for free transit for seniors on the Sundays. Happy to see it included in here and appreciate that collaboration. I'll just say on the transit budget overall, you know, there's remaining concerns for the 13 to 19-year-olds, the 1,000 students that don't qualify in that catchment area. The steep increases in fares for other categories. This is a hard budget, of course, and we have to fill some holes. There's still some holes remaining with this budget, you know, appreciate there's been a lot of discussion about this one in the public. So thank you, Mayor, for indulging.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. And just before we go any further, I'll just acknowledge the collaboration by several councillors on the motion that Councillor Tierney introduced, including the working group, Councillor Gower, Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper, and I, Councillor Bradley, Councillor Devine, and Councillor Menard. So thank you for that, along with other councillors who were a part of the discussions. I'll just point out as well that as we move on here through the list, we are talking about not just the motion from Councillor Tierney, but the Transit Commission portion of the budget. So both are for questions and discussion now. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the to colleagues for that motion that we have before us. But on the budget as a whole, I just wanted to start off with some governance questions first, if I may. To our city manager, I just want to clarify, you are the direct supervisor of the general manager of OC Transpo, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you develop her personal work objectives and assess her at the end of the year on her performance, is that
Sorry,
correct?
Councillor Brockington, is this a budget-related question?
I'm getting there, Mayor. Yep.
Okay.
There is an annual performance review.
Okay, and you conduct that?
Yes.
Okay, and despite that we have a transit commission, transit commissioners are not formally asked by you to provide input on that assessment. Is that correct?
There's a process in terms of obtaining feedback from council, and I generally reach out to council, I'm going to say 1 or 2 times per year to do check-ins. And during those check-ins, I want feedback in terms of how we're doing. And that discussion involves how the general managers are doing with their departments and their portfolios, and I seek that feedback.
Okay. Do you believe that the reliability of transit service is a top priority for our transit passengers?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We might want to move in camera if we're going to be discussing an identifiable individual at this point.
Well, and I don't see these as budget questions. So if you want to ask questions about the contents of the budget, I think that's...
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, one of the top priorities that we hear from our passengers is the reliability of public transit service. And what I'm trying to first establish is, since the city manager provides the oversight to the general manager, I want to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction. And I'm going to be asking about the reliability of the service, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge this is a top priority. That's why I'm asking those questions.
Okay, but can you ask them in the context of the budget rather than asking what our priorities are? Because I think.
Yeah, first I want staff to acknowledge that bus reliability is a top priority. And when they do, I can ask my bus reliability budget questions. That's what I'm trying to establish at the beginning of my line of questioning. So do we agree that bus reliability is a top priority?
Okay. Go ahead and answer the question. I think that's been acknowledged at previous council meetings that that is the case, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would suggest that bus reliability is one of the top priorities. There are also other priorities within the transit department. You look at what's happening with respect to the capital builds, the launch of the Trillium line. There's a number of priorities that are of extreme importance and also competing.
I agree there are multiple priorities. Certainly the reliability of bus transportation is one of the top priorities we consistently hear from our riders. So on November 13th, when the draft budget was released, I asked Mr. Scrimger to show me how the budget reflects this priority. Where are the specific direct investments that will reduce late buses? This was asked again at the Transit Commission, and I still don't have a clear answer about how budget resources are identified and included in this budget to address this top priority. Since we've reestablished that this is a top priority, and I want to acknowledge we've stabilized our mechanic FTEs, we've stabilized our operator FTEs, very good initiatives. But the metrics that we've consistently received back at the Transit Commission show that bus reliability remains static. It's flat. We're not seeing any consistent movements. And so if 3 out of 10 buses are chronically late and we've made investments in these top priorities, I want to know if, since this is a priority, how does the budget reflect this priority? Where are the investments in the 2025 budget that will move the needle on the metric that we see every month on bus reliability? This is a main question I consistently ask. And since we agree it's a top priority, Mayor, then obviously there must be significant investments in the budget to address this priority. And so I'd like to hear how we're going to improve in 2025 on bus reliability in particular.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, yes, it's a top priority for us. And at OC Transport, we want to deliver a safe and reliable service. To do so, in 2023, I presented with my team at the Transit Commission, I think it was in September, a thorough action plan to address 3 main topics that we absolutely needed to be able to reach the 99.5 that I have proposed. We haven't had any KPIs in the past to show how we were going to present those results. I have presented to the Transit Commission many KPIs, and 2 of those were first, how we can deliver the bus, because to be able to be on time, we need a bus with a bus driver. So we need to measure this first, and then we are going to work on the punctuality. For me, the reliability consists to have those 2. And unfortunately, to be able to work on the punctuality, we need the bus and the bus driver. So to be able to do so, I have presented 3 big items. The first one was to be able to recruit bus drivers, because we know with the LRT in 2019, a lot of bus drivers were terminated. And second, with the pandemic, the service was so low that OC Transport didn't have the opportunity to increase by attrition bus drivers. And we know as well that with the Trillium lines and the East connection were imminent. So I put in place with my team a very important recruitment campaign. We have hired over 800 people. So now we have our bus drivers. We have added 117 bus drivers to be compliant to the CLC break that have been introduced in February 2023, and it was not expected. And we have hired those people as well to be able to get ready to secure the EROs and the DROs, those people who are driving the Trillium line and the Confederation line. The second one, it was the review of our network. We know that since the pandemic, and I think probably, if I'm not mistaken, since the last, since we have launched the first, since we launched, sorry, the train, we had to do a review of our system, of our network. Normally, we should need 3 to 5 years to be able to do so. And the team has done an excellent job to be able to do it in 1 year because it was a top priority for us. And we know as well, it's a top priority for our customers and for you, Councillor. So we did that. And we know today that in April 2025, we will implement new ways to bus with new time for the trips. We have worked a lot with the union, with the employees. We have heard them via multiple scheduling clinics. We have incorporated all of their recommendations on the new ways to bus. However, I need to be transparent. Those hours have been added based on 2023 traffic. And we know that since September, the traffic has changed. So we will need to readapt those hours, but we have improved those hours since, okay? And the last one, not the least, is the plan action that I presented on the maintenance side. We know that there is a lot of issues there for sure, and it's not unique to Ottawa, it's everywhere. And 55% of the bus fleet is due to be scrapped. So we have to work with this fleet because we're waiting for the e-buses and we want to do it properly. We don't want to rush it. And that will be a concern. We will continue to have that on our radar. And today, I'm very happy to say that 17 million has been allocated to my department to be able to address those things, to be able to cap the material cost, because year after year, I used to present a deficit of 10 million, and that will be great, and that will be good for my accountability to the to the city manager as well, because I don't want to present a budget with a deficit. I want to be able to have a real budget, to be able to manage that with my team and to be accountable, and this is my responsibility, and I will make sure that I respect that. So we will need to continue to work on this action plan. We are phasing e-buses, phase out diesel buses, you know, because this is something that I've been addressed many times at the Transit Commission, that the recruitment of the mechanics, we are not attractive, unfortunately, because we need our people to work day, night, evening, and we pay less. This is a reality, but it's not only in Ottawa, it's for only our transit. So those are challenges, we know them very well, and my team and I are working tirelessly to make sure that we improve that. Maybe to end, I would say, with the Trillium that will come in January 6th, we will remove buses from the traffic and we'll have a good punctuality. So you have to consider that as well. So this is council decision to go with the Trillium line. So this is where I think we are aligned with the reliability, because for sure, dedicated lines, train will remove buses from the traffic. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. My main concern with the mechanic and operator additions, which I strongly support, as does the commission, is we haven't seen that reflected in the reliability statistics. They're still flat. 3 out of 10 buses are still running late, 71%. And your goal, your target is 85. And I consistently want to see a plan. What are the timelines? You have not been able to answer that question. I need to answer questions I get all the time from my residents. Brockington, what are you doing about bus reliability? We keep telling you over and over again these challenges. And so what is the goal? What are the timelines to go from 71% to your target of 85? How many years will it take us to get there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. So we have already explained it multiple times during the Transit Commission. We have the regularity and we have the punctuality. All buses that we can have a headway less than 15 minutes, we count the regularity, la régularité. So we are at 82%, and the objective it's 85%. Hopefully with the new Waste bus we'll be close to the 85%. However, as I said, we have to consider the traffic because I don't have dedicated lanes everywhere, and we will need to continue to work there. For the other, for the punctuality, you're right, we are at 75%. Those buses are buses that we deliver every 20 minutes or more. So you're right, and we will need to continue to work on that. Today, I cannot tell you what I will do, but what I can tell you is we know we have this problem, so we will address it and we'll find a solution and we'll continue to present at the Transit Commission as usual.
Mr. Mayor, may I add to Renee's comments? Because in our department in transportation planning, we're also working on capital projects to help with transit reliability when we plan, design, and construct the transit priority measures. And these capital works will help extract the bus operations from the general traffic and the problems that are there, and that some of these corridors will help the reliability and the scheduling as well.
Thank you for those answers. Another question I asked at commission that I'm still looking for an answer is about the projected ridership in 2025. You have estimates of it going to 80%. This will realize an additional $20 million in revenue. I had asked what our current pre-COVID ridership levels were. I was not able to get an answer to that number because I think it's important to have a benchmark that you're estimating from. So what is that number? And what do you anticipate will be the root causes for bus ridership to go up by 7 or 8% in 1 year?
Sure, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So we are at 70% from the pandemic today, and our objective for next year, and it's a forecast for sure, and we are ambitious, and we expect to reach 80%. With the Trillium line, I think that will be very helpful because I have people who have called me to say, hey, Renee, this is great because south from north, it's horrible. So I live downtown, so I don't know, but apparently it's the case. So I think probably we'll have people there. And we are very excited because we're working on the east as well. So that will be helpful. I think if we can bring more frequencies, more reliability, definitely people will come. So that's why we have the same goal, Councillor, because we need that to be able to bring people back. And this is my responsibility. And this is our objective as well.
Okay, so there's no main cohort that we're using our estimates like federal public servants before they came back or post-secondary. We think that opening the Trillium line and continued better service will get us to 80%. I mean, it's a fairly optimistic number with a big budget number attached to it, $20 million, but that's your thinking on that matter?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's fair to compare with Gatineau. I spoke with Patrick Leclerc, who's a friend and is the GM of STO, and they are running with 90%. So I think if they have 90% now and we are at 70, probably it's possible to be in the middle of that. And definitely we will need to continue to advocate and to work with the people that exactly we are doing to try to bring people on transit.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I have many more questions, but my time is up and I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. And je voudrais dire
First of all, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank our general manager.
And this is not an easy time. And generally, you're under our direction. So we need to recognize what the issues are, bring them forward, and get them resolved. And I want to thank you for your work. It's not easy. I have questions regarding the the UPass for both high school and for kids. Is this something that the mayor can raise in the discussions with the province in terms of treating this as a funds? Because this would be a huge boon to ridership if these are something that they can provide for school boards to provide students with passes.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
If we're talking about working with school boards, it's really the province you're working with. The school boards cannot afford U-passes. It's the province that must give them funds for it directly. And can this be part of your conversation with the province? Because this would be, just like U-passes are at the university level, have been a major part of our ridership. This could help grow our ridership and certainly the riders of the future if we have high school students who have U-passes. But it needs funding. And clearly it can't be done through OSTA or the equivalent for the other boards. So can this be part of the discussion with the province?
So I would say, sure, absolutely. I think, you know, I don't want to, in a public setting, get into too much of, you know, a negotiating position with OSTA or with the province on these things. My understanding is the way that this normally works is we work with OSTA on what the outcome will be, and then they go to the province to get the funds to support that. So I think that would be the normal practice, but certainly making the province aware of our needs in that area is totally possible. But I don't want to, you know, I don't want to compromise any negotiating position on any of that.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the one small group that's been left out, but rather large group, is 11 and 12-year-olds that we had riding for free in terms of rather than just 10 and under, but the 12 and under. I still have concerns about that. And I'm wondering if this can be considered as well, because this is, again, a group of ridership that we want to grow, that we want to have become permanent riders, and what we can do for this age group.
Who are you asking the question to?
Whoever wants to answer it. I'm concerned about that is one thing that we left off. We've given back the seniors the Wednesdays and Sundays, and I appreciate that very much. But in terms of 11 and 12-year-olds, that was a big boost for parents, and I want to know what we can do in terms of helping out those families where that became very, very helpful.
Mr. Mayor, I can provide a little bit of information if that's helpful. The great majority of the customers who are traveling for free and who are ages 11 and 12 are traveling to or from middle school or high school. They're given passes at a price of a free pass issued by the city, given to those students by the school transportation authorities. The city is paying the capital and operating costs to provide that capacity for those customers, and is currently receiving no fare revenue from those customers. So if there were a motion, I'd suggest that it distinguish between those who are traveling along with adults, such as families with young children, separately from those who are traveling independently to or from their schools.
Okay. Is it possible to give staff direction to investigate what we can do, considering that we've now left off those the 11 and 12-year-olds from bus service, and on what we can do for to increase that ridership? Because I do remain concerned about that one.
Sure, Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, since it's the motion we've been working collectively on for many days and many hours, and trying to get to that point, there's a lot of nuance. I think you've heard the nuance in regards to provincial levels and interacting with them. We've heard that some of it's funded by the school board. any 11th hour stuff is very challenging. Plus the fact we also have a pass that was in the base initial that talked about a $2 ride versus a $4 ride as well. So I'll get staff to maybe comment on it. I won't see it as a friendly amendment. I think we're doing work on that right now. And we've really pressed hard for seniors and university students to really look at that. But we also, if you read the rest of the motion, I know it's very lengthy. Trust me, everyone knows that. It actually details further investigation on that. But I don't know if I'm looking at Pat or Renee. Does that pretty much sum it up? It's a little confusing what you're requesting. I got to be honest with you.
If I could jump in here too, I would point out that there is, as part of Councillor Tierney's motion, a comprehensive fare review to be conducted in 2025, where I think exactly what you're talking about would take place. So I think that's already kind of included in the intention of the motion, that we would look at fares for every single rider with a view to increasing ridership and increasing equity.
Could I make a friendly amendment to specifically talk about the 11 and 12-year-olds?
I think you're speaking to it on the record at this point. I'm sorry, everyone, the window's closed. Whatever's in the motion has required many, many hours of discussion. I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads of people who are in the room, and Councillor Menard and Councillor Bradley. If you want to speak to it, great. If you want staff to answer, but I do not want to change any wording and go forward from this point forward.
Can I get a response in terms of what the costs are?
Could you confirm that that will be part of the fare review if this motion passes? Could you do that?
We're very happy to make this a consideration in the fare review.
Okay, thank you. In terms of seniors, I appreciate the work, particularly, as a co-liaison on older adults for bringing back the free days or just keeping the free days. I appreciate that. There's a lot of seniors I know that only use transit on those days. They're usually living on the edge, and this is a big boon to them. So I want to thank you for that motion. I appreciate that. So it is still, there is an increase for seniors. I know that Council on Aging didn't want to see any increases. I realize the pressure that's being put upon us, but I think it's good that we're working towards making it fair, and I appreciate the fact that we've included all seniors rather than just low-income seniors, which would have been very difficult paperwork-wise just for people to know if they qualified. And so I think that will be easier in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start too by thanking Renee and Pat in particular for all your assistance over the past few weeks as we've gone back and forth many times on various motions. I want to thank Councillor Brockington for bringing forward a motion on my behalf at Transit Commission to discuss the seniors fare in particular and lining that up with the EquiPass. And Councillor Tierney and I had a great debate on the floor at Transit Commission, and I'm pleased with where we landed, and I think it was good collaboration. We're in a better position today, but as Councillor Kavanagh pointed out, it's still an increase, not just for seniors, but across the board. And I want to be cognizant of that. We are asking people to pay more. And I appreciate the time that the working group has spent on this the past year. But I'm really interested in sort of the next steps around the long-range financial plan. And I'm just wondering what opportunities there will be for other councillors to provide input into the long-range financial plan. And will we see the completed long-range financial plan well in advance of the 2026 budget?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the actual timing, we haven't locked down exactly what time it will come in 2025. It is nicely tied with the TMP. So we're trying to make sure that we tie it closely with the TMP. So it's two big files that will come together. So the goal would be before council, before the budget, but I don't have an exact date right now.
Okay, and in terms of soliciting input from other councillors beyond those working in the working group, is there going to be opportunities either the working group can put something on, or if your team will be consulting with other councillors as well?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that I'll take that away, and absolutely I'll have that discussion at our next working group meeting in terms of discussing that opportunity for sure.
I think it's really important that more voices are included as part of that process. While again, I appreciate all the work the working group did, it was evident once the recommendations were released that there was a lot of concerns around the table and amongst the public. And so I think it's really important that we bring people along so that when the recommendations in the long range financial plan come forward, there's more buy-in and more opportunity to sort of engage with the public on what they might, what we might be presenting, particularly if there's big policy changes. My last question, and I guess I would be remiss if I didn't ask and highlight the fact that the whole that we have earmarked for federal and provincial funding is creating a lot of anxiety around this table. You know, I've never seen a budget where we have left such a significant hole in the hopes of receiving funding. So this question is really directed at you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any update to give us more confidence that this hole will be plugged in the near future? And is there a timeline around if we don't receive funding, when we would come back to the table to discuss what options are to shore up that deficit?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would point out that we did actually leave a hole in the 2023 budget of $39 million. I believe at the time, was it not $39 million? So larger than the one that's being left this time in the budget that was passed unanimously by Council that year. I remain cautiously optimistic. I've had conversations with both levels of government in the last few days. I don't count on anything until it happens, but they have signaled publicly their intent to be supportive of the City of Ottawa. So I expect that they will follow through on that commitment. And I would say if they don't by the end of February, we would have to come back and make other decisions about the 2025 transit budget.
Thank you for that. And I guess to Cyril, how would we go about shoring up a deficit mid-year outside of a budget cycle of that size?
Mr. Mayor, so we would go through the process. So again, the Mayor's correct. We come back every quarter with quarterly updates in terms of in-year. So we'll be back in the April timeframe, April, May with the Q1 report. And we always look at, a multitude of mitigations, discretionary spending freeze, hiring pauses. We look at the reserve balances. If needed, service reductions would have to be contemplated. And then, of course, looking at the overall city picture to see if that's something that we can have an interim funding solution at the end of the year of 2025.
So nothing desirable. So I have all the confidence in the world, Mr. Mayor, that you will get those dollars so that we don't have to consider those options. I just want to close by thanking everyone again for their collaboration on this. It's not perfect, but we had a very tall task, and I think we've done what we can to fill that gap as best we can with the tools that we had. But I really want to highlight that I have big expectations for the long range financial plan, because I think we need to have a broader conversation about how we fund transit and look at real policy options as part of that process. So again, I really hope there's opportunities to engage and to consult with the public in advance of releasing any recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make some comments overall on the transit budget and pick up on the points that we are rightfully putting tremendous pressure on our federal and provincial partners to help us with our operating challenges. And it is ironic at this point in time, we really should be celebrating. With our partners, we've invested over $7 billion in transit infrastructure, including a $600 million tunnel in the downtown core that has really improved the transit flow through the core. This started as a partnership, both in terms of the initial funding, and I think a partnership for the vision for transit for the nation's capital. It's really hard to imagine at this point the jubilee of a ribbon cutting for the Trillium Line. Instead, we're worried about how we're going to fund transit this year and over the next several years. We, at one time, had done all our homework and made sure that we had an affordable plan, but because of the pandemic and the new work arrangements, that has changed considerably. And the current design of our system, dating back to pre-amalgamation, serves our largest employer, which is the federal government in the downtown core and the Gatineau core. We had a very sobering update this year that we wouldn't see a return up to our pre-pandemic levels to 2030. And we were also told that there was been a decline in the downtown trips by some 38% since 2011. These changing computer patterns have created imbalance between our tax rate and our fare ratio. And on top of that, 69% of our fares in 2023 were from discounted fares, which is not really part of a solid financial foundation. The Provincial Auditor General has confirmed what we already know, that other large municipalities have received more funding than Ottawa and benefit from a provincially run commuter and a regional rail system. This budget, I think, does its best under less than ideal circumstances to maintain transit service levels and energize the Trillium Line. It's a system-wide solution to a system-wide problem. But we started these projects as partners, and we absolutely need the federal government to help with the operational costs. The original business case was put forward to secure funding, was really undermined by the decision to change the commuter patterns of this city. It's going to take some time for us to really see the realization of our transit-oriented development. I know in my own community of Riverside South, we're excited to see the Line Bank station energized, and I fully expect that we'll see development around that, but it's going to take several years that we see right across this line the transit-oriented development materialize. So again, I think it's entirely fitting and appropriate that we put tremendous pressure, as you have, Mr. Mayor, on the federal and provincial governments to assist us at least in the short term, if not the medium term, to deal with the operating pressures that we face in this post-pandemic world. So we started at the beginning of this venture as partners, and that partnership needs to continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I have a very tough budget. It's been said many times. I do think Chair Gower and the working group deserve a lot of credit because this portion of the budget, as everyone knows, was a very heavy lift. So thank you to those who were so engaged on it. I will say, I often feel like we're not thinking creatively enough on how to solve these problems. And we're not the only city in North America that is facing a transit crisis post-COVID, even though sometimes it feels like it with the unique issues with the train. But the ridership issue is not unique. And Councillor Gower moved a motion last year to look at a whole host of affordability levers. I'll note a few that I'm particularly interested in. Viability of BRT or BRT light, ride-hailing fees, feasibility of air rights on city-owned land near a transit station, analyzing regional, provincial funding, and there were many others, but we predominantly contemplated the three levers of fares, levy, or cuts for this budget. So what is the status of the exploration on that sort of longer laundry list of, let's call it, creative solutions?
Mr. Mayor, they're ongoing, and the challenge we have, obviously, with our annual budget, we are tight, so we had to get to this point, and I can tell you, I think I stated this during the tabling of the budget on November 13th, that we were pretty much finalizing the transit budget literally probably 6 days before we table, which is very, very tight. So that work is still ongoing, and that work will have some updates as we come back with the LRFP.
Okay, great. And so when can we, I guess, expect sort of an update? Like, are they going to come to us via memo, or is it all going to be discussed as part of that LRFP?
Mr. Mayor, I think from the previous discussion from Councillor Bradley, I think that's probably something we'll take away with the working group and figure out as we solidify some of these things and move deeper into the finalization of the LRFP and the TMP, we'll have that consideration to discuss. Okay, great. Thank you. I do appreciate those sort of more outside the box ideas, and I think they do deserve some attention. And if we do get to a place with a better funding model, I will say again, the lack of a dedicated shuttle from the Chapel Hill Park and Ride to the LRT, a straightforward solution that I've been advocating for many years, I think is just, it's such a missed opportunity. And I commissioned a ward-specific survey to get a pulse check on the direction we were going on with the budget. And on transit, the results really speak to the lack of transit availability in my ward. 63% were okay with some cuts or significant cuts, only 5% taking transit daily, 33% never taking transit, only 2% said lower fares would be an incentive to take transit,
And overwhelmingly, people want service and want reliable service. So, you know, some residents of our city have no choice but to rely on transit, but to convert drivers to riders and achieve our modal share goals, we're going to need ambitious solutions to make it a viable option even for residents in all corners of our city. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm so glad that Councillor DeRoche, you know, was trying to celebrate some of the things that are very exciting for our community. And I know that my residents are also very excited for when we will see LRT in College Ward and have those connections to the south of the Queensway. There's a whole Algonquin student population that has to live in disparate parts of the city right now for affordable housing, and they would like to be able to access their school. So I have a couple questions about the relationship with Algonquin College and the UPass, simply because they weren't present at the Transit Commission to sort of discuss their perspective. And then I'm going to move to capital deferred projects, and I want an update on how that is, given some of the pressures that are happening in my ward for transit priority lanes. So I just wanted to understand, you know, I understand from Algonquin College that they did in fact send a letter to OC Transpo on November 15th explaining their position that they would not be, you know, incurring the 5% fare increase. And I wonder how that information, when given on November 15th, we had such a spicy Transit Commission meeting with these students. I can't imagine that that is necessarily the way we want to go when we're negotiating with partners. Can you help me to understand why information we have on the financial viability of some of the proposals in the budget, when they're already being refuted by those partners, how we still then discuss them in the same way at a Transit Commission meeting 11 days later?
I'm not sure that what I'm going to say answers the question the way the councillor is asking it, but after we sent the letter the afternoon after the budget was presented to council to inform the 4 participating institutions, we heard back from 3 of those. We heard back verbally from Carleton and with correspondence from U Ottawa and Algonquin. And I can't recall exactly, but I think we answered questions and provided information about what was in that feedback that we got from those 3 of the 4 institutions. And there was largely 2 things. One was that they all advised that they didn't have any mechanism for an increase in student fees midway through the school year. And they all indicated that there would be steps to be taken, different between the 3 organizations, in order to discuss with us a change to the agreements which cap the annual increases at 2.5%. So we shared that information at the Transit Commission meeting, and I believe that and related discussions is what has informed the motion that Councillor Tierney's brought today.
Oh, without a doubt, certainly the Tierney motion resolves this issue. But again, I become concerned about the process. You know, we compare it to snow clearing where, you know, we forecast a certain revenue or a certain expense on snow clearing. And if we don't end up spending all of it, then of course the actuals in the budget will reflect what was spent. In this case, you know, frankly, I think that Algonquin College was pretty clear in their response that they will not be incurring the 5% increase. And yet we continue to move forward to a Transit Commission meeting that discusses that as if it's possible. So I just don't understand. I can't imagine that this was the way that we wanted to have a Transit Commission when we were talking about student participation in the UPass program. We incur reputational risk when we approach these questions like this. And again, I just don't understand why we have to get all the way down the track. OC Transpo should be a good news story. especially for Algonquin College students. We need to preserve that relationship. So why did we not forecast the fare increase for 2026, discuss with them in advance, and put something in there that was based on a mutually negotiated fare increase? Because as you say, renegotiated agreements happen all the time.
Mr. Mayor, if we have to do it again, we'll do it exactly as you just said, Councillor. So this is a lessons learned for us, for me, and we'll do better next time. So, you know, we're looking for 120 million. It's massive. And we have put everything on the table. Everything was on the table. And yep, so we'll do better next time, for sure.
Mr. Mayor, maybe if you're okay, I just want to jump in a little bit on process. So the transit fare is a user fee. So the process that we've always followed is we come forward with a directions report, and that kind of usually sets the benchmark. So in September, obviously this directions report for transit was quite different because of the unique situation that we're in. So we gave that range of 2.5% to 75%. Other user fees in the book as well, we say increase as per the user fee policy, or our goal is to get to full cost recovery. That's what we do. We don't communicate any of those other change in user fees until we table the budget. So when we table the budget, that's the first time where we show what staff has taken away and what staff has prepared as per the guidance we received to kind of balance the budget. So I'm not downplaying the sensitivity in terms of the timing, but that's the process that we follow, and that's the right process to follow, because if not, we will be communicating user fees in multiple forums as opposed to sticking through the process of the budget. Respectfully, yes, we now have a motion to go away and do that work, and that's the intent, is to table the budget, go through the committees, have those debates, have those discussions, and that's what you see before you, and that's what we'll now work on in terms of the next phases of this process of the budget. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity.
I mean, it does, except that some of the pieces that are now being resolved in the motion were pieces of information that we knew already. We knew that these, based on the agreements, that these increases could not happen until September. And yet we did a transit commission meeting where it was said that these fees were being projected from January to December. There were aspects of this that we could have anticipated. And instead, we did this other thing where we got public feedback that we should have known something. And I persist in suggesting that in our dogmatic approach to not wanting to look at the levy increases any further than we had to, we end up searching for ways for us to balance these budgets for pennies. And we end up having these conversations about pennies in a budget of $5 billion. So I absolutely will support the Tierney motion. It is better than what was on the floor, but I don't think that that Transit Commission meeting reflected our best selves as a city. And I know that Algonquin College felt very absent from the conversation given the information that they had given back. That particular fee, the locus of control is with other organizations and stakeholders. And so although I can appreciate that you don't want to have individual conversations about it, there is a uniqueness to that relationship that could have, I think there could have been a third way. So Renee, I appreciate your answer because I don't want you to end up being left out on the line for some of these other decisions when I know you have an enormous undertaking at your fingertips. And quickly, because I have 14 seconds left, how are we doing on capital deferrals? Because I'm concerned that we're not going to be able to build the transit priority stuff that we need to in order to get the riders on, because I'm fighting for it in my ward right now with residents that don't believe that transit works. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, in order to come to a balanced budget this year, we worked, many of us worked together very openly and collaboratively to put our capital projects into order and by priority so that we would recommend to council the ones that were going to have the most beneficial impact on customers and reliability of service the soonest. There are some projects which we have had to push into future years when they might be more affordable in order to ask council for the authority to proceed with those. The new funding that's been announced by the federal government, if that's matched by the provincial government, the capital funding that will come may increase the city's ability to adopt some of these projects and bring them back on stream.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to quote a couple of my colleagues. Councillor Kitts made a comment that resonated with me where she said it doesn't feel like, I hope I'm not getting it wrong, but it doesn't feel like this budget is doing enough to convert drivers to riders. And obviously not that we have a goal of converting every driver to a rider, but absolutely we must incentivize some. And so I heard yesterday out of the Toronto Sun that right now the province of Ontario is projecting that the cost of congestion across the province will be $56.4 billion in 2024 alone. And that's the cost both to economic impacts, i.e. lost productivity, but the social impacts as well, frustration, loss of family life, GHG emissions. So congestion costing the province $56.4 billion. And when we talk about looking towards the provincial government as the benefactor, the partner that will help pull us out of this, we know typically what Ontario's solution to congestion is. Typically, it is more highways, wider highways, eliminate bike lanes. That is typically the way they go about it. I don't necessarily see a whole lot of vision from that province towards greater investment in public transit. And I know that we need it desperately from them. And so I urge everyone, staff and council, to be far more persuasive and raise the alarm to the province about the need for that investment, because the economic impacts on our city from this kind of congestion will absolutely be devastating. To quote my colleague, Councillor Tierney, I've never used the expression about taking some water in my wine, but I certainly did take some water in my wine here in that, and I will be absolutely supporting the Tierney motion. But the Tierney motion, as it speaks to the youth fare, the youth pass, and so we all know I had a motion for the youth pass that would have focused primarily on those 1,060 riders who are not covered by school boards. And while I support the Tierney motion, I know that that small cohort is still going to be at risk come September 1st. And I am trying to be optimistic about what might come from that down the road. But I also know that this motion is not necessarily, as Councillor Kavanagh was addressing, is not really addressing the impact that this budget will have on 11 and 12-year-olds, because they will go from $0 to $2. We are now only the second Canadian city to charge more than zero for 11 and 12-year-olds. And while I respect the fact that only a small portion of those 11 and 12-year-olds are people who are paying at the till, I'm trying to imagine who that customer is. And that's probably the single mother who has no recourse other than to put her 11 and 12-year-old on a bus as she takes them to an appointment and so forth. And I'm trying to imagine the impact on that family and how that might disincentivize that family from riding transit. And that's possibly a lost customer there. I still do believe that it is those 11 and 12-year-old customers and those 13 to 19-year-old customers that we are putting the greatest impact when it comes to fare increase on that budget. And for me, that is a lot of water in my wine. And as my colleague, Councillor Johnson, I was going to go around the table, I guess, in the motion that I had, which was aiming to basically address the elimination of youth passes for those 13 to 19-year-olds, that motion that I have withdrawn from the table would have cost 56 cents more per average taxpayer in terms of levy. And I was told by colleagues that will not pass this council. And it's going to resonate in my head for years that 56 cents as a means of preventing the greatest possible negative impact on one demographic will not pass this council. That's going to resonate in my head for all the Christmas holidays, and I will not be so jolly. My questions to staff. So right now, this budget, the Tierney motion it addresses how we're going to attack those $5.9 million in budget pressures. And I believe there's 3.5 million or something like that in those first two items where we are deferring certain projects from 2025 to 2026. And we only got the motion last night. So I need to understand specifically what are those projects being deferred and how are they could they negatively impact our ridership projections? Are they going to hurt us by deferring? I've got 14 seconds. Pause that clock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So those projects will be able to start those projects. So we have an agreement with the CFO that it's not all of the amount that we will need to spend the first year, so we can postpone that, but that doesn't mean that we will not move forward with the project.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my last comment, again, to echo my colleague, Councillor Kitts, was mentioning that the transit working group did identify a whole lot of ideas, many which were not used in this budget. And I would urge the transit working group to open up the doors to other levels of input from colleagues, from staff. I'm not trying to pat colleagues on the back, myself included, but the three greatest interventions in this budget are from Councillors Menard, Bradley, and myself. And so I think there are many, many good ideas around the table. So transit working group, open up the doors.
That's time, sir.
Thank you.
Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll pick up where my colleague left off on the Long Range Financial Plan Working Group. Thank you to Councillors Leeper and Tierney and to the Mayor and to city staff who've participated in that. We are looking at a lot and we're on a tight timeline. Like we'd like to get something in front of council, I think, or staff would like to get in front of council by mid-year. So if councillors do have any ideas that they are wondering if we are exploring or new ideas, you can send them to me or Councillor Leeper, Councillor Tierney, or to Cyril or to Renee. And yes, we're looking for any and all ideas. They're not all easy, they're not all feasible. I noticed yesterday Gatineau introduced a new license plate registration fee, $60 per year. Not feasible likely in the current environment in Ontario, where we don't even have a license, a mechanism to renew those. Anyways, but, and the other challenge is, I hear all the time from around the table how quickly we want to work and how quickly we want to fix things. But any time we have something big, it's probably going to require some phase in and some additional consultation. There's no overnight fix to the budget. The one thing that would really help would be the contributions from the provincial and the federal governments. And that could be very much one of those overnight fixes that we're looking for. If we can get funding to the level that the province of Quebec, for example, puts into their municipal transit systems, we can make a massive leap forward in terms of the additional service that we could provide. So it's really important, and I'm glad the mayor continues to have good conversations on that. So the long-range financial plan, the working group is not finished. I think there's a few things from it that have influenced this year's budget, but there's a lot more that that group is looking at and working on. The second thing is on the fare review. I think this is a really important part of the motion, and I'm glad it was introduced. We have 12 or 15 different categories of fares. A lot of them, we have some idea where they came from. Some of them were with analysis done and justification. Many of them were introduced as political ideas that I think if we were trying to reintroduce them today, we'd have trouble putting together the analysis for that. So we are going to have a fare review, put that through a lens of equity and affordability. I won't reiterate everything I said at Transit Commission, but 67% of the trips on transit today are in discounted fare categories. The average fare paid in 2024 is $2.16 compared to a $3.80 adult regular fare. So 2/3 of our riders are using discounted fares. And I think a colleague previously mentioned 66% of the revenue for transit next year would be through property tax, 34% from fares. That's the lowest portion, I think, of any transit system across Canada and major cities, 34% through fares. So something's out of whack in terms of our current financial planning, and these are all structural things that we have to figure out and address in our long-range financial plan. And if you thought this year's budget was difficult, just wait till next year and the next year and the next year, because we have some, if we're really committed to improving transit, not just maintaining and, a small ridership boost every year, but really making a leap forward in making transit an alternative to the majority of people from driving, we're really going to have to put our votes to where our aspirations are. It's going to cost some money. It's going to have some difficult decisions, and we're going to need the support from the provincial and the federal governments to be able to do that. And I'll have more to say on the wrap up. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Excuse-moi, j'ai une pastille dans la bouche.
Thank you so much. First off, I have two positive things that come from my area about the transit. First thing, parents who have youth from the Vanier area, who have children who go to Akiwada, they have done quite a bit of work, or actually they were not happy when they saw, or they were very happy when they thought they were going to get a direct line. So I know that you've worked very hard on that, so thank you so much. Because before they had to take a bus, the train, and the bus, and it was really chaotic. Secondly, lines for public transit during traffic times in Rideau and Montreal Road, people appreciated that quite a bit. Residents have wanted this for quite a bit of time, and as many people know this, and I'll repeat it, that 35% of people in my area have access to a car. Most people go by foot or take transit. So it's very important that we have a system that meets their needs. Now, I have two questions. The timeline for students, it's somewhat curious because, as you know, at the University of Ottawa, they finish at beginning of April. So could you please tell me why you decided for Q2 for these new fees? Because it seems as if that there'd be very few students on campus for them to comment on it. They won't be present. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, in fact, we have had quite a bit of discussion with them, and we've already begun. What we know with this process is that in September, universities will be able to apply these fees on their pass. So what we are going to do is we're going to do all the work so that we can make sure that it's applied on the U-Pass for September. Very well. Secondly, President Gower said that there'll be a fair review. Is the idea that we're going to have an Equipass that will be more inclusive, not only for those people, but for other groups, that there'd be one price for everyone, for students, for the elderly, Indigenous people, and then afterwards there's going to be one price and then a regular price? So how exactly is that going to work? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The idea is to put everything on the table and to review our structure and to review how we operate, because there have been some great ideas from certain people. And the reality today is that, unfortunately, we aren't at 66 or 70% of our revenue to pay for our expenses. We have the light rail train. And look, we need to review how we're going to get revenue, not to be caught up in all of the rest. So everything's going to be put on the table, and we're then going to come back to the board for approval, of course. Great, thank you. And the last question. I was at an event at the Cité Collégiale last week, and one of the directors said that there's an opening where the students of the city could join the U-Pass. Now, this is not my area, so I don't want to get too involved there, but is there maybe an opening there for other schools that may be able to join in on the U-Pass, or is that final at the University of Ottawa, Carleton, and the Algonquin College? Is that it? Thank you for your question. Yes, in fact, in the motion, there's mention that we will be working with other institutions to see if we can work with them. And in the motion, we mentioned that we are going to be working with the different schools instead of having the school boards to worry about the money that the government gives them and them distribute it. We're going to see how, if we can take the lead. And that way we would be able to have a UPass for students that go to university, and maybe a different type that those who are in high school or elementary school. This will all be part of the study that we will conduct, and we will come back to you with recommendations. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madame Conseillère Plante.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm wondering if staff could let us know, if we didn't raise fares at all, what would the average cost be to the average homeowner? Do we have a sense of how much the transit levy would need to go up, or what that would look like in approximate dollars?
Mr. Mayor, so I would have to get the actual total number of fare revenue overall, which I don't have it at my fingertips, and then go from there. Basically, 1% increase is roughly $8.50 from a levy perspective, but I would have to take the full. I can't recall off the top of my head what the total revenue is right now in this budget, because there's been a lot of moving parts on the revenue line.
Per person, 250. Okay, so I know that I'm a minority around this table in that I would prefer this cost to be borne entirely by the levy. I think that is ultimately the most fair way to share this cost. The true fair way would be to get our fair share from federal and provincial government. But I have to tell you, the other day, I waited 45 minutes in the icy rain for a number 14 bus during rush hour to take me home at 4:30 p.m., standing on Elgin Street with a bunch of seniors. And I got onto that packed bus after waiting 45 minutes in the freezing rain. And I thought to myself, if I ask the question out loud, if these people on this bus think that this service deserves increased fares, what would they say? There would have been a revolt, I can tell you that. And so at this point, I don't feel like we're providing a service that deserves a fare increase. And I also fundamentally believe that if we share the load, a few extra dollars per person spread across our entire city, then we don't punish people who have no choice other than to take transit. Because right now, people who can opt out are opting out. And people who can't opt out are taking transit. And so to me, it's a fundamental injustice that we're asking. I understand that it is still more heavily weighted towards the levy. And I know I might be the only one around the table who thinks this, but I fundamentally believe that we should be sharing the load. We subsidize private car use to an incredible degree. We don't charge tolls for roads. We widen highways. Right now, the incentives are very, very low for people to take transit. So I'm very happy to support the Tierney motion. You know, I really am impressed the way everyone worked together. I think it does show that citizen action makes a difference. This budget changed dramatically because people came and spoke to us. But there were seniors who came to committee. I'm often told that it's seniors on fixed incomes who can't afford higher property tax increases. And the seniors who came to transit committee, I asked them one by one, given the choice, would you rather pay more for your transit pass or pay a little bit more on your property taxes? And they all said, raise my taxes. That is what they said. And they didn't just come from Centertown, they came from all over the city. And so I think we have to be really careful. I know that we want to be cautious and we don't want to raise taxes too high. But what happens when we don't share the load is that the people who pay more in user fees or transit fees are the people who can least afford it. So I will be supporting Councillor Tierney's motion, but I'll be dissenting on the transit budget for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I'm supportive of the Tierney motion as well, but I just want to ask questions about two of the items that we're taking away from. So the two capital items, 911, 707, and 715 are, sorry, and 715. Customer service technology systems. You know, according to the budget book, it funds customer-facing systems like real-time information, customer alerts, digital information channels, while 715 is the scheduling and control systems, which funds improvements and software enhancements to computer-aided dispatch control system, which helps sort of manage, I guess, where buses go once they're out in service. I'm curious about the impact of these cuts to that, and will it affect service? You you know, the amount that's budgeted this year, you know, we're I think it looks like 30-40% that we're taking off to support the initiative. But I just want to know that there's no real negative impact to service and to customers as a result of that cut.
Mr. Mayor, so I'll address this one. So basically, the strategy here is we're reducing the 2025 authority, but we're putting that in 2026 authority. So the way we budget and the way we procure at the city is basically we need the authority up front to go to full procurement, and then we spend over multiple years. So in this perspective, we're willing to take a little bit of a different approach in terms of cash flow this one. So depending on how things progress, we may not need the full dollars from a dollar spending perspective, but at least Renee and team can continue to go through procurement, and then we can address it that way in terms of if we do need the additional funding, we can address it throughout the year.
Okay, that makes sense. So in a way, yeah, okay, that makes sense, whatever. Overall, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna support the Tierney motion. The overall transit budget, I still have some unease about the fact that there is some budgeting based on that $36 million placeholder. And also, you know, the fact that some of those lessons learned that were highlighted by Ms. Hamilcar earlier shouldn't even have to be a lesson learned. We shouldn't even have gotten there in the first place. You know, I looking forward to the rest of the discussion here and seeing how it goes. But you know, I'm still fairly uneasy about the overall budget, although I'm supportive of the motion there.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and certainly I'll be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor Tierney. I do have a couple questions though, and Cyril, I ask it a few times every year. Can you tell Council what the Council approved funding policy for property tax and fare is for transit?
Mr. Mayor, as per the fiscal framework, is 55% fares and 45% levy.
And where are we currently? Are we meeting that Council approved policy?
Mr. Mayor, no, we're roughly right now at 66 levy, 34 fares.
And has Council or Transit Commission recently or in the past provided any direction to return to that policy, or does staff have an estimated timeline as to when we would return to meeting that Council approved policy?
Mr. Mayor, our plan is on our work plan to actually update the fiscal framework. As you can imagine, finance and the city is at a big work plan this year. I can't commit to whether we'll get back to it by end of the year next year, but it's certainly on our plan to start the process in 2025. When it will actually return, I don't want to commit because we do have the series of asset management plans, long-range financial plans, TMPs, which will be a big lift for us. So we will start the process in 25. Will we be back? I can't commit to it right now.
No, thank you very much. And a question about the Equipass. Can someone tell me what would trigger a rider qualifying for the Equipass?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the direction we have from Council is that people who are below people who have an annual income which is below the low income cutoff set by the Government of Canada are eligible for an Equipass. Now, the low income cutoff is different for different family sizes. And we make it as simple as we can. The customers come to us, show their notice of assessment from the CRA that shows what their income was in the previous year. We compare that to the approved level, and if they're below that level, they qualify for an Equipass.
Thank you very much, Pat. And I only ask, and again, I'm supportive of the motion. I wasn't involved in trying to work through these very complex issues over the last few weeks, which is why I trust my colleagues and the work they've done with city staff. I'm only concerned that we're pegging a senior fare at the same price as an Equipass. I think we want to encourage folks to ride transit, but we want to make sure that we're targeting our resources to those who need it most. I know there are seniors in the city that need extra support, but there are many who do not, which is why I think it was okay that the fare was going to be slightly higher, and I know we've got a plan to move forward. So again, certainly supportive of the motion. And Cyril, my last question, how much do we receive in provincial and federal gas tax funding?
And Mr. Mayor, we're roughly, federal gas tax is roughly around the 58 to 60 million.
And where do we spend that?
That is dedicated to transit.
Paid for by people who drive on the roads in vehicles?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There's two things that are going to make this a better quality of life and more affordable city for everyone, and that is transit and to change our zoning such that people can live in communities that are closer to being 15 minutes. I spent Sunday running errands. I'm fortunate to live where the city provides the very best transit that it can, which is in Hintonburg. I'm able to walk to the LRT station a few minutes later. I'm in the Rito Center. I'm shopping at Farm Boy. I'm at the Shoppers Drug Mart. I'm into the market, grab the train back, quick transitway bus. I'm in Westboro. I can take the 11 back. I can take any number of buses to move around. And why would I drive? Why would I pay for parking? Why would I deal with the congestion? The transit that we receive in Hintonburg is amazing. And I'm one of the fortunate few who have that glimpse into what this future of Ottawa can be, and I'm really, really excited about it. I heard Councillor Kavanagh speak earlier about attending a PWHL game in Canada or in Stittsville. And yeah, that was, if the PWHL is listening, stay at Lansdowne, because when you're in Hintonburg, I can grab the 11 or the 14, get down to Bank Street, and then they just keep running that number 6. I'm at the game in what can be 20 minutes. 20 minutes home, right? It's a very different experience going to the CTC. But in order to get to that future of convenient, reliable, affordable transit that is the first choice, it's going to have to be funded properly. And this was not the budget exercise that I was hoping we'd be undertaking. I'm on the working group. I'm hoping that councillors will support the package that we have put together. But fare increases is not the way to get us to that future where everyone chooses transit as the first choice. We need the help from other levels of government, and we also need to ensure that taxpayers are funding something that is going to result in a better quality city, a less expensive city for everyone. There are a number of mechanisms that we're going to explore over the course of the next several months. Several councillors have mentioned them today. It's critical that we do explore those as alternative revenue tools, because many of those fares are not coming back, and we can't do this on the back of the fare payer. It's going to have to be alternative revenues. It's going to have to be on the levy. But what a future if we get it right. Steve talked about celebrating transit, celebrating the opening of the O train. And for some of us, we're living that today. It's absolutely amazing. We need to get it out to the entire city, and we need to do so in a way that everyone can afford. I think, just leave it there. This is not the package I was hoping to put together, but it's the package that we have to put together in order to keep transit going for the next year. But I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues on finding better ways of moving forward for subsequent budgets. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Well said, Councillor Leeper. A couple things I meant to mention, and I didn't. One of our colleagues brought it up previously, that the fare review, there's no agenda or anything presupposed. We were already doing this as part of the working group. This puts a little bit more parameters, but we're really trying not to overscope it and come up with any presupposed notions of where we end up. And council may take that fare review and apply it as is, or throw it out completely, or somewhere in between. So we'll have that as extra information to inform us going forward. The other one is, it's not in the motion because we haven't figured it out yet, but I know consultation has to be a part of that fare review. I think we should do some formal consultation with all the various community groups who are affected by transit fares, whether it's students or seniors or people in the disabled community. I think probably not as formal as a committee meeting to allow for a little more dialogue, but something that is open to the public and working on what those details would be. And we'll do that in the new year, concurrent with the review process as it comes. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm back with the UPass negotiations that will proceed if this budget passes. If the college and university representatives don't want to meet at all, or if they meet and decide not to host a referendum or not make any decision, or if a referendum is held and students reject that referendum, there will be no 5% increase. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, we'll come back to council for sure, and we will need to discuss about this possibility, but the goal is to work with those students and to hopefully to make it happen.
The 5% amount in our budget expects all colleges and universities to agree to that increase. Is my understanding correct?
Mr. Mayor, that would be correct, yes.
Okay. So what is our strategy going into those meetings where we say, listen, we've got some financial challenges, despite having a contract in place, an agreement that says 2.5% every year, we want to go to 5%. Why would they even entertain the conversation? Why would students agree to go to 5%? We heard a long list of issues when they delegated a commission, bus reliability, the LRT going to 10 minutes, other challenges that they face. So why on earth would they even entertain a discussion on increasing the rates from 2.5 to 5? I don't understand what our strategy would be going into these discussions.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I could say those years where we have an increase of fare, they had disadvantage. And I think this is something that we have to discuss with them. And sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's the way it is.
Fair enough. I'm just flagging, for me, there are yellow and red flags in this budget that have a significant monetary value in them. $36 million hole, ridership going to 80% based on optimism, not because we know there's a great cohort coming that currently aren't riding. The bus reliability, the issues I raised in the past, which I won't repeat, the UPass matter, these are concerns I have because I think they are not realistic in coming to fruition. And I have an ethical obligation when I vote for a budget to make sure it's the best budget before us, and the estimates in that budget are as realistic and strong as they can be. And that's why I push back. It's not to be mean or negative, it's because I believe I have an obligation to do that and to raise those concerns. You know, when Councillor Meehan raised fare evasion years ago, she was criticized and ostracized for raising it. And now we're taking that matter more seriously. You've hired fare inspectors, and I think you're doing a study to indicate how much is being lost in that regard. And Councillor Meehan and I wrote an op-ed a few years ago to talk about we need to start looking at expenditure reductions. Not FTEs, not route, but we were hemorrhaging money for years. And coming out of COVID, not being bailed out by the upper levels of government, we are where we are. So I love transit. I've taken transit since probably grade 7, consistently since I was a kid. And similar to my colleagues, I want it the very best to be. I want when we open the Trillium line to be a celebration. One of the happiest days of my career was when we opened the LRT. Despite all the challenges that followed, that was a spectacular day in the city of Ottawa. The hope and the celebratory tone, and finally we got to that process. We want people to be proud of taking public transit in this city. So when we have those reliability challenges, what was I looking for? Well, here's how we're going to deal with scheduling. Here's how we're going to deal with gridlock. We're going to prioritize intersections. We've got some money to work in there. We're going to look at unrealistic route timetables, which we'll never be able to meet. That's what I'm looking for. We're putting some money in the budget because these are issues that contribute to the unreliability as well. So when every downtown parking lot is filled at 7:45 a.m. and the roads are at the gridlock they are, people are making choices. They've decided not to take public transit. And that's a big deal for me, considering how much we've invested in the LRT and continue to invest in our buses. So I too will be supporting the Tierney motion because I think it's better than what we have, but I have significant reservations with the budget overall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll allow Councillor Tierney to wrap up, and then I'll make a few comments before we vote. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to my colleagues. It's been a lot of work around the table, and I think we all agree. We understand the importance of transit in our city. We see the cost of parking downtown. So before we were using more of a carrot approach, the stick is now coming into play where you can't get into a parking lot anytime after 8:30 in the morning. Good luck to you. Our own parking lot's flooded. We barely can get in. Thank God we have reserve passes. That being said, the opportunity exists, but we have to have a good system. And I think what we're seeing here today, based on this motion as well, is we're addressing a very large challenge that we have right now. And a lot of the comments that we've heard are very correct. We will have to deal with this go forward. We also did hear from the seniors quite a bit. And I want to thank the working group. We had some really good conversations, as well as Councillor Bradley and Councillor Menard and the others that were assisting. We all agreed fundamentally that we wanted to make sure that seniors and when it comes to UPass, that there was some way to be able to make this all work. It was just the funding formulas that were different. And working collectively together, I want to thank them because it would have been simple for them to table their own motions, but through omnibus motion that we all agree, I won't say water and wine anymore, I'm going to say we're squeezing the lemon a little harder to be able to find those savings, to be able to make this happen. And while some people criticize that, well, yeah, but you're just kicking the ball down the road. No, our discussions were very determined, and we are looking at our hedging on fuel. Look, fuel's dropping, which is great across the nation. Thank goodness. We just saw another 50% rate cut on interest. Things are going in the right direction, but this budget, let's be clear, was very conservatively constructed to ensure that we're insulating against, we're looking for the worst case scenario that can only get better. And that's how we've positioned this budget. When it comes to seniors, I think the other silver lining is working with the Council on Aging has been terrific. I've already spoken to Bonnie and some of the gang. They're very excited about the direction we were going into up till yesterday. They're going to be elated now, and I've already scheduled some discussions. They requested you, Councillor Hubley and myself, to sit down to talk about roads as well and a couple other things. But that's a good dialogue that we want to continue as we go forward. I also did want to point out a couple of other good things. I think, Mr. Mayor, you've alluded to the fact that those discussions with the federal level of government, I was very impressed to see that tweet. I'm the first one to be critical of a certain minister that used to sit at this table. But I'm happy that we're seeing some movement on that, because in our meetings with FCM and advocacy, it was very clear the possible incoming government is not going to be as friendly when it comes to looking at municipalities. I think that's been publicly known, and they're going to look for us to tighten our belts. So this is our final kick at the cat, I guess you could say, to ensure that we actually see that revenue come our way. And that's why we have to make sure we push hard on the fairness campaign. The other point is this came in tranches, and looking at the fact that when we asked staff, I know there's some weird rumor out there that we knew. Well, I'm looking at my colleagues. I asked again, did I miss an email? Is there going to be an access to information that says we knew it was going to be $108 for seniors? Absolutely not. We were all shocked by it, but that's what we asked staff to do. Come back to us, tell us exactly, and they did, and it wasn't fun, and we dealt with it. We moved from the 108 down to the 78 mark. Now we've moved down to 5825. And while we got the Wednesdays back into the first tranche, now we're getting the Sundays back in, collectively working together. I think this is a win-win-win, and it shows working together collectively. We can not always be satisfied with every aspect, but working together to make sure all the voices around the table are heard allowed for the construction of this budget. And with 23 seconds remaining, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you specifically. You've really come a long way in 2 years to be a professional cat herder of 24 cats. And I think you've been very fair and open to everybody. And thanks to Renee, I've been critical in the past on many things. You've been very terrific on working on this file to get this to happen today. So I implore my colleagues, please think about supporting this. We can actually have a unanimous vote that will benefit the seniors and our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I'll just offer a few quick comments. I'm glad that there has been this level of discussion and debate today and over the past few weeks about public transit. Public transit is vitally important to our city. It's vitally important to our economy. It's also, one of the most expensive things we do. So it's very important that we're having these conversations and that there are a lot of opinions being expressed. So I'm glad to see this level of engagement from councillors and from the community. I know that this is a file that has been a source of great frustration for residents and for councillors, for all of us. It's not been an easy file for the city over the last few years, especially since light rail was launched. But I think we also, as we continue to invest at historic levels in public transit, as we continue to prioritize public transit, we have to celebrate our successes as well. We are a few weeks away from opening a new line of service that staff have worked very hard to complete. We are months away from opening the extension into the East End. Hopefully that will be by the end of next year. There are lots of things to celebrate as we continue to make progress. More and more people are taking public transit compared to in the past couple of years anyway. Like the ridership is growing to not pre-pandemic levels, but getting closer all the time. So there are things that we can celebrate as we go. We need to continue to work hard and scrutinize the service, but we also need to continue to celebrate the progress we're making, the investments we're making, and the improvements that are being made. There's no question that this budget is a patchwork solution. That's what's necessary at the moment, given the circumstances that we're facing. But we need to continue to work together to find long-term solutions, and we cannot do that without the help. And I'm glad so many members of council have mentioned the need for the support of the federal and provincial governments and the inequity that we face as a city. Gatineau has come up a few times. The city of Gatineau and all municipalities in Quebec get a lot of help from the provincial government for transit operations, not for transit capital, for transit operations. So even right here in the National Capital Region, we are at a disadvantage because we don't get those funds from other levels of government. So we must continue to keep up the pressure. Glad to hear so many councillors talking about that today, and I hope you will all support the motion that's coming later about continuing our advocacy. I believe we have an opportunity to tell a different story about public transit going forward, about the improvements that are happening, and I believe in time we will get there. It's taken a long time to end up in the situation we're in. It will take some time to get out of this situation, but we have to continue to make progress, and I think we will. So thank you for all of your comments on that. On Councillor Leeper's motion, is that carried? And sorry, Councillor Tierney's motion, seconded by Councillor Leeper. Sorry, is that carried? Thank you. And yeas and nays on the transit budget, please, as amended.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Councillor Lula.
Yes.
Councillor Plant.
Away.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Duresh.
Wait.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
18 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay, thank you. Transportation Committee portion of the draft operating and capital budgets. Is that carried? Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few. I just wanted to ask Mr. Gonsier about the ongoing work at the moment with respect to the Rideau River pedestrian bridge. I know that staff are looking at some of the factors in place of why it was closed and the potential for at some point potentially opening it. Could you just elaborate for council on the work that's happening and if we can get to a point where this bridge is opened?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. So as you noted, yes, the discussions are ongoing right now with our partners internally and also with the NCC in terms of the maintenance of that bridge. At this point, the pathway to the south, the NCC pathway is not maintained, it's not groomed, but we are looking at those opportunities, and we're also looking at the most effective way of being able to maintain that bridge so that we can maintain also the longevity of the structure itself. So it's closed for now, but certainly we don't build infrastructure to close it. We build infrastructure for the community to be able to use it. So our focus is trying to see how do we get to a point where we can open it.
Yeah, I think that's great to hear. And can you confirm this really isn't a budget issue per se? It's more of how do we safely keep this bridge open?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's not budget related. If we get to a path that we can maintain it, like any other infrastructure, we will maintain it.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is regarding, I think, direction that Councillor Lowe provided either at the budget period last year or shortly thereafter, and that is on weed mitigation of all things to raise. But curb line and at medians throughout the city, we have significant amount of weeds that residents have raised. I think there was direction given to you. Again, can you just give us an update on the work that Public Works has been doing, but will be doing in 2025, and whether this is a budget matter specifically or not?
Mr. Mayor, yes, so that work is ongoing. As we've discussed previously, it's fairly labor intensive in terms of addressing those weeds. So we do try to address it on a priority basis, but we are looking at different measures in terms of how do we more effectively control those moving forward. So we'll be able to report back on that in 2025.
Okay, and so is there going to be a staff report on this particular matter coming to transportation?
I need to see in terms of how the direction came from Councillor Lowe, but based on the direction, we would be reporting back accordingly.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'll be very quick. Just on the transportation budget around winter maintenance, there's some positives on some new stair clearing. So just a thank you to you and your team for adding some more stairs there. It's amazing how much people care about this when you clear the stairs, and for that small cost, people really love that outcome. So more of that, and thanks for doing that. On just picking up on the bridge issue, Quentin's been great on this issue. He understands the concerns. The big piece here is the Rideau Winter Trail will hopefully be extended through that area. We've worked with the NCC, your team. We had a meeting with Carleton as well. The bridge is wedged between NCC territory and Carleton University territory, but there's 30,000 students, staff that want to be able to use that bridge, even though it's not plowed on the other side, whether it be snowshoeing, taking cross-country skis, or just trudging through the snow to get to that other housing options. They want to have access. So I appreciate your confirmation. We're working on a solution. Hopefully that when that RWT is extended we can work with Carleton. And I guess that's just one question to you is, are you engaging with Carleton to see about a partnership to potentially maintain that bridge, or would it have to be us that would open it up and have it either plowed or just not maintained but open for use and skiing, for example?
Mr. Mayor, so we are engaging with all partners, including Carleton. At the end of the day, though, this is a city bridge, so we assume the responsibility for it. How it's maintained is the element that we're still looking at right now. Just leaving it there for people to use at their own risk is not something that we can take in terms of risk. So we're trying to see if we are going to maintain it, what's the best way to allow us to maintain it so that we can maintain the safety. At the end of the day, this is all about public safety.
Okay, well, I'm confident that we can come to a solution this winter season, and I've been positive with the team in coming to that conclusion. I've been getting an outcry from a lot of residents about it, and I know that working together, hopefully we can come to an outcome that's supportive of everybody in that area. So thanks to your team. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be uber brief. I just want to thank Alain and the entire transportation team. We've worked very close together. I also want to thank you in regards to trying to work with the NCC. You might not know this, I have a bit of a problem with them. But that being said, I hope we see some success, especially on this bridge component. Nobody wants a visual of a nice plowed bridge and then a big wall of snow, because that's essentially what we're talking about. Same problems with the Searville station, exact same scenario. We put this nice active transportation network for cycling and walking to get to a station that we can't get this agreement with the NCC. So I'm hoping we certainly continue pressing for that. Barring that we are unsuccessful, I guess we'll have to see if there's new government in place, how they react to the NCC, but nonetheless, continue on, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Alain and his team. I appreciate how closely they work with us, and thank you for the mop in front of Andrew Haydon Park. That's really helpful, getting that as a link to many places, including D&D. In terms of bridges, I will join in supporting having a pedestrian bridge at Carleton, the Rideau Bridge, available all year round. And can I add Commando Bridge as well, to please that be considered as well? I'm aware that it is possible to press down snow. You don't have to have it tracked, but you can press down snow so it can be walked on, and that's what we do at the Britannia Winter Trails. So it's not that hard. So if those things can be done, it makes it walkable. It makes it fully accessible. So can that be looked into? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be full-blown tracked, but just pressing down the snow to make it so that it's walkable.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we are looking at different options. The challenge that we have, and you're seeing that today, where basically we get 1 week, we get 6 inches of snow, then we get basically 100 millimeters of rain, and then we get a deep freeze. The challenge with just packing snow, if it just stayed at snow, we'd be okay. But it's just the freeze-thaw cycles that we get, that things turn into ice, and then they become a hazard for residents, and that's what we're trying to manage.
Yeah, I get that, and I realize there'll be times when it would have to close for those bad conditions. But anyway, I'm just throwing that out because I've seen that being done, and it makes it possible to walk on. And we want to treat pedestrians just like vehicles, that it's part of transportation, and we need them all year round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. So Transportation Committee portion of the budget, is that carried? The Environment and Climate Change Committee portion of the budget. I'm going to count to 5 before I ask. See if anybody's hand goes up. I'm just waiting to see if anybody's hand goes up, because every time I say is that carried, people say carried and then someone's hand goes up. So Councillor DeRoos, did you?
We just have a dissent when.
Okay.
When you call the vote.
All right. So is that carried?
Dissent on D, please.
On D?
Same here.
I'll dissent on that as well. Me as well, Mr. Mayor.
Did you capture?
Yeah.
And Brown too, I believe. Yes. And Kitts?
Yes, Mayor.
It's the settled.
Okay. Finance and Corporate Services Committee portion of the budget. Is that carried? Okay. Part 3 is delegation of authority for implementation. Is that carried? Directions to staff. So we already have introduced the direction from Councillor Hill. I want to ask you to read that again, but are staff okay with that direction on the web veterans? Yes? Just confirm that. Okay. Councillor Brown, you have a direction?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask that it be brought up onto the screen? The copy I have here is out of date. That staff be directed to identify up to 10 million within the Road Safety Action Program funded through the Automated Speed Enforcement and the Red Light Camera Revenue, and direct this funding in 2026 to the Warranted Traffic Control Devices Program to further reduce the current backlog of warranted intersections in need of funding.
Councillor Dudas?
I just have a quick question, and it actually will be the same question I have for Councillor Plante when her PXO one comes up, is if we are designating money out of the budget right now, what happens to all the other items that money would have funded? Are we allocating things in advance and not having a fulsome conversation about what other items, ward-specific items that could have funded? Or is this all of the money that we have seen because of the new cameras? So I'm just trying to understand before we go and designate funds to a certain source, where it's coming from. This is more for staff.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can chime in on that one. So our intent, and I would treat the Councillor Brown motion similar to the Councillor Plante motion related to the PXOs. Both the warranted signals and the PXOs are elements that are covered by a road safety action plan. We have been allocating dollars to those programs. I think what these are highlighting is basically wanting to see more priority on those two specific programs. Our intent is to bring this back as part of the road safety action plan update in 2025 in advance of the 2026 budget. So to your point, we're able to see what are going to be the trade-offs to be able to accommodate these directions. And at that point, it will be up to committee and council to support those directions. But it's not impacting the work that's taking place this year. That's part of the budget.
Okay, no, that's excellent. I just wanted to understand because there's always a trade-off, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, in my ward, there might be some things that we don't want to forgo so that we fund other things. So no, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Leeper?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't believe it's appropriate to deal with this as a direction, and I'd ask that it be turned into a motion with a seconder and voted upon, please.
Okay.
I'll second it. Fine.
Okay. Yeah, we're in. What's the question? So, okay, so there's a motion. The direction's now been turned into a motion. So is it carried?
Yeah, I'd
okay.
love to see it again.
It was read in. We can put it back up. My understanding is staff intend to do this anyway. Is that the case? And staff support the direction, what was originally a direction? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We'll just hear from, we'll hear from the city clerk on this.
Mr. Mayor, under the procedure bylaw, any member of council may ask for a recorded vote or ask for on a direction to staff, in which case it is treated as a motion and requires a seconder. My understanding is this has now acquired a seconder, but the wording hasn't changed. So the direction has now become a motion with the same effect and intent.
Seconded by Councillor Luloff and supported by staff. Is it carried?
I have a question.
Okay.
Would this, perhaps to ULA, would this be better placed to deal with at committee? This doesn't have a budget implication. And to Councillor Dudas's point, there could be trade-offs. So I'm just looking for an opinion on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it really does not have a bearing on the 2025 budget that's in front of you. We still plan on bringing it forward as part of the 2025 Road Safety Action Plan update. So it's really up to council if they want to approve it now or at committee.
It's up to everybody what you want to do. Is it? Sure. Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, just a quick question as chair. I'm really not sure what we're fighting about here, but nonetheless, if we referred this, would this delay shortening that list?
No, Mr. Mayor, because our intent is still to bring this back as part of the 2025 Road Safety Action Plan report, which is always tabled towards the end of the year. So Q3,
so
Q4.
it would go through committee anyway.
Yeah.
So, okay, so there's a motion on the table. If somebody wants to move a motion to refer it to committee, they may do so. Otherwise, the motion is on the table. Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, I guess I'm just not really clear why the direction is necessary. What changes in terms of the road safety action plan with this 10 million if that capital line is already identified in the road safety action plan? Does it accelerate it? Does it spend more in a year than you normally would? Or I just don't understand what it does.
So right now, as part of the 2025 budget through the Road Safety Action Plan, we've allocated 5 million towards intersection upgrades where they're warranted. What this direction is providing is basically that as part of the next round of updates that we provide in 2025 is that instead of being at 5 million, that we increase something higher than 5 up to 10 million. So our intent would be to report back as part of the action plan around based on the revenue projections that we're anticipating and the competing priorities, to what extent we'd be able to accommodate this request. At the end of the day, it's still going to be up to committee and council approval.
Beauty. Thank you so much.
Councillor Luloff?
I think Councillor Leeper.
Well, he already spoke, so I was going to first. But okay.
Yeas and nays, please.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I'm going to move to refer that to Transportation Committee with Councillor Kitts as seconder.
Councillor Kitts a seconder. What's that? Okay.
Looking for the clerk for clarification if yeas and nays were called. I'm indifferent on this, by the way. I want to make sure we're positive. If yeas and nays have been called and you move a referral after, I look to the clerk.
Well, Councillor Luloff called for yeas and nays. So.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I did not hear what Councillor Luloff said. I did not hear a motion to put the question moved.
I believe Councillor Luloff said we should go to yeas and nays. Again, I don't have strong feelings either way. I'm not trying to push it one way or the other. I'm just saying what I remember. So. What's that? So you're asking for a recorded vote, not to put the question. Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move that we put the question.
Okay, well, let's vote. Let's just vote on the referral motion. Vote on the referral motion, yeas and nays. So we're voting on whether to refer this to committee or not. And if this does not pass, then we can vote on the original motion.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Plant.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Jarush.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh,
Yes.
Councillor Hughley,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
15 yeas, 10 nays.
I had 1411, but either way it carries. So, okay, that's referred to committee. Direction from Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. I'm going to read it in and then can I also, do I get a minute to explain it as well, Mr. Mayor? I can speak to
Sorry.
it, right?
Pardon?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you can, well, yeah.
direction to staff, that staff be directed to complete a review and business case on the viability of an accessible online voluntary contribution program that allows residents, businesses, and other entities to provide contributions to city services and programs in a manner that aligns with the city's approved policies respecting voluntary donations for community benefits. That staff bring back this analysis to committee and council for consideration by Q3 2025. Just for a little bit of context, City of Toronto has voluntary donations where you can contribute. The majority of their contributions currently are going to their neuter and spay program, but they set it up so that you can donate to various various initiatives within the city. It's something I spoke to Mr. Rogers about some time ago. He said that he would do it in the context of the program and service review. I happened to mention it to Councillor Brown. He loved it and he typed up this direction and I said, hey, hang on. That's my direction. So I think it would be something very useful to do. Thank you to Councillor Brown for your staff for putting my words into paper, into writing. But I think in terms of a lot of things we discussed about voluntary social services levy and other initiatives, I think that there could be advantages to setting this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
I'm sorry, Chair. Again, I don't believe that this is properly the subject of a direction. It should be a motion.
Okay, is the motion carried? Okay, would someone, I'll second it. I'll second it. Is it carried? Okay. Conseiller Plante.
That staff be directed to develop a plan and timeline that includes the required additional funding within the Road Safety Action Plan program, funded through the automated speed enforcement and red light camera revenues to install outstanding 51 warranted PXOs by 2030, and report back to Transportation Committee by Council Q4 of 2025 in advance of the 2026 budget. I have 2 PXOs in my ward that we're waiting to install. The list is 51 PXOs long. At the current rate we were going, we're going to see them, if there's none added, they will all be installed by 2035, and some have been on the list since 2014. So we thought this was a bit long, and we're looking about ways to accelerate it. And I do want to thank Monsieur Grontier, who worked with my staff on this. We look forward to seeing the results. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Leeper?
Yeah,
yes.
Chair, forgive me, I am getting frustrated with the number of substantial tasks that are being put on staff's desk as undertakings or as directions. So I object to this being brought as a direction, and I would ask that it be treated as a motion. And if it is treated as a motion, I'm moving to refer it with Councillor Kitts as a seconder. Refer it to Transportation Committee.
Okay, so there's already a seconder, but and we're in committee of the whole. So on the motion to refer it to Transportation Committee, then is that carried? Okay. Councillor Menard, you have. Councillor Menard, you have 2 directions that may or may not continue to be directions.
The permission of Councillor Leeper here. I do have 2 directions. One is on the budget work plan, and I did discuss with Cyril in advance and was happy to make it a motion, but he just suggested that this is part of staff direction. So I'm hoping we're okay on this one, but that is part of staff's plan 2026 budget work plan and continued implementation of budget enhancements, including enhanced public consultation and public engagement. Staff be directed to report back in Q1 of 2025 with an outline of the 2026 public consultation process, including options for councillor-led spring budget public consultation sessions or other means as determined by the individual councillor. And 2, engaging residents earlier on the development of the city budget in consultation with members of council for the next city budget.
That's very good.
Okay, our staff are good with that? Thank you. Okay, next one, Councillor Menard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The next direction is that staff, as part of their ongoing work with the Transit LRFP Working Group, consider the feasibility of developing an Ottawa-specific transit fare elasticity metric within existing resources using Ottawa-specific data that could be used as part of determining future fares and report back by the 2027 draft budget tabling.
Staff are okay with that? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, there are some motions that are starting out as motions as well. Councillor Gower.
Whereas the City of Ottawa has identified a significant structural deficit in transit funding with a projected $8 billion funding shortfall over the next 30 years due in large part to changes in decisions by the federal government and inequities in funding received by the City of Ottawa from the provincial and federal governments. And whereas Ottawa's transit system has faced unique challenges, including a $32 million annual revenue gap caused by the federal government's hybrid work policies, as well as rising operational and capital costs. And whereas the city's 2025 budget process began with a $120 million shortfall in transit, but the city has worked to reduce that shortfall by identifying operational savings and efficiencies, capital efficiencies and deferrals, and by increasing transit fares and the transit levy by larger than normal amounts, all without reducing transit service. And whereas Ottawa residents, including taxpayers and transit customers, are already paying a greater share of transit costs than residents of other cities that receive more federal and provincial funding, are stepping up again in the 2025 budget to cover additional transit investments, and in the principle of fairness should not be expected to bear any additional financial burden during an affordability crisis. And whereas Mayor Sutcliffe and City Council launched the Fairness for Ottawa campaign in August to highlight the inequities in federal and provincial funding, including the federal government's unilateral decisions to reduce its payment in lieu of taxes to the City of Ottawa, placing a financial burden on Ottawa residents and businesses. And whereas City Council has a duty to stand up for local taxpayers and fight for fairness and equity in securing Ottawa's rightful share of funding from the federal and provincial governments to ensure the long-term financial stability of the city's transit system and other essential municipal services. And whereas without additional funding, the City of Ottawa will be compelled to increase transit fares, increase the transit levy, or reduce service, placing a further burden on affordability for Ottawa residents. And whereas both Premier Doug Ford and Finance Minister Peter Bethlenfalvy have publicly stated that if the federal government were to provide support to the City of Ottawa, the province of Ontario would do the same. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa renew its call on the federal and provincial governments to respond to the Fairness for Ottawa campaign by providing at least $36 million in funding to fill the immediate gap in the 2025 transit budget, and by finding solutions to address the $8 billion structural deficit in Ottawa's transit budget, ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of the city's transit system. And be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa formally call on the federal and provincial governments to establish a working group with the City of Ottawa on transit funding and other issues unique to Ottawa, with the goal of developing a fair and equitable solution that benefits the residents of Ottawa and achieves economic recovery.
Thank you, Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. This is regarding the capital closure process and sidewalk renewal, whereas the city staff acknowledge the demand for sidewalk renewal, and whereas the city promotes, advocates for, and believes in the importance of active transportation and subsequent infrastructure, whereas the need for additional resources allocated for sidewalk renewal continues to be an issue in many wards, whereas decayed sidewalk infrastructure places vulnerable users at risk of injury, including children, older adults, visually impaired, and mobility impaired individuals. Whereas the city has introduced a new minor sidewalk program in 2023 with an annual $1 million budget this term of council, And whereas in 2023 and 2024, capital closure allocated additional funds to the sidewalk program. And whereas the draft 2024 budget increased the annual program to $2 million, and whereas council has acknowledged the continued need to renew sidewalk infrastructure by directing more resources this term of council, and the need remains. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to the 2025 capital closure process on the feasibility of an additional $1 million one-time allocation to the minor sidewalk program. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried? Councillor Brockington?
Thank you. Again, this is regarding the public transit tax deduction, whereas up to 2017, the federal government provided the public transit tax credit, which was a 15% non-refundable tax credit available to individuals for the cost of eligible transit passes. Whereas this helped make public transit more affordable for pass holders and further incentivize public transit in Canada. Whereas public transit offers many environmental benefits as well as reduces operating costs to maintain the existing road network. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor, on behalf of council, write to the federal minister of finance requesting that a tax deduction be reintroduced to alleviate the costs of taking public transit and to incentivize the growth of public transit. And be it further resolved that this motion be shared with federal members of parliament serving residents of the city of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing this motion forward. I'm happy to support it. I just want to ask you, Mr. Mayor, if you see this as competing at all with your ask to the federal government that we have, or that we're concerned that they might make an invest. Like it's great for transit users, and I support that, and I hope they reinstate that. I just don't want it to be seen as a trade-off as opposed to sustainable funding for transit.
No, I think we can make it clear it's in addition to our other requests and will have no financial impact on the city. It'd be beneficial to our residents, but would not help us with our own finances. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney?
Real briefly, thank you, Councillor Brockington. And again, I think your valued work at AMO as well, promoting the fact that seniors do have that opportunity to file with I'm taking every opportunity for seniors today, to file with their federal taxes, their provincial credit as well. It would be great to see the federal government go back to that, encouraging people to get those deductions. So I fully support that as well, with and without a FCM hat on today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Okay, on the motion, is it carried? All right. So we are going to rise and report and then return to being in our council meeting, at which time people will have an opportunity to speak before voting on the budget as a whole. All of the dissents that were registered and votes against will be brought forward into that. So at that time, we will simply be voting on the budget as a whole. But your dissents and votes against any part of the budget will have been recorded and will be brought forward. So they don't need to be registered again.
Mayor.
Is that clear?
May I ask one question?
Yes.
Due to my own folly, I was out of the room for the piece on the police budget. Might I register my dissent?
I don't know if that's technically possible, but I don't think it is, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order. Surely council can determine whether or not to allow Councillor Trosser to register her dissent rather.
I'll defer to the city clerk on that. In the past, we have not allowed people to add or change their vote after the fact, but
I believe that
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Appreciating that council can suspend its rules of procedure with 3/4. The rules of procedure provide that final vote in council is not divisible.
So I'd like to make that motion to allow Councillor Trosser to register her dissent.
Point of order. Just clerk, there was somebody else that was out of the room at the same time, and I'm certain Councillor Kitts would like to do the same. So if both are included, this nets out and this is silly, but nonetheless, I would support that.
That's a friendly amendment.
So I would register.
Sorry, well, yeah. I mean, we're not even sure you're allowed to do that yet. So let's just go through this. So, and let's deal with this as quickly as possible because we still have a lot on the agenda. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, It would be appropriate to rise and out of committee of the whole and resume in council. At that point, a motion would be in order to suspend the rules of procedure to allow for a dissent on the budget with respect to a particular line item. That would be the provision that would need to be waived in council.
Okay. Would it allow for someone to say they were voting in favor of a particular part of the budget too, or not? Or is it presumed that they're voting in favor of it if they did not dissent?
It would allow for a dissent on a particular line item, notwithstanding the prohibition in the procedure bylaw for doing so. We would be happy to work with the member on wording to be specific in that respect.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask a question about the precedent of this. Imagine if there was a very close vote, 2 people stepped out, now they know how the vote went, and now they decide they want to change their vote after the fact. So maybe this is okay, what ifs. You get your thing down as voting for or against, but it could actually set a precedent for something much more significant. So I would just ask people to contemplate that.
I agree. My preference would be for the councillors involved to simply state publicly what their intention was, rather than to set a precedent by revisiting a vote from before. Because I think that's a slippery slope, in my opinion.
Yeah. Mayor, if I might, my only concern is that because we're voting again and it's voting on the whole package, this is an unusual situation where there's a second vote. And my concern is that a vote for the whole package without a registered dissent could imply something else. I do think this is a different scenario, but I'm not going to, if there's not will of council to lift the rules of procedure, that's fine. But I do think it's a little bit different than somebody trying to change a vote.
Okay. So so regardless, we're rising and reporting. Councillor Hubely, would you read that motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the committee of the whole rise and report to City Council.
Is that carried? Okay. So now we're in the council meeting. If someone would like to, I suppose, do we have to deal with that first, or can that just be as people put their hands up during this process?
That can be done while members are speaking on the budget. Okay. My understanding, and again, Councillor Leeper and his seconder can confirm that this is not a motion to allow a member to revisit their vote, but in fact a motion to suspend section 53(9) of the procedure bylaw to allow for a separate vote on a line item, which is a specific provision that relates to council budget consideration.
Okay, so this, if it applied, this would apply only to the budget, not to some other type of vote where someone is out of the room.
It would apply to this vote on this budget, and I believe would not apply to any other scenario under the rules of procedure. Okay, so Councillor Leeper, perhaps you can work on a motion while other people are speaking about the budget, and we can. Okay, Councillor Luloff. Again, sorry, Councillor Luloff, just to remind people what's happening here, since they're going in a bunch of different directions at once. These are final comments on the budget before we vote on the budget as a whole. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll begin my remarks today with gratitude. I'd like to thank staff, especially Alain Gaultier, for working with me to identify and advance desperately needed infrastructure repairs in my ward. To have so much now in the 1 to 3 and 3 to 5 year forecast gives my community hope, and frankly a bit of relief given the seemingly endless constructions in wards 1, 2, and 12. Long-standing pains like Matzier Way in Fallingbrook and Apollo Crater's multi-use pathway are being fast-tracked for 2025 and 2026, respectively. Cameron Street, which serves as an interprovincial crossing intersecting the 174, will finally be resurfaced, and we'll have a commitment. We have a commitment to improve signalization or reconfigure this intersection if required in the future. Work will begin in Cambrian Heights, with Moffat finally getting some love, so as not to require the procurement of several lunar landers by the Community Association to navigate. I'm sure their treasurer appreciates the removal of that budget pressure. Taylor Creek, Viemont, and Eric Chapnick will finally be resurfaced, supporting new housing, OPS, and local businesses. We do have a commitment now to restore pathway stubs on Cassia Park, at Telsey, and at Lonsbury Drive. Centrum Boulevard, our crumbling festival square, and home to hundreds of senior citizens, will be getting some design investment to be done over the course of the next few years. So thank you. After last year, Orleans East Cumberland needed some investment. As we focus on growth areas, the infrastructure that supports that growth cannot be left out of the conversation. I do want to warn against a trend that I'm seeing in budget negotiations at all levels of government, and I'd like to see us turn away from negotiating directly with the public and using wedges to manage expectations. If we're going to present budgets and policies without input from elected officials and then change them at the last minute based on public outrage, why are we even here? I'm pleased that we landed where we did today on transit. However, I do not appreciate the practice of putting non-starter and dramatic changes in the window in order to whip up the public into a frenzy as a tactic to turn a moderate increase into a win. I find this practice disrespectful and wasteful, as several councillors and staff had to spend hours away from the important work that they do advocating for their own communities or managing their teams to come to an agreement that we have today. Please engage councillors earlier, have honest conversations, and consider how these proposals will be received by residents prior to making them public in a draft budget. For example, punishing seniors for low ridership globally should have been a non-starter. Staff know when something that they are proposing is controversial. Have the respect for us and those that we represent to work with us over the months leading up to the draft budget, and not just during the 4 weeks after it's presented. You only get one chance at a first impression, and in that sense, this budget in the beginning was a bit of a flop. We are here to help guide decisions, not act as a rubber stamp, and we should not merely be the last line of defense when bad ideas make their way into a public document. The drama is unnecessary, and it debases our offices while reducing what little confidence Ottawans still have in us as a whole. Policy on the fly is not a good way to govern. I often get asked, who runs this city? Sometimes I wonder this too, and that's not a very good sign. By the time staff present a budget or a report, the range of options has been narrowed to such a point that we argue at the margins. The people that sit around this table come from a huge variety of experience and expertise, and every single one of us has insight and ideas that can help shape policy and budgets before it hits the table. Today, as we pass this budget, I implore staff to use the resources you have in front of you at this table rather than treat us as a checkbox. The public chose us to make decisions and pays you to provide advice and implement decisions made at this table. The natural push-pull between us makes for better policy, but we need to be put in a position to work with you. So let's not do what we did this year again next year. You're going to begin discussions probably tomorrow on what next year's budget is going to look like. We should be a part of that conversation in a more meaningful way moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a budget that in these fraught times invests in the quality of life of citizens and the economic engines that are cities. But I think taxpayers are worried. They're worried about their jobs. They're worried about their mortgages. They're worried about their ability to pay their bills. And I've spoken to parents and seniors who are worried about their children's future. And I can say, as a parent of 4 children, I too am worried about the future. The other levels of government have the economic levers and are taking such measures as tax relief. And they are in a best position to do that because they have greater financial capacity and they have a greater ability to control the macroeconomic drivers of our economy. As a city, we're doing our part by ensuring our communities remain safe, healthy, and prosperous. I believe this budget meets the council priorities that we set out at the beginning of this term. There are a lot of new and expanded programs, and this should not be a budget that is spun as austerity, as much as it aims to be responsible. It expands many services the public has asked for. I'm very pleased to see continued investments to serve the residents and businesses of Riverside South and Finley Creek, specifically advancing the new recreational complex to serve Southeast Ottawa to help build a much more complete community. energizing the new Trillium line and multi-use pathway alongside it that will connect residents from the south to the north of the city. Continuing to bring urban transportation infrastructure to Bank Street in the Finley Creek community, as well as upgrades to the Fred Barrett Arena. But this budget also maintains the core services that residents expect. Specifically, more reliable and energy efficient lighting to the Vimy Memorial Bridge. And so we will see an end of the blinking lights on the Vimy Bridge that our teams go up and replace them. And then, a few weeks later, there's another blinking light. So after 10 years, we're putting in some great investments to increase reliability, enhance reliability, and bring about greater efficiency to that great structure in South Ottawa. And I'm pleased to see that we are resurfacing and upgrading little itty bitty Quinn Road in the Leitrim community. This road is important because it connects a pedestrian and cycling pathway to the new LRT station at Leitrim. So I'm pleased to see this come forward, and it will help, again, pedestrians and cyclists to better connect with the Leitrim station once it's energized. So again, I will be supporting this budget that, despite the demands and challenges, puts affordability and the quality of our life of our residents to the forefront. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll speak quite frankly. When I first saw this budget, I had several concerns about various aspects, whether it was senior fares or investment in infrastructure, particularly in my ward. And I was prepared to vote against sections of it. And as many around this table know, and many in my community, I have long raised concerns about Ottawa's aging infrastructure, its parks, its roads, its recreation facilities. And I'm always the first to say that if we don't invest in it now, we're going to end up paying more later. And at first, I didn't see that in this budget. I reached out to the mayor, Cyril's team, Steve Box, Wendy, all the players, and we were able to work through my concerns, not only from my ward, but we've seen a higher investment in local roads and some of our infrastructure pieces than I thought was ever possible under such a constrained budget that we are facing, and still within an amount to the taxpayer that is affordable and reasonable. So I want to take a moment and just thank everybody, particularly the mayor, as well as Cyril's team and Steve Box. I'm looking at you, Steve, for all your work on that. But I also want to say, too, that if it hadn't been for the work of Mayor Sutcliffe, Councillors Carr and Curry, we would be looking at a very different budget. If it wasn't for that $207 million in efficiencies that were found, we would be looking at a tax rate closer to 10%. So I wanted to share my gratitude for that on behalf of my residents, because that would not be an amount that would be acceptable, but not or affordable. And I think, once again, that is very much appreciated on behalf of myself and my community. And still, and to Councillor Desroches' point, we still are seeing those necessary investments in our community. But I did want to flag that finding those efficiencies is a luxury that we may not have. Well, it's very unlikely we're going to have that in 2026 for that budget. And so it's going to be an all hands on deck for all of us as councillors, whether we're on the transit long-term financial working group or the working group to find efficiencies, or any working groups, to find not just efficiencies, but better ways to do things, to talk to our residents and find out, what it is that they want us to invest in, and to see truly if they want us to increase the tax rate, to invest in things like infrastructure. We've been very focused on seniors fares. I am so pleased to see where we landed on this. I think that was the fair thing to do. Pardon the pun. I was an Ottawa Sun reporter, so that was not intended. But I mean, I think that the conversation also has to be on the budget as a whole and how we look at 2026 and how we'll collaborate together to make sure that we are seeing the same levels of investment and the core services we provide that our residents require, but at a reasonable rate on the tax. And that will take that conversation with our provincial and federal governments. So I wanted to thank all the players who have brought this budget forward. I will be supporting it. There is not a section of it that I will be voting against, and I did want to share my appreciation.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. You know, we've been having a conversation about federal and provincial abdication of their responsibilities when it comes to transit, but there's another issue that is the overwhelming concern in my ward, and that's homelessness and the impact of the quality of life downtown. And similarly speaking, our long-range financial plan for housing and homelessness also has several $1 million gap in it, several $100 million gap in it. We are counting on the next several tranches of the Housing Accelerator Fund money coming in. And I know there's at least one party, federal party, that has pledged to cut that program. And that would be significantly damaging to our city. And we have what I would think is a very modest goal of creating 50 new supportive housing units a year. That also relies on provincial operations funding. And that supportive housing is so crucial because it is the answer to the social disorder problems that we're dealing with downtown, whether it's in Councillor Plant's ward or in my ward. We know it works. Housing with supports, housing. The people who are setting up encampments in our neighborhoods often cannot or will not go to shelter for various reasons. This year I've heard such an incredible level of distress about the visibility and about the disruption that this is causing in people's lives, and also deep concern for the people experiencing homelessness themselves. So I want to thank the Mayor's office and I want to thank city staff because we are seeing some really significant investments for downtown Ottawa in this budget that I'm really proud of and that we fought really hard for, including $1.5 million for public realm enhancements that are desperately needed, a generous budget to do a pilot for self-cleaning bathrooms, which strangely was in the transportation budget because it's technically under public realm and right of way. But I'm enormously thankful. And I'm also really thankful that city staff has been so receptive on working with me to bolster the much needed outreach supports in downtown Ottawa. So that is why I will be supporting the bulk of this budget, despite a couple dissensions. I think it's really important to highlight, though, that the funding gap that we have in our city is not just for transit operations, it is also for housing and homelessness. And if those expected investments don't come through, we will be in deep trouble. And the quality of life in downtown Ottawa will continue to degenerate in a way that I'm really, really worried about. And so I really hope other levels of government maintain their commitments. It's incredibly frustrating to have to go cap in hand. As you know, we signed on to the Big City Mayors Caucus, the Ontario Big City Mayor Caucus's Solve the Crisis campaign. I think we're starting to see people, luckily not in this city among my colleagues, but in other cities reaching for carceral solutions because they want these problems to go away. And again, we know what works. Housing with supports, outreach, peer-based outreach. This is all evidence-based. And so I think it can be a really dangerous time right now because some of the rhetoric that we're seeing is pushing for incarceration instead of housing, which is much more expensive than the solutions that we know work. So I want to thank city staff and the mayor's office for really listening to Centertown residents in this budget. I really hope that these new outreach supports and working towards another 24-hour day center start to make a significant difference in the day-to-day experience in downtown Ottawa because it's been very tough out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Joster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Every time we pass a budget, it should represent the overall goals of what we've already said were our priorities, and that includes homelessness and affordable housing. As well, it's about fighting back against climate change. Every time, every item in our budget should be about these goals. We cannot lose sight. We need to encourage transit use, and I appreciate the rethink from the original draft budget. We need to continue to support the ability for people to use our transit system and not put up barriers based on cost. We need to continue to support nonprofit affordable housing, and I emphasize nonprofit. This is what we need as our base to rebuild our cities. And we need to have a livable city. And that's the way to go about it. My major concern is the reliance on property tax as revenue. Municipalities are at the ground level and they know what needs to be done. But as a city, we need assistance. We need assistance from the other levels of government to achieve those goals because these goals aren't just our city goals. These are national goals. National goals to end homelessness and the housing crisis, and national goals to tackle climate change. We need that support. We need to work together, and I appreciate the encouragement that of everyone who is thinking of these goals. I will be supporting the budget. It is not perfect, and I wish we could do better, but my concern is that our reliance on property tax really limits us to doing what this absolutely needs to be done to eliminate these goals, to achieve these goals rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Just thanks to Councillor Dudas for the kind words about the Service Review Working Group. Just on that note, I would also like to thank staff and really the thousands of employees at this city who wrote into the Service Review Working Group. And when we looked at the feedback we got from city employees and certainly all the managers and other managers below them, there were great ideas. And, you know, so I have to challenge the comments that there wasn't consultation earlier or enough. When we went out with each of the 4 council priorities and asked the community what they thought about those, you know, the climate, housing, transportation, and economic development. So we've been doing that ongoing over the course of the last couple of years, and we've gotten fabulous feedback from residents, from employees. So you know, there's always ways to have more consultation, but I will just remind everybody that we have done a lot and we have evidence to demonstrate that. The other thing I will say is, and you know, Councillor Kitts and I were talking about this the other day, that as the city councillor, every email you get, every community meeting you're at where residents are talking to you is like budget consultation. I mean, that is truly, that is true, you know? So, you know, when people say, you know, you didn't consult enough, when I look at what I asked for when I went down for my meeting with the mayor and city managers, I asked for what the community asked me for, and predominantly that was sidewalks. And then if you look at the Ward 4 budget, there's money in it for sidewalks. You know, as others have said, not everything that we wanted, but, you know, you are getting that budget feedback every day through every email. And then you bring it to the mayor, city managers, you advocate. So, you know, I just have to push back gently on the consultation. I think there's a lot. There's always ways to do more. But I will obviously be supporting this budget. And I just want to thank everybody for all of their time and effort on getting us here. It's not tons of fun, but we'll all be glad when today's over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been reflecting on the fact that this is the 3rd budget of 4 budgets for this council. It's hard to imagine that we're already here, and yet it feels like we're here an awful lot. I've been reflecting on where we've come from. I consider all of what we have inherited. We've inherited, you know, several municipalities through amalgamation that has caused serious financial challenges and disparities across our city. We inherited the LRT project with that has brought financial pressure and reputational risk that we're still fighting through. No one here when running for office thought this job would be easy. We all knew the city was facing real challenges, but I still thought we would be a little farther ahead than we are right now. And I hope that over the last couple of years, I've demonstrated that I am not married to one solution for our financial problems, that I am prepared to, I know next year we're going to be asked to look at the facilities we have. We're going to have to sell buildings. We're going to have to make adjustments to our routes. We're going to have to make different kinds of decisions. And without a doubt, we need other levels of government. You know, I'm thinking about the tax holiday that has just been announced. And what impacts will that have on municipal revenue from taxation or from other levels of government? We only get 8 cents on the dollar. I worry that with the city's responsiveness to affordability for our residents, we continue to try and make up for the issues that are being created by other levels of government and by corporations and by climate change. If the role of our government, municipal government, is primarily to keep things affordable, why aren't our residents happier with us? I think it's because they can see that we're making choices that are eroding those services that they depend on. They can see the increased debt. They can see the deferrals. Those are the smoke and mirrors of politicians that people end up trusting our institutions less about. And those are the kinds of conversations I'm having to have when I go into community. I really thought after 3 budgets together, we might not necessarily agree on the solutions, but we might be able to talk a little more openly with our residents that we have a problem. And we own some of that problem. We inherited some of that problem. We had previous councillors that kept tax increases to 0%. We're climbing a mountain. And I do think that the City of Ottawa could demonstrate a willingness to entertain revenues from other internal sources. I think we can invite our residents to build this city to the greatness that they expect. Can anyone afford to lose their job because the bus didn't come for the 3rd time this week? Can drivers afford the repairs because their car bottomed out on a pothole? Or for me, how many tires I replaced in the last winter season? Can young people afford to buy a house close to their work so they can keep costs down by being a 1-car family? Can we afford to have one more cyclist be hit by a car? Can seniors afford more Ubers? Can homeowners afford more vehicle thefts and break-ins because their streetlights don't work and the neighborhood parks have been left unattended? I don't know that we're actually making things more affordable for our residents. I think we might be shifting some of the costs onto individual actors as they desperately try to maintain a quality of life that they expect. Ottawa's median income is $102,000 a year. I don't think this city is broke, but I think we risk breaking it by deferring our decisions today. One of the major criticisms of the LRT Commission is that the former mayor declared an early estimate for the project should be the maximum budget, and design had to fall under that budget. And that is why we continue to have problems with our Phase 1 LRT. It was designed for its price tag, not for its reliability. But I think we do the same for our other city budgets. We give each department an envelope, they tailor their spending to fit within it, and it means that the best we can do is be reactive. We cannot be preventative in our spending. We patch, we patch, we patch, we get by. And we end up shifting really small amounts of money around so that we don't have those harder conversations. So I'm voting against this budget. It doesn't give residents what they need. It doesn't give my children what they need, and I'll expect better next year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to pick up on something I believe Councillor Troster said. Input from the public and councillors informed change in this budget. And I think whether it was through work a committee or a working group or a hallway conversation, this budget process felt collaborative in a space where collaboration doesn't always win the day. So I wanted to highlight that. I too, like Councillor Dudas, wanted to highlight the work of the service review group. The savings that were found saved us a 10% tax increase. So, you know, to those who are saying we're not increasing taxes enough, this budget is a 3.9% increase, plus what would have been 10% reinvested. And I feel like we have more work to do on that. I think we can find more savings and efficiencies. I think we all see processes every day that could be streamlined. And I'm looking forward to seeing continued work in that regard. Residents expect us to be good stewards of their funds. And I think going to them for more should not be our default. It should be a last result. So fighting for our fair share from other levels of government and doing the hard work to make sure we are spending every dollar wisely is something, is a responsibility I take very seriously. And getting adequate funding from the provincial government when it comes to the budget for public health is something I continue to be committed to and will continue to advocate for on behalf of all of us. I wanted to reflect a bit on what I said at this meeting last year. You may recall I was critical of the transportation budget and reluctantly voted to approve it with the hope that I could return this year with a different tone. This year, the East End, not just Ward 19, but the entire East End is getting more growth-related transportation funding than in the last 6 budgets combined. And even with that, the investment is still less than the South and the West are receiving. And because we've been behind for so long, all of the funding is going to the design for the solutions. So we are still years off from solutions that will offer capacity. I have a Christmas card here that says, I hope you get a Brian Coburn extension for Christmas. Well, I'm getting design and I will take that. But we have shockingly few mobility options in one of the fastest growing wards in the city. And in my view, you've heard me, I'll say this many times, being able to get to work or school or medical appointments or daycare pickup or what have you is not a nice to have. It's a necessity to a functioning community with a healthy quality of life. I hear the frustration from my residents and I share it. I really empathize with it. I know my colleagues in the East feel the same way. And last year I ended my 5 minutes by saying that as a proud lifelong East Ender, I've observed a lifelong perception that the East gets less. So while I am pleased today that the budget is moving the needle in a more positive direction on that perception, and I am not ungrateful for those investments, I really appreciate the work that's been done over the last year to secure them. I think as a collective, we have done very good on a tough budget. I wanted to share those comments and signal that there is still, in my view, a lack of comprehensive vision for growing wards like mine, and that 2025 is going to be a significant year to account for that through the Transportation Master Plan update. We all know that the work starts on the next budget as soon as this one passes, and as Councillor Curry said, it is a year-round activity. So I am looking forward to working with you all on the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Brockington?
Well, I need a break after today, so I do look forward to the budget, but it is a significant process, and to the city manager's credit and the city treasurer and the mayor in particular, you three, many others involved, but thank you for all the work that's led to the budget that we have. And to the treasurer's engagement and attendance at the councillor budget sessions, answering all the questions. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. I think the budget overall is solid. I very much appreciate the investment in infrastructure renewal, particularly in my ward. We have probably 8 water infrastructure renewal projects in neighborhoods that are now 85 to 90 years old, and we're starting to see some renewal in that regard. So that's very, very welcomed. Mayor, I want to put a shout out and my thanks and appreciation for your engagement on the Alexander Community Center. I have not mentioned the center yet today, but very much appreciate our conversations over the last 2 years in particular, and seeing this project move funds in one of the highest risk needy communities in the city of Ottawa that we've classified on the top 3. It will be very much received, well received in the community, and I can't wait to see this project go forward. So thank you very much, Mayor. The investment in the Mooney's Bay Pavilion. Mooney's Bay is one of our top parks. It's a destination park, a regional park. Hundreds of thousands of people visit every year. Finally seeing movement on the renewal of that pavilion. This will take an excellent park that much step higher. Hopefully to see that done in the next few years. This budget has more funds for sidewalk renewal, which is a huge priority in my ward. There is no level of politics I want to be engaged more in than the municipal level. This is where we can have the greatest impact on our residents, where we can make the decisions that impact people in the most positive manner. And when you look at what creates viable, healthy, communities that people want to live in. It's the type of decisions that we make. So is there room for improvement? Of course. I think Councillor Kavanagh, you said, budgets aren't perfect, but they are an exercise in identifying priorities. So going forward, more sidewalk renewal. We've got to focus on road renewal that aren't arterials. I know there's policy that prioritizes arterial roads, but we all have residential streets that need care and attention. We've talked about park renewal today on the DUDAS motion, which is appreciated. But some of the smaller things, the road line painting, the weeds, sign repairs, fire hydrants that are rusted and they need to be painted, these are minor things in the grand scheme of things that we deal with. But again, it's what our residents notice, and we cannot allow to lapse and degrade communities. So this budget acknowledges that taxpayers have a limit on what they can pay. And like I said, for my ward in particular, there's some significant infrastructure renewal that is very much appreciated. I will be supporting the budget overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll keep my eye on the clock because I do have that motion to bring, but I first wanted to address the budget as a whole, which unfortunately I cannot support. And the reasons for that are fairly clear from my initial objection to the 2.9% tax increase that we agreed to put in place this year. I objected to that because I have a different definition of affordability perhaps than some around the table. And I'm thinking a lot about my 24-year-old son who's living in Midtown Toronto and his partner Ashna. And what makes their life affordable is affordable, convenient, reliable transit. Programs like bike share, extensive bike networks that allow them to move around without a car. That's a huge affordability piece. The extensive urban park network that is more than just soccer fields and tot lots, but actually gives a wider demographic the opportunity to enjoy the outside. A really vibrant nightlife that is in part due to municipal funding that gives my son the opportunity to pick up a gig once a week and earn a few extra bucks. The free festivals with the higher level of festival funding that they have. And the important thing for affordability as well, when we're talking about the homelessness and opioid crises, is we need to make sure that the neighborhoods that allow people to live car-free and to live close to work and live close to school are just as safe as the neighborhoods that are further afield. And that takes municipal investment. That's a huge affordability piece when you can live in that 15-minute community and have, your ability to walk and take transit and bike where you need to go in order to minimize the number of cars you need. And that can't happen if we are not investing in where those communities already exist. And I don't believe, given this budget, that we are doing that. Inexpensive recreation program, inexpensive recreation facilities bookings. Those are part of affordability for people. The washrooms in public parks to allow people to explore their city. That's part of affordability, right? All of these things are means of keeping the cost of living down that don't have anything to do with taxes. Look, if you never explore your city, if you never go out, maybe the most important thing the city can do to keep your quality or your cost of living down is to keep your taxes down. But for the rest of us, the municipal investment in our quality of life is not coming out of our pocket directly, but through our taxes and shared by everybody so that it's less expensive. And that's critical to do if we want this to be a sustainable city. I take a look as well, and I worry about the taxes if my son lives in Ottawa at some point. How much is he going to be paying 40 years from now if we are underinvesting in our infrastructure, if we're underinvesting in maintaining it? We're paying our taxes are too high today because generations of municipal politicians have not made the necessary investments in maintaining and renewing infrastructure. And municipal politicians rarely are, but we've got the chance to hit reset. We don't have to look forward to just the next 3 or 4 years. We can do what's right for my kid and your kids 40 years from now by making decisions today to pay the costs that it costs in order to, sorry, it's in order to maintain, in order to keep our taxes low down the road, we're going to have to make investments today. And if we don't make those investments, believe me, it's our kids who will be paying. Mayor, I've only got 58 seconds. I won't go on. I do want to make a motion with respect to allowing Councillor Troster to register her dissent. I'd like to move that subsection 53(9) of the procedure bylaw be suspended to permit any member who did not vote on the Ottawa Police Service Board 2025 draft operating and capital budget in committee of the whole to register their dissent in council should the member wish to do so. Councillor Menard has agreed to second that.
Okay.
30 seconds left. I can go on about future taxes. I won't.
Thank you. Can we turn this into a direction though, instead of a motion? So just to be clear on the motion, that this is the subsection 53(9) of the procedure bylaw relates specifically to the budget vote, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it relates specifically to the motion to adopt the budget amendments after rising from committee of the whole.
Okay, so it does not suspend, it does not set any kind of precedent outside of a budget vote where someone would be registering their dissent on a part of the budget and planning to vote for the budget as a whole.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I'll just make a few final comments and then we can vote on that motion. Councillor Troster can register her dissent if she still wants to, and then we will vote on the budget. I'll just say very quickly that this has been obviously a very, very challenging budget process. We've been working on it almost since the day after, maybe even since the day after the budget passed last year. And it is, as Councillor Kavanaugh said, not perfect, but no budget is. Having said that, I do believe that it strikes a very, very good balance between investing in what matters most in our community, what matters most to our residents, and protecting affordability for our residents. And I want to remind everybody of where we started. We acknowledged when the budget passed last year that the 2025 budget was going to be very difficult, and it has been. So let's consider how great the challenge has been. Let's consider how diverse our community is, how diverse the needs are in our community across this city that is 4.5 times the geographic size of Toronto. Let's consider how diverse the opinions are across our city. So there are people in different parts of the city who have different views on what affordability means to them, on what matters most to them. Despite all of that range of opinion, those range of needs in the community, I think we have found a balance today with a budget that we can be proud of, a budget that does strike that balance, a budget that is not perfect, but given the challenge we faced, protects affordability for our residents without increasing taxes enormously, without increasing taxes like other cities are doing. Specifically, as Councillor Dudas pointed out, because we have found more than $200 million in savings and efficiencies, the equivalent of more than $400 for every resident, or every household in the city, the equivalent of a 10.5% tax increase that we are not passing on to our residents because we found those savings and efficiencies. So I'm grateful for all the hard work that has gone into this. I want to thank finance staff and Cyril Rogers. I want to thank Wendy Stephenson for the countless hours of time and energy that went into this budget. It has not been an easy task for them, but I'm grateful for everything that's been done to bring us to this point. And thank you, colleagues, again, for the collaboration and hard work. This has been a challenging process, but we did not add to that challenge by fighting with each other. We found solutions, we found compromises, and we landed in a good place. So on the motion by Councillor Leeper, is that carried? Okay, so I take it, Councillor Troster, you'd like to register your dissent on the police budget. Okay. And then let's have a recorded vote on the budget, please.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Giroux,
Yes.
Councillor Lula,
Yes.
Councillor Plante,
Oui.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Oui.
Councillor Durush,
Oui.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh,
I said yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
22 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are not even close to being done. Moving to item 29.2 on the agenda, Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan. Councillor Menard, I think you asked for that to be held.
I did, Mayor, and apologies. Councillor Brockington and I both asked for it, but staff have stayed, and I really am sorry that they had to stay because we probably could have done this fairly quickly. But in any event, I thanked them earlier for staying and sticking around with us. Staff have been really good with me in providing information about how the affordability period works for this housing. And essentially it's as we saw in the report, 80 to 90 to up to 100% based on AMR, which is a specific metric and benchmarked against what new builds would cost for new housing versus the CMHC definition. So interesting to see those comparisons. These buildings that we're putting up would be built anyway. So it's not a supply argument. These units would be built. It's whether or not we provide tax breaks to the developer putting them up to make them kind of semi-affordable. And this is $50 million, 35 million of which is going to one particular developer. And I've had conversations with staff about this, and this program needs to, I know it's new, Mayor, but the program needs to change. If we have one public tax dollar, we are going to be subsidizing what is not low rent. It's not medium rent. It's fairly high rent, but we're still subsidizing those amounts. And instead of building our own assets through OCH or not-for-profit or co-op housing, public housing, which we would then get to keep for decades longer, after 20 years, we then lose this affordable housing. So the units will be built there, but they won't be affordable after that. There's also provisions in the contract where they can raise the rent by the Ontario average or come back twice within the affordability period to request larger increases depending on staff analysis of the proof of whether or not they're in need. So like, I don't take issue with staff or the will to provide more affordable housing, but this is not deeply affordable, and it's not going to our asset. We're subsidizing a private asset that we will lose in 20 years for any of those units, or we may lose sooner if the developer finds loopholes within the policy we've set up, which there are some. So I'll just say thank you very much to staff for helping with answers and just describing these pieces. But my view is that this program needs to change drastically in the future. This money should be going to those not-for-profits who aren't applying for it. This money should be going to OCH. The $50 million should be going to our own sale of our lands to encourage this type of development that we then can keep. Our assets are worth something. And instead we would have no assets after 20 years, but a large subsidy of tax dollars. So I just want to register dissent on this. I don't, and again, I'm sorry to the staff who had to wait. Maybe Councillor Brockington has actual questions that will make that time valuable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, my office received a number of questions since this matter passed committee, and the similar sentiment of all of them is, how will the city monitor over time that the subsidized units will continue to offer an affordable rate?
Mr. Mayor, the units that are subject to a community improvement plan agreement would be treated the same way as the agreements we have with our nonprofit partners. They would be required to submit their rent rolls on an annual basis to confirm that the affordable units continue to be rented at the agreed upon affordable rent.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Conseillère Plante.
We should, Claire, just a quick question. Isn't programs like COB and our rent supplements, isn't that also subsidizing private units?
Mr. Mayor, the housing benefits are attached to the tenants. So it really depends on where the tenants choose to reside.
Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Toster.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one other comment in response to Councillor Brockington's question. Something that my office brought forward and that was included in the CIP is a requirement that anyone that gets the funding must stick to provincial rent increases voluntarily. So they cannot have above guideline increases for that 20-year period. And the other thing I wanted to say is that, you know, I agree. I prefer that we invest in nonprofit housing. Something else, though, that we did this year was remove property taxes for nonprofit builders, which is also a significant benefit for those organizations, the ones outside of OCH. OCH was already receiving it. And also, just as Councillor Plante mentioned, the combination of stacking the Canada Ontario housing benefit, stacking any benefits they might be owed through the city with a below market rent unit will actually get us much closer to rent geared to income housing within private developments. And I do feel I need to speak up because the developers receiving this money are in my ward, and I've begun conversations with them about finding nonprofit partners to help provide the affordable or to help manage the affordable components within their building. And we've seen some really innovative solutions, including the partnership between Multi-Faith Housing Initiative and DREAM that will be going up at Le Breton that includes air rights. So I think there's actually a lot of possibility within this model. On its face, it looks like a corporate subsidy, but I'm not, if we're looking for a serious scale up, I'm actually interested in this pilot to see what the impact is. I am hopeful that the combination of stacking subsidies could actually bring us to a good level of affordability with that housing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So is the item carried then? With one dissent? Any others? Okay, thank you. Moving to item 29.3, which is the acquisition of property at on Ferry Road. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a referral motion here. Whereas the city held a rural summit highlighting the need for further consultation with Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee with respect to rural matters, and whereas land acquisition at 5689 Ferry Road was considered at the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting of December 3rd, 2024. And whereas the terms of reference for the Finance and Corporate Services Committee state the committee shall consult with the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee on issues having an effect on the city's rural residents and businesses or relating to items of interest for the agricultural and associated industries. And whereas the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee's terms of reference provide as follows: general responsibilities, be responsible directly to council for those items outside of the urban boundary emanating from all departments, services, and or branches responsible for issues arising from rural areas or with distinct rural component or impact on rural residents. Whereas the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee's terms of reference further provide the following responsibilities: support and encourage the appropriate and sustainable use of land for agriculture, forestry, and recreation and activity, and encourage the establishment and prosperity of farms and related businesses. Number 4, encourage the establishment of agricultural operations that are compatible with the quality of life in rural areas and existing agricultural operations. Whereas the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee terms of reference include a mandate to make the recommendations to City Council on the following matters: on issues pertaining to agriculture, agri-food, livestock, horticulture, associated industries, and related policy matters; on issues that have significant implications for rural populations, including snowmobile and ATV use.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Could we ask the mover just to go to the therefore be it resolved, because it's 4:30 p.m.
I think it's actually pretty important to read the terms of reference included in the mandate. Thank you. On matters respecting activities of federal and provincial governments, as well as conservation authorities in the management of water, land, and associated resources within their jurisdiction and located in the city's rural areas. On forest management in the rural areas, including identifying potential of managed forests for enhanced use, supporting appropriate new forms of development, recreation that contribute to the rural economy. On issues pertaining to recreational use of city-owned properties in rural areas and regulations concerning the discharge of firearms. On matters with respect to development, comprehensive wildlife management strategies for the conservation, management, and where necessary, control of wildlife in conjunction with the appropriate agencies. Make recommendations to council on economic development policies, strategies, and other initiatives that have impact on the city's rural areas, interests including tourism. Whereas the purchase of Ferry Road land was intended under delegated authority and was then brought forward to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. And whereas the purchase of Ferry Road should have been considered by the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee given its terms of reference, therefore be it resolved that item 29.3, acquisition of the property at 5689 Ferry Road, be referred to the next meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee for consideration to be considered by City Council thereafter. And be it further resolved that the City Office or the Office of the City Clerk be directed to amend the terms of reference for the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, include matters related to rural land acquisition further to the Rural Summit. 435. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just, from getting an understanding what would happen here for everyone's benefit, I'll just ask a couple of questions before we go to other councillors' comments or questions. So if this were referred to ARAC, then ARAC would decide on it, and whether it was supported by ARAC or not supported by ARAC, would it come back to council, or only if it was supported by ARAC?
It would come back to council either way in accordance with this motion.
Okay. So we would refer it to ARAC, it would be considered there, but it would come back to council for a vote at the following council meeting after the next Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So ultimately, council would be deciding on this, just to be clear. Councillor Brockington?
When is the next ARAC meeting?
My understanding is the next regular meeting of ARAC will be the third week of January.
And will this delay impact the potential sale of the property?
Mr. Mayor, if the item were to rise to council in the month of February, this would fall within the existing due diligence period and not affect the transaction.
Fair enough. Thank you.
January 23rd is the date of the next ARAC meeting. So then it would go to council in early February, presumably, so it would not affect the timelines for the purchase.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Curry?
I just want to ask, why was it not sent to ARAC in the first place?
Mr. Mayor, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee includes specific responsibility for making recommendations to council on the acquisition or purchase of lands and buildings in accordance with the provisions of the Delegation of Authority bylaw.
Okay, so there was no attempt to try to bypass ARAC. It said it rightly should have come to Finance and Corporate Services.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it is within the jurisdiction of Finance and Corporate Services Committee.
Okay, my other question is, if at ARAC, so ARAC's going to consider it, and I would like ARAC to say something like, let me just give you some direction, ARAC, that they would like to have a lot of input after the city buys it potentially. If that is the case, then any change to the motion at ARAC wouldn't necessarily mean we wouldn't get this motion exactly back to us as full council.
Any recommendations from ARAC would rise back to council. Council could approve those recommendations, could approve the original recommendations. That would be up to council.
Okay, well, as long as there's no problem with the timing, we wouldn't lose this deal because of this, right? Right? Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Devine?
Thank you. So just question to the mover, because I'm not familiar with all the terms here. If I understand you correctly from that motion, I may have got this wrong, but you were saying that what came out of the Rural Summit was a request to add new terms of reference to ARAC, which would speak to land acquisitions. Was that correct?
The motion does direct the clerk's office to do that, or that we explore that. But in the meantime, this goes to ARAC for consideration because it clearly has rural implications.
Then I guess what I'm asking, were you saying that out of the Rural Summit came a suggestion to broaden ARAC's mandate to include within its terms of reference, dominion over land acquisition?
Not specifically, but expanding the terms of reference and role of ARAC was definitely something that came out of the Rural Summit.
But that desire for broadened terms, that is not yet part of ARAC's terms of reference.
That is correct, but I would point to the first term of reference under the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee that I referenced earlier, that we be responsible directly to council for those items outside of the urban boundary, which this is, and all departments, services, and/or branches responsible for issues arising from rural areas or with a distinct rural component or impact on rural residents. I would say it already exists.
Yep, and it is a very broad reference, but I hear you there. But as I was also understanding, this was not, this was rightly, it's within the mandate of Finance and Corporate Services Committee to have ruled over this land act. It's perfectly within the committee's mandate, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I understand it. And just to be clear that even if in the future, if this were to go to ARAC as well as Finance Committee, it would still have to go to City Council. So City Council would always have the final decision on any land acquisition, just to be clear.
I also might like to add that I don't believe the goal is for ARAC to have entire decision-making ability over something like this, but also to be consulted and that it rises to ARAC as well.
Okay. Is the motion carried? The motion to refer, yes. Okay. I have Councillor Gower, Councillor Devine, Councillor Bradley dissenting. Anyone else? Councillor Kavanaugh? Okay. 4 dissents?
Dissent.
Okay. Councillor Menard? What's that? Okay. Councillor Troster?
And review sending it back to ARAC.
Okay. Councillor Carr, you're dissenting as well? No? Okay. Okay, on to item 30.4, which is a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kavanaugh, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a long day, so I'll be very brief. This is related to this is very much related to what happened at Planning and Housing Committee, and it's about evictions and the bylaw. And I was simply asking that, and the motion is to direct staff to immediately resume work on rental replacement bylaw to protect and replace affordable housing units, addressing the housing emergency and mitigating the financial and human costs of tenant displacement. If we had this in effect, we would not need to have Councillor Troster do this negotiation. This is what it's all about, is to be prepared for these situations because they will come up again. And I just wanted to emphasize that that is the point, is so that we do not have to have separate negotiations. This is very hard on everyone, and this should be something that tenants can expect. I want to thank the committee previously for the support on this motion. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the motion carried?
Dissent.
Councillor Lowe dissented? Okay. Items 30.5 and 31.1 are going to be considered together. There is a motion from Councillor Leeper on this, I believe. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So this is the 219 and 233 Bank Street. It's a long motion, so I'll just summarize it at the top. Essentially, it approves the zoning, it approves the heritage permit, it waives demolition control, it adds it to the list of bylaws to be read today, and it also attaches the memorandum of understanding about which you've read and heard to the approval. So those are the high-level things. The motion itself reads, whereas the owner is engaged in a redevelopment process for the multi-residential properties located at 178 Nepean and 219, 223 Bank Street. And whereas the attached MOU commitments are being established between the owner and the existing residents, and whereas the Landlord and Tenant Board exercises jurisdiction under the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 to hear and decide applications respecting residential tenancies. And whereas the tenants and landlord have a hearing scheduled in March 2025 with the board, and whereas the city does not have the legal authority over the financial exchange between the landlord and tenants, whereas the owner agrees with the MOU as it reflects the landlord's offered agreement with the existing tenants, whereas the MOU attached to this motion has been executed by the owner, therefore be it resolved that council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 178 Nepean, 219, 223 Bank, as shown in document 1 to the report from Planning and Housing Committee to permit a 9-story mixed-use building as detailed in document 2 to the report, and be it further resolved that the implementing bylaw for the zoning bylaw amendment be added to the list of bylaws to be enacted at this December 11th, 2024 meeting of council, and be it further resolved that no further notice be given pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, and be it further resolved the council authorize the interim general manager, planning, development, building services to execute the memorandum of understanding following the bylaw being in full force and effect, and be it further resolved the council approve the application for alteration and new construction at 219, 223 Bank Street and 178 Nepean, according to plans by Neuf Architects dated September 26th, conditional upon A, documentation of the existing buildings and depositing the records at the City of Ottawa Archives, B, the applicant providing a shoring plan prior to the issuance of the building permit, C, the implementation of the conservation measures outlined in section 7 of the conservation plan attached as document 9 to the report and further detailed in the masonry facade restoration plan attached as document 10 to the report, and the facade rehabilitation and conservation conditions attached as document 11 to the report, D, the applicant providing a letter of credit in an amount to be determined through consultation between the applicant and city staff to ensure the protection, conservation, and restoration of the facades. E, the applicant submitting reports monitoring the condition of the historic structure from a professional engineer with heritage experience to the satisfaction of heritage planning and building code services. F, the applicant providing samples of all final exterior materials for approval by heritage staff prior to the issuance of the building permit. G, the size of any required mechanical projections on the roof of the proposed building be minimized in size and height in order to minimize impact on the historic streetscape. H, the applicant providing a copy of the building permit plans to heritage staff at the time of the submission of the building permit application. The submission shall clearly identify any changes from the approved heritage permit and include a list and explanation of proposed changes. 2, delegate authority for minor design changes, details related to structural monitoring frequency and final conservation approach to the program manager, heritage planning branch, planning, development, and building services. 3, approve the issuance of the heritage permit with a 3-year expiry date from the issuance unless otherwise extended.
Okay, thank you. And so just for clarity, who is seconding that?
Sorry, I have Councillor Dudas.
Councillor Dudas, okay. And again, just a question so everybody understands. If this motion were to pass, it would supersede 30.5 and 31.1 on the agenda, correct?
Correct, it's one motion.
Yeah.
It's all together, but let me.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as there were no committee recommendations, this motion takes the place of those recommendations.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Troster?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I know we've had a long day, but I hope you'll indulge me for a moment because I want to tell you a little bit about this building and what it means to the community. This building that covers an entire block, starting at Bank and Nepean, has been so much more than just a building. It was the home of Wallach's Art Store, of Invisible Cinema, and of Gallery 101. It was a home to affordable artist studio space for decades. There are artists who have work that is now displayed in the National Gallery of Canada that made that work in this building. It has also been a home for decades to tenants who still live there, tenants who live on low incomes, who have been able to have a successful life and to stay in Centertown because of this building's low rents. Every eviction is a tragedy, and I know we have some of the tenants from that building here today in the gallery. And I want to recognize the loss that comes with redevelopment when that leads to displacement. I sat as a member of the Downtown Revitalization Committee, and one of the great ideas that always comes up is let's make downtown an arts hub. Well, this building is an arts hub, and it was an arts hub for decades, a naturally occurring one. And this is the pattern that we see in downtowns all over the world. Artists move in, they make a neighborhood cool, they bring interest, they bring culture, and then they're pushed out. And that's what's happening in this situation. But unfortunately, at Planning and Housing Committee, we decide on zoning, we decide on setbacks. We don't have a legal mandate to talk about the people in those buildings. But the tenants who organized for the last 2 years and who came to committee, they talked about this building not just in its physical heritage value, but in the heritage of the people who live there and what they contributed to this city. This is an enormously sad day for the 11 people who still live in this building. And what happened to Planning and Housing Committee last week was extremely unusual. It is very rare for us to defer a decision to council on a zoning matter. But what became very clear after hearing from these residents was that it was the will of the committee to try and strike a voluntary agreement with this developer to allow the right of return for these tenants when this new building is built. That was initially not on offer. Even though I know it won't make up for the loss of these homes, it will not make up for the loss of this arts hub, I am proud that the memorandum of understanding that is now attached to this motion offers so much more than the bare minimum. The bare minimum is 3 months rent compensation. These tenants will have two options should they choose to accept it. One, if they accept the right to return, $20,000 plus $500 moving expenses, plus a moving van paid for by the developer, plus the right to return, the right to first refusal on equivalent units in the new buildings at the same rent for 10 years with no above guideline increases. Should they choose not to return, it's $30,000. Again, I know for many of the tenants, it doesn't make up for the loss of their homes, but what we have done with this memorandum of understanding is set a new gold standard for how we expect tenants to be treated in case of displacement. The reality is we don't have the tools that we need in situations like this. Coming to a voluntary agreement was our only option. That's why I'm hopeful looking at something like a rental replacement bylaw could make a difference in the future. And this is also why you're going to hear me advocating passionately for a renoviction bylaw in January. So I am choosing to dissent on the first be it resolved clause in this motion. But I want to thank the mayor's office and all of the councillors around the table who helped us reach this agreement with this developer, because it really does break new ground in terms of how we expect tenants to be treated. I don't expect tenants who are losing their homes necessarily to celebrate, but I couldn't live with myself if this application passed by council and the tenants only got the bare minimum. So thank you for indulging me, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Curry.
So I can't imagine how difficult this must have been, Councillor Troster, with your community for these many months, you know, and I really appreciate that. My question then, I hope you don't take any offense to just simply asking some very boring, but I think important legal questions. So the therefore be it resolved clause for this motion indicates that the interim general manager, planning, development, building services will execute the memorandum of understanding. Just wondering if there's a question for staff, a comment from staff on what does that actually look like to execute the memorandum of understanding? And this is sort of a stay in our lane, reduce liability to the city kind of question, which nobody tends to like.
The answer, Mr. Mayor, is quite simple. The document has to be signed by somebody on behalf of the city once the zoning comes into effect. When I wrote the motion, I wrote it that the interim general manager would be the person who would signify the city's assent to the agreement once the zoning comes into effect. It is no more than that.
Thank you for that. And the idea that, well, the fact that there is a landlord-tenant board meeting scheduled for March, and landlord-tenant board issues are provincial, that I don't see us having a role. What would happen if not every one of the 11 residents signs this, agrees to this? Would that case continue? And then maybe a prediction of, and then what? If the landlord tenant board was to rule that the developer was not allowed to do this, then what?
Mr. Mayor, the city has no involvement in the landlord and tenant matter. I'm not briefed on the landlord and tenant matter. This is an agreement between the city and the landowner with commitments by the landowner to the city to be observed. The landlord and tenant board will do what the landlord and tenant board will do. The commitments by the owner are independent of whatever takes place in front of the landlord tenant board.
Okay, so then it's safe for me to understand that you have worked your way through this all the eventualities or possibilities, and do not see any liability for the city or that is increased because of this memorandum of understanding and the negotiation back and forth.
I, at this time, do not see any liability for the city in this agreement being executed by the city once its zoning comes into force.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the hard work. This is a much, much better deal for tenants. You know, as you said, they weren't necessarily looking forward to any of this, but this is much better than what we were looking at just a week ago. So thanks for all that hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Leeper, did you want to go last? Because you introduced the motion. Conseillère Plante.
Yes, hi. So just so I'm clear, they're sitting right there. Councillor Trost. Okay, so I'm going to address you guys directly. I hope that's okay, Mr. Mayor. I will be voting against this proposal today. I'll be dissenting on it. And you guys have done such a great job. You've put a lot of questions in my head that have not gone unanswered. In my ward, especially sort of in the Sandy Hill area, we have some projects by this developer that get bought with these nice plans for all these units, and then they just stay empty after they've evicted the tenants from it. So thank you for all the case law you sent me. You sent me some very interesting documents, which I haven't even finished reading, but you've put a lot of questions in my head. I do not want to see people getting evicted and then for a building to be vacant and for the solvency of the project to cause more delays or for contracts to be reneged on. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to explain what my vote today, because it's due to the advocacy that you showed when you came to all the committees that I made making my decision today. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Councillor Tierney.
Great. I'll be brief, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clearly have a council that cares tremendously about you. At the same time, we all care about you as well. I think you should be thankful you have a councillor that cares that much. They went very hard to bat to, well, you shake your head no, but the reality is, if we don't support this, you're going to receive nothing. And that is not a gamble I don't think anyone wants to take. I agree we have to have better rent eviction laws in the future. I think that's something we can work on. But I want to thank your council. I think I've been on council 15 years, and some people go very hard to bat. This is one of them and cares deeply about this situation. I'll be supporting it. And I wish you can negotiate my mortgage, because frankly, you've done tremendous work on this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. I'd be remiss not to give Councillor Troster congratulations on this. It was only 2018 that we saw the mass evictions in Harringate, which are in my ward, which decimated an entire community. And so, you know, that was really a situation that brought a lot of awareness to the fact that, you know, we need to do better, whether it's city councillor, developers, upper levels of government in terms of regulating rent evictions and support for them. So I want to give Councillor Troster props for being able to negotiate what she did. It certainly does set a new benchmark. I remember at the time, I wasn't elected, but going through the Harringate, I was president of the community association. And, you know, at that time they said, this is a new benchmark, and we keep exceeding that benchmark. I think more needs to be done. I do want to, you know, one thing we have heard is tenants have expressed that, you know, there's still things that they want to be involved. I want to go back to something Councillor King, you put forward the motion about a community benefits framework. This is where I see it as being really important in terms of, you know, moving forward even more and involving the tenants as well in these negotiations. I do think it's really important. But I just mostly wanted to speak to the fact that I'm happy to see this MOU. I think that more needs to be done when we undertake these agreements to make sure that other perspectives and the community perspectives and community benefits are there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. You know, this is shitty all around. One of the things that I asked when I became the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee is to make it really clear in our communications that we don't approve developments. That's not the committee's role. The committee's role is to approve zoning. And I don't think there is any question in anyone's mind that a 9-story mixed-use building is the appropriate use of this site. It's the appropriate built form for this site. Every policy and plan that the City of Ottawa has says that this location can support a 9-story mixed-use building. And I think it is incumbent upon us to do what the province has empowered us to do and to approve the tower. If we don't, it will go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, when we know how that is going to turn out. This is well supported in the policies that we have. The problem with making very political decisions that go outside of our mandate is that the province hits back. And for those of us who are upset that we lost power over site plan control, for example, for those who are upset that the site plans no longer apply to small buildings, it's because municipal councils right across Ontario have made political decisions and not decisions within the powers that have been given to them by the province. So it is reluctantly that I encourage residents to work within the purview of what you were elected to do and to support the extension of the heritage permit and of the zoning. I will say congratulations to Councillor Troster for maintaining the expectation that City Council has that when landlords do this, when they evict tenants, that there be compensation packages. And we saw that at Herongate, we saw it in Manor Park, we saw it with the Tiberge Tower on Rideau Street. Now we're seeing it here. It's important that that continue, and for the developers out there, I hope that you are hearing and seeing, you know, this council's insistence on treating the tenants as well as possible. It's not great treatment for you, and I'm sorry. But this committee, this council, does not approve developments. We approve zoning. And there's no question that the zoning is appropriate. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So the motion then, is the motion carried?
Mayor, I'd like to dissent on the first, be it
Me too. Dissent on the motion.
Okay, so Councillor Troster is dissenting on the first, therefore be it resolved, along with Councillor Carr and Councillor Menard. And Conseiller Plante is dissenting on the entire motion. Okay, thank you. Moving to item 31.3, application for demolition at 79 Geek Avenue. Councillor Leeper, I believe you have a motion.
I do have a motion. Thank you very much. I apologize for a lot of discussion today. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find my motion. Oh, perfect. It's on the screen. So listen, folks, yesterday, 79 Gig got heritage permission to demolish and waiver of demolition control in a very narrow vote, 5-4. I voted against extending that permission. For those who have not read the staff report, I would point you to sections of that staff report. Noting, for example, that the property has been subject to long-term demolition by neglect by the property owner. The staff report notes that in August 2016, an order to comply was issued by Bylaw and Regulatory Services for repairs to the roof. Following this, the property owner demolished the rear additions of the building without the necessary approvals. In September 2016, there was an order to comply. Charges were filed for non-compliance with the order and for beginning demolition without consent. There are additional problems as well with this property. Folks, I want to make sure that if it's demolished, that's not a free pass to escape the vacant unit tax and let a vacant property just sit there for ever and ever. I have a motion that would, sorry, I just need to bring it up on screen, essentially require that the builder have a substantially completed building within 24 months, barring any delays on the part of the city in getting its approvals out. And if they don't, for every month that the lot sits vacant without a substantially completed building, to add $1,000 to the tax roll. I think that that is good spur to get them to actually build. I did have a shorter time frame, but thanks to a conversation with Councillor Hubley, and I also had Councillor Hubley's very productive suggestion to add the pausing the clock if there is a delay on the city side. So I appreciate those. I've modified the motion in hopes of getting support. Therefore, be it resolved, the council approve an amendment to the report to replace recommendation 3 with the following: approve demolition for 79 gigs subject to the following condition: in the absence of plans for new construction and in order to conserve the streetscape of the HCD, the owner will enter into a development agreement with the city prior to the issuance of a demolition permit. The agreement will require: 1, the owner to submit a heritage permit application within 6 months from the date of issuance of a demolition permit for the building, or by June 30th, 2025, whichever comes first. 2, the owner to obtain a building permit within 6 months of the issuance of the heritage permit by City Council. 3, the replacement building shall be substantially completed within 18 months from the date of issuance of the building permit. And 4, if the owner is in default on any of the timelines outlined, the city clerk shall enter onto the collector's roll the sum of $1,000 for the residential dwelling which was demolished for each month thereafter that a residential dwelling is not constructed. Folks, I want to thank legal who helped me work through some of the legalities of this yesterday. You can ask staff. My understanding is that they are supportive of this. And this is an approach that for other problem properties across the city, I anticipate I'd want to bring the same kind of conditions. My understanding from Councillor Hubley is that the developer in this instance is keen to build, and that's great. So they will avoid any of those potential $1,000 a month charges for not having a building built within 2 years. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
I have a seconder for that? Who's my seconder? I'm sorry,
Yes.
Councillor Plant is my seconder.
Councillor Curry?
Just my basic question here. Can we have a comment from our legal staff on whether we can do this type of thing?
Yes, it was Ms. Senta in legal, not myself, who did the heavy lifting for legal services in this report. And it's authorized by, I'm going to get the section wrong, I think it's 33 of the Planning Act, demolition control.
Thank you. So that's only when it's demolition control? I mean, we've talked about that where developers, we've given them zoning and then they haven't built. Do we have this permission now to do this wherever we like?
I don't know if there's someone from planning who will know where demolition control is in place in the city. I don't believe it's applicable to the entire city, but I can get an answer for you on that, Councillor.
That would be very helpful because we talk about that a lot at Planning Committee, actually, where we've allowed all this zoning changes and permits and yet nobody ever builds. Not ever, but often don't. So I would appreciate that at some point. But as long as you're reassuring us that we can do this, then that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the mover. I certainly understand and appreciate the goal of the motion. I'm going to have a question for the mover, so.
I'm sorry, I missed that. And
No worries.
understand.
I didn't get too far down the line, Councillor Leeper, but I was saying that I support the goal and the intent of the motion. I have some reservations and concerns about the 2-year timeline, and the only out for that being things that are within the city's control. Because like we've had this conversation at Planning and Housing where we're approving projects that aren't getting built. Interest rates were lowered today. It's possible that over the next 2 years we see a boom, and I'm just wondering, is there any other way that the owner of this property could demonstrate, like what if there's a delay that's out of their control, shortage of materials, shortage of contractors, such as that, like is there any mechanism that we could build in here for them to demonstrate that so that they wouldn't have to pay $1,000 a month based on things that are not within their control?
So I wouldn't be keen to try to develop a mechanism on the fly here. What I would say is that if the local councillor were amenable to a plea for some clemency on the basis of things, that that motion could be brought to planning committee and passed, but it's not something I'd be willing to see today. I understand the motion on the screen read 18 months. That should read 24 months. And this is a small residential lot. They should be able to plan and design and throw up a small scale development within 2 years for sure.
Okay. Appreciate that. I know we've all seen crazy delays that don't make any sense, but I trust you on that, and we can talk later about that at Planning and Housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Luloff?
Yes, to the mover. You mentioned in your remarks that this developer seems to be quite motivated to get this done. Can you remind me why we need to put such a time limit on this and why we're being so punitive?
Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to talk to the developer, and I'll be very transparent about that. We passed this at Heritage yesterday. I know my experience in Hintonburg is of dealing with a lot of developers who are very keen to get going right away. Developers who kick tenants out of buildings, and then those buildings sit. And it's very clear to residents that the developer never intended to build something quickly. They wanted tenants out. I'm not suggesting that this builder is a dishonest actor, but I'm just putting a little bit of insurance in place.
And there were tenants that were evicted from this property?
No, this one's been vacant since 2016. There was a fire recently. So we've had to extend that permission to demolish. But I think my reason for raising that is just to demonstrate that not every builder who tells you they're going to build is actually going to build.
Okay.
So this is a little bit of insurance, and he's got plenty of time to get a development in place and get something built and avoid any of these charges.
Okay, fair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Leeper for being open to a discussion on his motion and recognizing the concerns that he's raised, but also to balance us out with Councillor Plant. I understand the owner of the building is going to be reaching out to Councillor Plant by the end of the week, and those discussions that you want to see happen will get started quickly. And so I have every reason to support Councillor Leeper's amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. So on the motion then, is that carried?
Dissent.
Pardon? Dissent by Councillor Lowe. And the item is amended, is that carried? Okay. So we are going to move to item 34 on the agenda now. We are going to move in camera, and I will ask Councillor Hubley to introduce the motion to move in camera, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion to resolve in camera says, be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to the procedures of bylaw 2022-410, subsection 13, bracket 1, bracket E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13, bracket 1, bracket F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose in order to receive a confidential legal briefing related to stage 1 LRT outstanding legal matters not to be reported out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair, on the motion to go into in camera. I'm hearing some significant appetite to delay this. I'm just wondering, I'm happy to stay, but maybe we could get some explanation or exposition on why this might need to go forward. Is there the potential to delay it?
I'd personally rather not delay it. I'd rather deal with it today while we're all together. I think the challenge of getting everybody together again, it's a timely matter. So my preference would be to proceed with it today. It's not a long update.
Okay.
So I think we can deal with it expediently.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up and I don't see any motions coming forward. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion to go in camera, is that carried? Thank you. We will take a break for just to get in camera. We'll do that as quickly as possible, but it might be 15 or 20 minutes.
the interpretation team please do an audio check or a tank?
Start in 1 minute. Would anyone like to wait a little longer before we start again, or should we go now? Okay. Yeah. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw number 2022-410, subsection 13(1)E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive a briefing on Stage 1 light rail transit legal update. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff.
Mr. Mayor, I've been advised that the Zoom meeting has been restarted. We're just confirming the sound on the live stream, so we might have to do that again in 1 minute.
Okay, we're ready to go again. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw number 2022-410, subsection 13(1)E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and subsection 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive a briefing on Stage 1 light rail transit legal update. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. Item 35 on the agenda, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports, Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So be it resolved that Council approved the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole with respect to the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets report, including adoption of the 2025 budgets for statutory boards, all amendments to the draft 2025 tax and rate supported capital
Councillor Hughley,
budgets.
that's the wrong one. It's the next one on your list, please.
That's okay.
Motion to adopt reports.
I had on there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Motion to adopt reports, that the following reports be received and adopted as amended, excluding those items previously adopted by Council as the part of the budget. 1, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 19, 2, Audit Committee Report 9, 3, Built Heritage Committee Report 20, 4, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 14, 5, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 20, 6, Planning and Housing Committee Report 39, and 7, Transportation Committee Report 16, 8, Transit Commission Report 16, and 9, the reports from the city clerk entitled Status Update, Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 6, 2024.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. The Canada-Stittsville Family Health Team from Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll go straight to the therefore be it resolved. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to enter into discussions with the Canada-Stittsville Family Health Team proponents to examine how a portion of the municipal land at 1655 Maple Grove Road could be made available for healthcare use, including land use requirements, applicable laws, regulations, and policies, including the City of Ottawa's disposal of real property policy, and any restrictions under the Municipal Act, including Section 106 related to municipal bonusing, municipal health services, and social services that may benefit from being co-located within the health hub, and therefore be it further resolved that staff report to Finance and Corporate Services Committee no later than Q2 2025 with findings and any recommendations, and therefore be it further resolved that a copy of this motion, once approved by City Council, be circulated to the Ontario Minister of Health. Thank you, Mayor, for seconding it. Thank you, colleagues, for your support on this. This is an opportunity for Council to help create a healthcare solution to give 50,000 people in Ottawa access to primary care.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried?
Carried.
37.2 Heart of Orleans BIA area expansion. Councillor Dudas.
Therefore, be resolved that the Heart of Orleans bylaw 2006-476 be amended to include the attached Schedule A expansion area following the successful notification process, and that city staff lists such amending bylaw on the agenda of council for enactment.
Thank you. Is that carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor King has a motion on a block party road closure on suspension of the rules. I hope it hasn't started yet. And Councillor King.
Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the closure of Mariposa Avenue between Horwick Street and Minto Place from 5 p.m. Wednesday, December 18th, 2024 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, December 18th, 2024 to facilitate the residential block party, providing it meets the requirements, conditions, and approval of traffic services.
Is that carried? Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to bring this to the last minute here. I just received.
So we better, first thing we have to describe the motion and then vote on whether we're suspending the rules to consider it. So just, you don't read the motion, but just describe what it's about.
This is about delegating authority to the Chief Financial Services Officer to review and deal with a matter pertaining to the Orleans Community Improvement Plan.
Okay. On suspension of the rules, is that carried? Carried. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Whereas the land severance occurred between 3735 and 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard, and whereas the previous to such severance, the OCSCC 1066 qualified for the Orleans Community Improvement Plan grant, and whereas the payment of such grant requires council approval as a result of the severance, and tax arrears on the adjacent parcel for which the adjacent property remains responsible for, be it resolved that the city that the Chief Financial Services Officer of the city be delegated authority to review this matter, and upon consultation with the city solicitor, proceed with the CIP grant payments to OCSCC 1066 with respect to the CIP application. Thank you very much. Yeah. Essentially what happened was a piece of property was approved for a CIP grant. A condominium was built, a business condominium was built on one half of that property. That property is now inhabited by several businesses, one of them that is delivering excellent care to children and adults with severe mental and physical difficulties, and they rely on the CIP grant every year in order to fund their operations. Once they became a condominium, half of the property was essentially severed, and so this is a separate property owner, but because the original piece of land that was granted the CIP was the entirety of it, and the severed piece is in arrears on property taxes, it's essentially holding the CIP grant hostage for the actual condominium. So what I'm asking for, because we just received about 40 minutes ago an answer from legal on this, before the end of the year, and this is the last council meeting, allowing Mr. Huxley and Mr. Rogers to do the work to ensure that that severance is taken into consideration, that CIP grant actually goes in before the end of the year. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
So who's going to pay? The arrears are paid up?
The property owner, it's not the property, it's that property owner that's in arrears is not the property owner receiving the CIP grant.
Okay.
They are separate.
So we will get our money?
Mr. Mayor, so their arrears would be with the 3735 property, which is not the CIP property.
Okay. And so we'd be able to put a lien on that property in the usual...
We'll go through the usual process for that, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, and staff are fine with this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is that carried? Notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Councillor Gower?
Yeah, I'll skip to the end. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve an exemption to section 4.1 of the council expense policy to allow for the allocation of funds to individuals in the form of micro grants from the Ward 6 constituency services budget for the purposes of continuing the Stittsville Community Microgrant Program within the 3.5% annual budget limit on donations and sponsorships. And be it further resolved that any microgrant awarded in the context of the program continue to be subject to all other provisions of the council expense policy, including requirements for public disclosure of the contributions and the microgrant recipients. And be it further resolved that this exemption remain in effect until the end of this term of council.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Conseiller Plante?
Therefore, be it resolved that 1, subject to recommendation 2, that the currently closed portion of Rideau Street, Part 1 on reference plan 5R4058 be reopened. 2, that a maintenance and liability agreement to the satisfaction of the General Manager, Planning, Development and Building Services be entered into between the City of Ottawa and the Government of Romania. This is just to ensure access to the embassy that is on Rideau Street right before you cross into Montreal Road. Merci.
Merci. Motion to introduce motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Hubel.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed, and that the rules of procedure be suspended and the following bylaw be read and passed in accordance with the motion approved at today's meeting regarding 178 Nepean Street and 219 and 223 Bank Street. A bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend the bylaw number 2008-250 to change the zoning of lands known municipally as 178 Nepean Street and 219 and 223 Bank Street.
Thank you, Councillor Hubel. Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Hubel.
Sober up, Marty, sober. That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm proceedings of the council meeting of December 11th, 2024.
Is that carried? Any inquiries? No? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Hubel.
Which motion?
To adjourn. That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of December 11, 2024 be adjourned.
Can we take a brief recess?
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.